Now it's the World Championship or nothing.
EU has always been pretty close. We might see a close season again.
We need to practice a lot and be better than last week.
A lot of teams have the chances to go top 4.
I feel like we have a lot of work in front of us.
I think it's more about who's gonna improve the most.
We really want to go to Worlds.
I'm just looking forward to having like a good split.
If you follow the last split, you know that anything can happen.
Train as hard as we need to win the split.
Qualify for the playoffs and then hopefully for Worlds as well.
Hello ladies and gentlemen and welcome back to the European League of Legends Championship Series, coming to you live from our Cologne studio here in Germany. Cologne, Germany, that's where we are. I'm Joe Miller and with me is Trevor Quickshot Henry, and today our opening Super Week of the Summer Split continues with 6 big matches coming your way.
Yes, that is correct, and the teams are looking to come out the gate swinging in order to fight for those spots at the top of the table and their shot at representing Europe at Worlds. And since the split has just begun, absolutely anything can still happen.
But before we head into today's matches, let's take a quick look back at the action from yesterday, starting right at the top of the table. Funnily enough, it's our last place team from the spring split, Millennium, that tops the table now with 2 wins.
They looked fantastic yesterday. They had solid picks and ban strategy. They had a brilliant laning phase in both of their games. They showed good team fights, and I'm looking forward to seeing if they can maintain that high level. Summer split last year, they were playing as alternate. They came out swinging as well, so let's see if they can keep it up.
Very true. And on the subject of winning, SK and Alliance also won their opening games yesterday.
Yeah, so both SK and Alliance performed well last split. They continued their high level of play on day 1 in their opening matches, but they've both shown weaknesses. So we need to see if they can improve upon their mistakes that were made yesterday.
I'm going to use the word weaknesses here to go on to the next point. Fnatic, are we still seeing a recurrence of the problems that haunted them at All-Stars?
Definitely. I mean, yesterday Fnatic, they just got outplayed in the mid game. SK Gaming were behind 6,000 gold. but they still managed to find and force kills and towers, get themselves back into the game. Fnatic got caught out multiple times and ended up losing. So it isn't panic stations yet. Remember, there are 28 games this split. Fnatic simply made mistakes yesterday, which cost them their first one. There are 27 still to go, so there is time, you know.
Very early stages.
Being a bit overly dramatic, I think.
Possibly, yes. But for those of you guys playing in fantasy LCS like us, Millennium's Curb ended up being a total sleeper pick yesterday. He absolutely destroyed in his 2 matches yesterday on Ziggs and Fizz, netting 57.45 fantasy points in the process. That's possibly more than I've got from my entire team.
What I'm very unhappy about is he's on my bench. I had Jez as my starter number 1. Number 2, I'm still very new to fantasy esports, and we've got the Caster League running. Luckily, I'm beating you in our week 1 matchup.
I've got NA players, so...
And I'm hoping the trend keeps up. You guys at home, make sure you head over to fantasy.lolesports. Check your teams out. Start playing around with week 2, because I sneakily snuck Millennium as my team on the roster for next week, just in case they keep it up.
Well, we'll have to see about that one. And speaking of yesterday's matches, let's take a look back at some of the big plays that had you guys fired up on Twitter. First up was a huge first blood for Tabs in Alliance's game versus the Copenhagen Wolves. This one came from Romez88. He said, that amazing kick into the box, flay and hook. Awesome synergy between Shook and Nif. This was the second most talked about play. Right now, they can see...
That's just happened! How have they let it go through?
The theoretical kick, hook, flay, box. There is a second one.
We totally just spoiled the number 1 play.
We totally did. But it is Kerb's incredible Baron steal. In Millennium's match, it was against the Super Hot crew. I was very excited when it happened. I hit pitches that only Dolphins could hear. And it was at HTTR 2014. He says, best bomb ever. Play of the year? Confused? This was your most talked about moment in the European LCS.
You can see it's taken low. You can see it's 3,000 hit points.
Try.
2,000 hit points. It's coming in. He's got it. I don't believe that's just happened. How have they let it go through?
I got a little excited.
If Demon doesn't believe, you know it's a good play.
Well, guys, remember that you can always send your favorite plays from the LCS games to us on Twitter. Use @LOL Esports and the hashtag LCS Big Plays.
Well, before we head into today's matches, let's check out the table after our first day of the summer split. Millennium, as I said before, sit atop of the pile in first place with 2 wins, 0 losses after yesterday. And next we have a tie. It's Europe after all. Okay, after 1 day. We might be getting a bit overzealous there as well. Alliance and SK Gaming, 1 win, no losses.
Yes, behind them, Roccat sits in 4th with a 1-1 record. And then we have a 4-way tie at 5th with the Copenhagen Wolves, Fnatic, Gambit, and the Super Hot crew, who are all at 0-1.
But that will, of course, all change today because you've got 6 matches coming your way, and here's who we're going to be facing off. We'll start off the day with SK Gaming taking on Gambit, and then the Copenhagen Wolves will face off against Millennium, followed by Alliance versus the Super Hot crew.
If you're still with us, the second half of the day begins with SK Gaming against the Copenhagen Wolves. Then Super Hot crew take on Roccat, rather, not Roccat. And we will conclude the action with Alliance versus Fnatic.
And you can, of course, find today's schedule along with player stats, VODs of past games, team info, articles, and much more over at lolesports.com. That's where you can also vote on today's matches.
Yeah, just pick the teams that you think will win and hit submit. We'll check in before each match to see how you called it, to find out how you can join us here in the studio in Cologne to watch the LCS live. Just click on the tickets link at the top of the page and come to see the pros in person.
Well, guys, we'd like to have your brain power as well, because apparently we've got none here today. So head over to Twitter and tell us which European LCS team will surprise us the most this split and why.
Well, Millennium surprised me yesterday. They came out swinging. They did very well. I think Fnatic may be up there as well if they continue this downswing. You guys at home, send us those answers to @LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS. We will read our favorite responses later on in the show.
So let's keep rolling then as we head into our first game of the day with SK Gaming facing Gambit. Yesterday, SK Gaming started the summer split with a bang as they took down their long-term rivals Fnatic. Today, though, they face off against another rival. This time around, you have to feel that SK Gaming has the advantage. Throughout Season 3, Gambit held a winning record of 8-2 against SK, but this year that record is much closer. They're tied up at 2-2.
Yeah, now yesterday, SK Gaming really demonstrated that the laning phase is still definitely their weakness. They fall behind early in a massive number of their matches, but they always find a way to get themselves back into the game through strong mid-game defensive play. Just to give you an idea, look at how strong their objective control is throughout the spring split. Consider that they were the 3rd best team over the entire spring split when it came to securing towers as well as dragons, racking up 77 dragons and 245 towers over the 28 games. And this was from a team that started very slowly and were not considered to be very, very strong at the beginning of the splits.
So on the other side, Gambit, of course, debuted their new mid laner, Nick, in the final game of the day yesterday against Roccat, who were a thorn in their side during the spring split, although I suppose a thorn is somewhat of an understatement considering the absolute destruction that they were handed yesterday.
Yeah, simply put, Gambit didn't look like they were in the game at all. I think they had a composition that could push or get towers very quickly, but they never once tried that. In fact, they didn't take down a single Roccat tower the entire game. Gambit opted into straight-up lanes, 1v1s, 2v2s, and they simply got outplayed by Roccat. Jankos in particular had some superb ganks early on in the game. I do want to highlight two players though, Nick and Diamond. I was looking at them yesterday in order to see if they can help Gambit find those wins. And it was sad to see how little impact Nick had on one of his main champions of Italy, 0-0-0. And unfortunately, Diamond just didn't find kills or picks when he and his team needed them. He was also first pick Lee Sin. And, you know, 1-6 on first pick Lee Sin is just not good enough.
Definitely needs to step things up today. And with the departure of Alexic, Gambit has a chance to really reinvent themselves with Diamond now at the helm. To avoid another loss, though, they'll be trying to shut down Candy Panda in the bottom lane and Svenskeren in the jungle.
Alexic departing, there's like an era going away from Gambit.
I'm definitely gonna miss Alex. He was a really cool guy, but playing against him, I'm probably not gonna miss it.
I feel like they struggle now, but they definitely have potential.
SK have a great jungler and a strong bot lane, but nothing else. If we will manage to stomp their jungle and bot lane, we will be fine against them.
I feel like Diamond is like the main point in their team. Diamond does a lot around the map and he's the one making plays and team fights, etc. He's engaging. He's the one that kind of like made Gambit what it was. Like he basically innovated styles over and over and changed champions and things like that.
Diamond versus Svenskeren, they are both great junglers and it can be really fun to watch how they will manage to play in this new patch.
I think they have good players, but I respect only one of their team. It's Candy Panda. He's always played like a man. He's marksman, but he's always in front lane, even before tanks. So his play style is aggressive, and I'd like it.
You know you're doing well if Darian calls you a man. Just going to leave it at that.
I also like the fact that Darian, the man who's in the front of his team all the time, is like, that's what I respect. That's what I appreciate. You get in there, son.
Possibly doesn't die as much as Darian either, just to throw that out there. But guys, let's get onto it and check out the starting lineups for this game. On the blue side, it's SK Gaming with Freddy in the top lane, Svenskeren in the jungle, Jesus in the mid lane, and the duo of Candy Panda and Enrated.
And of course, on the red side, it is a Gambit Gaming. Darian up top, Diamond in the jungle, Nick in the mid lane, Genjo's AD carry, and Edward playing the support role.
So as we move towards Champions League, let's talk a little bit about what we're expecting from this one, from the picks and the bans.
I really just want to rattle off the power picks from yesterday. They're not too surprising. We've seen Jax feature in all 5 games. 3 of them he was banned. The 2 times he was let through, victories secured. Twitch featured in all 5 games. 4 of them he was banned. The one he went through, he won the game as well. As far as the mid lane is concerned, we're seeing more Ziggs and Twisted Fate than we have been seeing over the course of the spring split. So I think those are going to be the priorities for actually the rest of the day as well. We'll need to see if the teams agree.
Well, let's find out. We're going to go into Champions League for our first game of the day here. Day 2 of Super Week. First ban out of the gate is actually going to be Thresh. Taken away there from Edward. Thresh Prince himself not going to be playing it today.
No, and yesterday Gambit banned Thresh themselves and locked in a Gragas support. While the disengage from Gragas being played by Edward was solid yesterday, I don't feel that it was a extremely effective pick in the composition that they were running in terms of how they played it. So we'll need to see what Edward gets his hands on in this particular matchup.
Well, it's not going to be Leona either because that's banned out here by Gambit. Second ban out of the gate for SK Gaming. Trundle, funnily enough, a champion that Freddy has been going to time and time and time again. Obviously don't want to get Darian on that one.
No, definitely not. And it was also something that Freddy played yesterday. You know, it's a comfort pick for Freddy. It's interesting that SK banned it away because it's not something that you're going to pick super, you know, it's not a super high priority pick. So you've still got the likes of Elise up, you still have Lee Sin for Diamond, who we ran yesterday. All of the mid laners are still available. Nidalee's up, Ziggs is up, Twisted Fate is up. So we're seeing a lot more focus around the sort of duo lane as far as Gambit's concerned. They want to try and get Genji and Edward in a comfortable position, in a comfortable setup.
Well, Kassadin won't be in the mid lane for this one, but that was kind of a given. We've seen a lot of Kassadin bans yesterday. And there's Jax. You mentioned earlier on that he featured a lot yesterday, whether that was in the picks or the bans. And actually, it's going to be SK here with the first pick. They lock in Lee Sin straight away for that man on your screen, Svenskeren.
Well, yesterday, Diamond's Lee Sin was not fantastic, I'm afraid.
It's hard to really give any kind of opinion from Gambit's game yesterday, though. We have to be honest, because they just didn't turn up.
Yes, I completely agree with you. And I think the reason I highlight it is Svenskeren, we know, can play Lee Sin. He was arguably the best Lee Sin player a year and a half ago, 2 years ago in Europe, you know, so he's really got the mechanical ability to play that champion. It denies it from his opponent as well. But when you've still got the likes of Evelyn up, which is another signature champion for Diamond, you know, it's a possibility that they can run. I'm interested to see what Jesus and Nick play because they both like the long-range, pokey champions. I'm expecting a Ziggs, a Twisted Fate, or a Nidalee to be in both of these mid laners' hands, although Jesus did play Kayle yesterday. Not great in lane, did much better later on.
So, for Gambit then, hovering over both Lucian and Gragas. Now, Gragas, of course, was played yesterday by Edward in the support role. Seems like he's really fancying that today. He's going to pick that up as his first choice.
So it's not something that I think is 100% top tier for every team. You know, what we have seen it being played over in Korea, we've seen it being played in multiple regions. We're on 4.7, and unless I'm horribly mistaken, I believe LCS in Europe is the first region that we're seeing on 4.7 live. It was just recently updated. So maybe Edward's onto something new that nobody else has discovered yet, but we'll have to see how it plays out. The one thing that I was very impressed with in the Gragas play yesterday is when Roccat were getting in the face of Gambit, they had the Dragon's Rage kick and the explosive cast from Gragas, and they knocked people away and they had great zone control with those two abilities.
Well, this has kind of caught me a little bit off here. Yasuo and Aatrox being picked up. We, of course, did see Zazas playing Aatrox yesterday. But Yasuo, not a typical Jesus champion, that's for sure.
Not in the slightest. We spoke quite heavily about Jesus regarding assassins during the last split, and it was actually against Alex Sitch where he ran Zed into Alex's LeBlanc and lost quite handily. In the preview video for this very game, Jesus was saying, well, they've lost Alex Sitch, and yes, that's sad, but I'm happy because I don't have to play against him. What I do think is that's quite smart, because if Nick wants to run Nidalee, Yasuo is considered a pretty hard counter against Nidalee. You can use that wind wall to block spears, you can get in Nidalee's face, and you have enough damage to just burst her down in the lower levels. So it does mean Nick is going to have to play a different champion, maybe something outside of his comfort zone. This could be Kayle mid lane, it could also be Kayle top lane. It is a bit of a flex pick at the moment.
I imagine it will be, well, with Aurelia, that kind of seals the deal for us there, right? So, Kayle in the mid lane here for Nick, and we're going to be seeing Darian playing the Aurelia in that top lane. So, Aurelia, of course, really coming back to becoming the top tier pick for a lot of teams here in the LCS.
Yeah, really rising in popularity. 4 out of 5 games yesterday featured Aurelia. Only 1 game was not picked or banned. So we are seeing it up at the top tiers of play. We need to see how Darian handles himself on Aurelia, because he can get caught out, can get in a little bit of trouble from time to time. We also seen Aurelia versus Aatrox, the exact matchup yesterday. Early on, Aatrox was doing well. Once Aurelia gets a Trinity Force, was able to bully Aatrox away, and that was Trinity Force versus Blade of the Ruined King. So we need to see how Freddy handles himself, who's been playing a lot of Aatrox all throughout the spring splits, and obviously now here today.
Where is Candy Panda going to go with this one? Looks like Henrated is pretty much settled with that Morgana pick. He switched over from Draven to Vayne, and it will be Vayne locked in here for Candy Panda. Now, Candy Panda has been a man who's done so very well. He's almost the unsung hero, I think, almost of the LCS when you look back to that last split. He's a guy who constantly does well, but somehow stays under the radar when it comes to a lot of the community's hype. There's not a lot of hype for Candy Panda, but he always does well.
His Vayne is, however, one of the things a lot of people talk about. And Candy always comes out and says when he needs to find a win, he plays Vayne. 6 times in the spring split, 4 of those games were victories, and he's got a 3.4 average KDA. on that champion. So it's a very, very big comfort pick for him. The one thing that I am kind of interested is the support for Enrated, because he didn't have Leona, because Annie's fallen out of favor. Morgana's a reactive support. You seldom see Morgana's flash into teams with the Soul Shackles to try and lock people down. The reason I highlight that, Aatrox, Lee Sin, Yasuo, they just want to go in your face. They just want to start team fights. And Morgana doesn't necessarily benefit that. Had it been a Thresh, had it been a Leona, it would have been a much better fit. I would even argue an Annie for the engage would have been strong. SK definitely got a strong team fight team, as well as split pushes. Vayne, Yasuo, Aatrox, they can all split push. Gambit Gaming, on the other hand, I think they're a little more versatile. You've got burst damage from Kayle if he decides to build that route, or if we go Ruan's Hurricane, lots of auto attacks. And as we predicted, Diamond on Evelynn. So they're going to be looking to flank, but I do think if Gambit don't get a lead and they get pushed into a position where they have to defend against a split push, I don't think their team comp is going to be the strongest at shutting down like a 1-3-1 push or controlling all of the waves. So we really need to see how Gambit handles the early laning phase.
A lot of AD as well on SK's side of things. We'll see how that works out for them a little bit later on. But guys, let's check in and see how you predicted this one to play out. According to the votes over at lolesports.com, 64% of you have picked SK Gaming to win this one. Hard to really say after yesterday's performances about these numbers. I think that normally people would favor Gambit in this one, but the fact is they don't have Alex Ich anymore. They're a transitional team right now, and I think those numbers are correct.
I think so too. Yesterday, we seen the public vote not going in favor of Gambit, not giving them those massive percentages, and the departure of Alex Ich has really wavered a lot of faith. Yesterday's game, I think we're going to write it off. They fell behind, and unfortunately, they had a composition that didn't have tools to get back in. I think their comp today is much stronger if they do fall behind. And we'll see old Gambit would lose one game, bounce back and hit really hard. Can new Gambit do it as well?
Well, we always said an angry Gambit is the worst Gambit to play against because they are pretty mean when they get in towards that one. We are going to be getting into the game here in just a second. I was even having a scratch there, thinking we were already going in. But we were so close, but we will be getting there in just a moment.
So I think for me, the most important thing to keep our eyes on in this particular matchup is how Diamond handles himself. He went 1-6 yesterday. We were watching level 1s very earnestly because it is 4.7, so trinkets are now at 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So Deficio was chatting to me a lot about the decisions that each of the teams had done. And generally, we've seen sort of buff trades as the standard, I think, if you summarize it. Gambit, on the other hand, they went the other way. They went, let's face check alone with no support. Genja lost his summoner super early on, gave up first blood to a great gank by Jankos. He cannot afford to make that same mistake here. He cannot afford to just have a brain fart and walk alone into the river, because that instantly just puts one lane completely against you and gives your opponents all the momentum they may need.
And the fact is, we always used to give Enrated so much credit for his crafting around level 1, and I think right now it's very interesting to see who kind of sets the trend as to something interesting here at level 1, because as I said, we've seen a lot of, okay, invade, get a ward down, move away, maybe take a buff, maybe not. A lot of teams have just opted to get the vision in there and not do anything else. I think SK might be a team that actually start to craft level 1 for themselves and start doing a little bit different.
I agree with you. They do put a lot of emphasis on it. And the only team that really stood out as doing something different and, in my mind, adapting to the trinket changes was Millennium yesterday.
Yeah.
Kevin started with the scrying lens, scrying orb rather, the blue trinket. And it's super, super smart. You get it at 30 seconds. You can immediately move in, get a vision on a bush and allow yourself to invade without getting caught out, without getting surprised. And if it works out, you can find some kills. If it doesn't, you get wards down, recall, sell it, pick up a yellow trinket, and head back to lane. Nothing lost. And I'd like to see more of that happening, because I think there is a lot of strategic depth to countering your opponent's moves. If you can predict what they might be doing, if you can predict, hey, they tend to like tri-bush, let's try this sort of scheme, try this sort of plan.
Fact is, though, we're in day 2 here. Both of these teams only played 1 game apiece, so maybe a little bit harder to, well, there's just not a lot to look at when it comes to level 1, right? One opening move from each of these teams, not something that you can really rely on when analyzing. Just a quick note here, apparently Edward having a couple of client issues. They're going to actually be remaking the game here. Same pick, same band, so nothing going to change on that front, but we'll be getting in there shortly.
One thing I do want to highlight, just thinking about the blue trinket and the scrying all play. If we go back to Season 1, and I know this is a stretch, but in Season 1, if I recall correctly, it was Fnatic that actually managed to grab themselves first blood by using clairvoyance on their own tri-bush.
Yep.
And they baited their opponents into walking in there. They went, well, the standard was, we'll sit in, say, our blue buff, we'll use clairvoyance on the enemy's tri-bush, and then, you know, we know we're safe. We know they're going to go for an invade. And you manage to pull their opponents into them because it's like, well, the default is they're just checking. There's no ways there's no ways you CV your own bush. And face checked and got first blood. I'd like to see that because I think it's super smart, it's super exciting, and it's something that it just comes down to talking. Sit down at lunch, talk about what you want to do level 1 against Gambit, and see if you can pull it off. I think it's that simple.
It's that easy, guys. That's all you need to do against Gambit to win the game. Just surprise them with a sneaky level 1 scrying orb, bait, and then you're all good. But
Quick
at the same
guide
time,
to beating Gambit.
the thing is, surely no one will fall flat and be like, okay, they use the scrying orb there, so they can't be in that. But oh, wait a minute, we've seen this one before.
You would think that. You would think that, but
Yeah.
I think there are possibilities. Anyways, the lobby is up. Teams are just going through the picks and bans phase once again to get ourselves into this game. And I think for Gambit, laning phase, I just have to keep reiterating it. I don't feel like they have champions that are going to be able to really 1v1 or deal with, say, a Yasuo when he eventually gets items, on the assumption that Jesus plays him to like the level Kautar does. I mean, Kautar was a phenomenal Yasuo. Same deal with Candy Panda. I don't see anybody that's going to be able to 1v1 a Vayne on Gambit's composition once you get those items. And on the same token, if SK do mess up early, if SK fall behind early, a lot of their power is going to be taken away. So much importance on this early stage of the game.
Interested to see, though, how Freddy does on Aatrox, a champion which he, if you look back to the spring split, was kind of favouring for quite a while, obviously, before he was globally banned, taken away from competitive play for a while there while things were sorted out on his side. But he is definitely a very, very capable Aatrox player. Question is, you know, you go over to the other side then. Darian, who, well, again, it's hard to really assess what happened yesterday with any real sense. So I'm just going to say he's just got his swag tash on, so he's looking good.
And we'll see if it carries through in game. That's all that's going to matter. I'm actually going to put myself in a little bit of a spot. I believe Freddy ran Aatrox for the first time in the spring split against Gambit as well. I'm pretty confident on that one. And it's just a champion that Freddy plays really well. He gets in the grill of his opponents. He knows how to tank and how long to be in the faces. And, you know, if you look at his most played champions, 11 games on Renekton, 5 games on Trundle, 5 games Shyvana. He's getting the 5 or 6 games on Aatrox this year. He just really, really likes those beefy bruiser in-your-face champions. And that's exactly what is required in the current state of competitive play. AP champions are theoretically viable, but they are by no means the standard as far as top lane is concerned. So Freddy's in his element, and he's making it work.
Yeah, and I kind of like the fact that while there are other options, while, you know, the likes of Lulu top, for example, definitely viable, Freddy's sticking to what works for him, what he plays the best of. And if we look at, just to compare that, for example, someone like Youngbuck, who yesterday played the Lulu, really didn't have any kind of impact on the game whatsoever. And we know Youngbuck is a fantastic bruiser player. We know how strong bruisers are right now. I really like that Freddy is really sticking to his roots, so to say.
I completely agree. And more importantly, he's making it work, picking up wins along the way as well.
So here we go then, into game. It's our first matchup of the day. SK Gaming versus Gambit. An important matchup. Probably you'd say more for Gambit than SK Gaming coming into this one after they, let's be honest, got thrashed yesterday by Roccat. They were not really involved in that game whatsoever. They kind of bowed out without really showing us any of the typical Gambit flair. Something tells me, though, as it seems to be the recurring theme with Gambit, that they come back after a hard defeat so much better.
Well, we'll see if they can pull it off. They are without Alex, of course. So bouncing back from that hard defeat without your front man, without their old mid laner is going to be tough. So as far as the starts, very defensive across the board. Genja this time is actually sitting in the same bush that he tried to face check yesterday. And you'll notice that no blue wards, no blue trinkets, no red trinkets. So both of these teams not willing to give up anything or run the risk of getting caught out.
So there's one man waiting in the death bush, Svenskeren, who pretty much does that every single time. You'll see him sitting there inside of that brush. The ward did go down. They spotted that one actually coming into play. So SK Gaming really having a good time with that one, at least knowing where a little bit of Gambit's vision has gone down from the start of things. Edward and Nick here also just hanging around off to the side. Gonna ward straight down there into the death brush on the bottom side of the river. Looks like it's going to be a fairly passive start once again.
And it does look like we're going to get straight up head-to-head matchups again. So Gambit yesterday went toe-to-toe with Roccat. They made some mistakes early, which cost them. They lost the laning phase and it spiraled out of control from there. We need to be watching very heavily how these lanes play out. I feel like Genja and Edward should be able to bully Candy Panda and Enrated around, thanks to just the immense lane presence that Illusion offers you. And I absolutely love the zone control that a support Gragas offers with those barrels. If you use them, you know, to poke down the AD carry. Edward did a great job of making Celeba's life difficult yesterday. So we'll keep our eyes on how this lane matchup plays out and who gets the early advantage.
And Gambit pushing that wave pretty early on in this one. See Candy Panda there, just using that tumble, which is leveled up here first to get out of the way of those barrels. And we see with that first wave down, Genja the one that's got a slight CS lead right from the very beginning. And as you mentioned, those barrels gonna be potent, always gonna be a factor. Fact is, they've got a huge range to them, a huge area of explosion there that you really need to back away from. There's a belly slam coming in, barrel landing as well, and Candy Panda already down to half.
And this is exactly what Edward did yesterday. He was able to give Genja an early CS advantage, but it never equated to anything more. Gambit didn't take a single tower off Roccat yesterday, not a single tower, and they had a Gragas and Caitlyn as their duo lane. So we need to see how it works out. We do see Nick already being jumped on.
Actually managing to get away, cute landing from Svenskeren there, but Diamond is starting to move. We did see, however, Nick using his flashes. Edward gonna once again get the belly in there and slam it in against Candy Pan, who remains at just less than half HP. Diamond, in the meantime, doing what Diamond was always famed for, doing what Diamond does best, I think we can say.
Oh,
trying to wait out there, actually managing to get it as well. Nicely done.
Smite stole, just stood outside of vision radius, so small advantage given there to Diamond. One thing I do want to note, that very point-blank body slam was actually not spell shielded by Enrated, so we'll need to see how that works out. The one thing I want to note is obviously that spell shield will prevent the knock away from the explosive cast. So if Enrated gives it to the likes of Jesus or Freddy in the mid to late game team fights, they can really get in the thick of things and not be bothered by Edward's displacement. So there is that element to the support Morgana pick that is obviously going to become absolutely invaluable. We'll see if Jesus, I don't think he's in trouble. He doesn't really seem like he's pushing this wave super hard.
Yeah, he got flash as well if he should need that one. Diamond just stalking off to the side though, and we'll see if he can actually get too involved in this one. Jesus actually going to hold back, puts down the wind wall. Here comes Diamond from the side. I think Jesus is safe. As I said, got flash available if needed. Actually just ends up burning through a pot there. No real imminent danger coming in.
Lost a lot of hit points, so he's going to be able to farm underneath the tower. I want to mention a cute little interaction between a Kayle and a Yasuo. Yasuo's wind wall will block projectiles, things that are being fired. And when Kayle activates her Righteous Fury, the E, it does not count as a projectile. She is still considered a melee champion with a ranged champion's distance. So those Righteous Fury swings are not blocked by the wind wall. So that's why you'll notice when Jesus got ganked earlier, he just took such a massive chunk of damage.
This top lane then being quiet up until now, of course. Freddy playing the Aatrox against Darian on Irelia. That may change though. We have Svenskeren coming in, but Darian's all the way back on his turret already. This is going to have to be a dive if they want some action.
They have the ability. Because of the Blood Well on Aatrox, you can dive, tank up the turret, and have that sort of built-in GA to reset the aggro. I do want to note that we're seeing the same thing we've seen yesterday. Aatrox winning early on against Irelia up until level 6. Genja takes a lot of damage, but this is scary.
A lot of damage coming in, but look at SK from that one. Edward still up at around full HP, only Genja taking damage from Gambit's side, but both Candy Panda and Enrated here are already low, and we've seen a couple of times Edward, despite the sheer size of the Gragas, managing to dodge those bindings a couple of times, and actually Genja then was the one that caught him. Scumbag Eddie.
Yeah, Scumbag Eddie indeed. And just to finish that point on the top lane, it was the same story yesterday. Aatrox won early, and once the Irelia picked up a Trinity Force, was able to actually out-trade and 1v1 the Aatrox. We'll see if Darien can pull it off, but his mana pool's very low, so he's using it to keep up the hidden style, to use those Blade Surges, and of course, Freddy being mana-less means he's always going to be in a slightly stronger position when it comes to sustaining in lane.
This is very, very scary for SK Gaming. Candy Panda and Rated sticking around here for the farm. We do have Edward on Ignite here, so that is definitely worth bearing in mind. Also bear in mind that Svenskeren is there on that top side. Look how low Candy Panda's gone from this one. One barrel would actually finish him off at this point, I think. In the end, though, they decide, okay, can't quite recoil right underneath the turret when those barrels can come in. Gambit doing a good job of controlling this lane right now.
Very importantly, they're in absolute control. There's no doubt about it. Genji and Edward are using that lane dominance that you expect from a Lucian against a Vayne. Darren can't even recall. In addition, Edward's doing a good job with those barrels. It is probably my favorite thing about support Gragas is the zone and area of control that you offer. Because Candy Panda and Rated have to spend time dodging, Freddy's actually going, I thought he was going aggressive there. He's already used his Massacre just to sustain in lane. But we need to see Gambit. They need to either get the tower and then start rotating to push other towers and snowball that advantage further, or maybe it might open up an early dragon. If they can push Candy Pen and Rated away and pull Diamond to the Dragon Pit, they may be able to go for that as well.
While we're on that topic as well, just a note that both top laners do have the teleport, as is pretty standard by now. And there are the wards down, actually both supports seeing that the other had warded there, so they both know that they've both got vision of that dragon area, which may slow the things down somewhat. There is a teleport actually being used actually by Darien to get himself back into this top lane, picking up a chain vest, picking himself up also the health crystal and the long sword as well. So working his way slowly, or we should probably say a little bit slowlier than you may expect towards the Trinity Force because of that chain vest.
Yeah, he needs to get some sort of defensive stats against that Aatrox. The other thing is, that chain vest is quadruply effective because there are 4 members of SK that have physical damage. And yes, Morgana's AP damage, but come on, she's not a burst match. We're not expecting support Morgana to be blowing people up or popping them like we would expect from a Kayle. So we'll see how SK handles this all physical composition. Keep in mind, Vayne does have true damage, and Yasuo does have that armor penetration built into his ultimate. So there are some tools that they can make use of, but it is a ticking time bomb. By time multiple members of Gambit have Sunfire Capes, Thornmails, and Randian's Omens, it becomes so much more difficult to secure kills. So very, very important for SK to get a lead, and as we talked about, push and Candy Pen and Rated back, and it looks like Gambit have got great presence on this dragon.
They do, but that ward was down and Svenskeren is actually waiting, and we see already that Gambit decided, okay, maybe a little bit too risky for this one. Diamond at half HP, actually, and Rated going to take a lot of damage. Forced to use his flash, but it's Candy Panda they've gone for. He's going to go down. It's Edward with the Ignite that picks that one up there for first blood. Now Nick having to go here at Jesus. We see Svenskeren and Diamond going very, very low. In the end, it's Svenskeren that falls first. And just like that, Gambit pick up 2 kills.
And Rated was not on the same page as the rest of the team. Interestingly, Genji and Edward didn't respond to the dragon instantly. They hung back in the lane, and they waited to rotate up. The moment Candy Pan and Rated had left, they became split up, and it allowed Genji and Edward to split them apart, and the rest of SK came in from, you know, odds and ends angles. They simply didn't stay grouped enough. So Gambit, with a very strong start to the game, grabbed themselves first blood, grabbed themselves a follow-up kill, and this is a much, much, much better 10 minutes than we've seen yesterday against Roccat.
Did they get 1 kill yesterday, if memory serves correctly? Yeah. So they've doubled that already after 10 minutes here against SK Gaming. Definitely a different start here for Gambit, that is for sure. And as we said before, you can never really count Gambit out, however horrible they look on the day before. That's just how Gambit have traditionally done things at pretty much every single tournament they've ever played.
Yes, and it was very important to note that Edward and Genji had a level advantage over Candy Panda and Rated. Going into that fight, Edward already had access to his ultimate, and Rated was on level 5. You know, so it was a good position for them to be in. They have taken advantage. I do want to remind everyone, SK Gaming's standard is to fall behind early and win the mid game thanks to their positional map play. So, you know, it is 1,200 gold at the moment. That's a dragon or a tower in the distant future. So we'll see how effectively they can get themselves objectives. Neither have been secured yet.
Edward once again catching their binding. See Diamond headed down towards his bottom lane as well. This could be a dangerous time for SK Gaming. Sweeping lens was switched over to actually by both support at this point of things. And there is the Dragon going to be started off once again. Looks like they're going to go for a dive here on towards Diamond. On towards Darian, sorry, it was Freddy that was tanking up the turret initially. Darian going low from this one. Freddy, is he going to get his Bloodwell pops? Actually won't, will get out in time. They've done nicely there to pick up the kill. But in the meantime, Gambit just went straight to Dragon.
Yeah, and this is normal Gambit. Lose Darian, grab yourselves a Dragon. The one thing that is important to note is SK were able to secure themselves their tower. So at the end of the day, I think you prefer SK's position. Now, Candy Panda may get knocked backwards. Let's see if the Black Shield is good, and it is.
There's no damage coming in, but no real control. However, Diamond once again headed down towards this bottom lane. The wave already pushing in Gambit's favor. That's going to go under the tower right now. The question is, will Diamond want to get involved in this one? Will they go for the kill? Question pretty much answered there. Diamond starts to back away.
So the reason I feel that SK will be happy with a tower trade for Dragon is it opens Freddy up. He now has options. Does he want to go for counter jungling along with Svenskeren into Gambit's jungle? Does he want to try and push other waves? Does he just want to sit, plant some wards, and play the split pushing Aatrox that I'm somewhat expecting him to play? And if anyone ever responds to Freddy in that top lane trying to get that inner turret, it's going to open up the middle and the bottom turrets, maybe a Dragon for SK to take control of. So the key now is for Gambit to make sure that whatever decision they commit to, it has to be swift, it has to be very quick. Because if Freddy buys enough time, SK could take another objective elsewhere on the map and close this goal.
Very, very aggressive bottom lane from Gambit. Not the traditional bottom lane style that we're really used to from the Russian side. If you look there at the CS, in fact, we'll forget that. No, we won't, because Nick's not in trouble. 111 to 66 CS down in the bottom lane. Candy Panda is miles behind Genja.
Yeah, and it's just the lane matchup. It really, really is in favor of both Genja and Edward, and they've played it well. They haven't got the tower yet, but they will have the option to do that a little later. The one thing I want to see is how Genja transitions into this mid game. So it's been a while since we've seen Genja really dominate anybody, and in this setup, he's doing it correctly. We do see SK, they steal away that blue buff actually, so snuck that away from underneath Gambit's noses. A small advantage in their favor. One thing to note, there's not traditional knockups on the side of SK. You've obviously got Dragon's Rage kick, can activate the Yasuo ulti. You've obviously got the knockup from Aatrox, but you can also do it from a Vayne Condemn. If your reaction speed is quick enough and it's planned, you can condemn somebody, and while they're displaced, you can also activate that Yasuo ultimate. So there is possibilities for Jesus to play. He's even on CS at the moment. They haven't seen him blow anyone up yet.
So after that last blue buff was stolen away by SK Gaming, interestingly enough, Gambit going there for the steal. Actually, they gave it over to Diamond in the end. He smited that one away, so it's going to be no blue buff for Nick. Obviously, his opponent in that mid lane not going to have a blue buff either. Now we see in this bottom lane once again how much trouble Candy Panda and N-Rated are really having down there. Edward keeping them zoned out constantly until that wave eventually gets pushed up to them.
The question is, what does Candy Panda do now? Because he's so far behind in CS, once this tower falls down, SK will have the option to let the wave sort of push. I think Candy Panda may even want to try to freeze the lane. Oh, they're diving on Darian in top.
Oh, this is bad news for Darian. Will he get away? Oh!
Wow!
Wow, that was ridiculously close coming out there. The kick from Svenskeren, thinking he'd got enough damage there to actually finish off. Turns out he didn't quite have the damage to finish him off. And that will be Darian escaping by the skin of his teeth, but they're going to get the tower nonetheless.
Okay, so at the end of the day, yes, they didn't get a kill, but they got something that is more valuable. The tower was secured. The bottom tower was also taken out for Gambit, and the minion wave is pretty substantial. So we'll see if Edward and Genja can push it into the tower. This is a very smart move. Try force it to reset and reduce the amount of chance that Candy Panda has of controlling the tempo of that lane. Candy Panda is going to take a long time before he's enabled because he doesn't even have a Blade of the Ruined King yet, and now Nick is the one that's being dived on.
A little bit of trouble, however, Diamond is there with him. Wind wall actually coming down. Knockup comes through. Actually, Darian going to get involved on this one. Jesus down to half HP. Freddy at half as well, but of course he does have his blood well. Finally, Edward coming along to support as well. They may have got them low enough here to actually have a good go on the tower.
That was a two-man knockup, but they didn't go. They caught Freddy.
Throwing Freddy back there. It's a blood well actually going to be popped. The question is, can they control him enough as he comes back up? And he can. It's Darian that gets the kill in the end. Culling comes out from Genja, and they take the turret as well.
Very smart play by Gambit. They were trying to set up a gank onto Jesus to begin with. But as multiple members of SK flooded into the mid lane, Gambit were close enough to respond, grab themselves a kill, and also take the tower. A very good show of force. SK looked disjointed. If you go back to the Dragon fight very early on, they weren't on the same page. If you go back to the mid lane fights a few moments ago, it felt like they were doing slightly different things, or it was just panic modes. They realized they'd bitten off more than they could chew, and they needed to get out.
Down some of the items here now. Genja is a country mile ahead of Candy Panda, as we were saying earlier on. Bloodthirst and finish for him now with those Berserker Greaves as well. Candy Panda, of course, moving up towards that Blade of the Ruined King, but he is way off. 152, let's call it 100 CS here. That is a nice little lead that Genja, and I say little lead in the loosest of terms, because of course 50 CS is, well, a lot of CS in the end of it.
Yeah, it's about 2.5 kills worth of gold, roughly. And the one thing that's very important to note is that Jesus has just hit his first spike. On his previous back, he completed both his static Shiv as well as his Berserker's Greave. So he's going to have a little more mobility and attack speed to move around the map. And that static Shiv is his first core item. If he decides to go towards the Infinity Edge next, he should be able to get to a 100% crit rate. Regardless, Dragon is respawned. Gambit secured the first one earlier in the game, thanks to pushing SK away. SK are a little out of place, but in a better position to start a fight. Freddy has teleport as well. Let's see if they go in.
Svensson throws out his Q. Gambit wisely just sitting back and waiting for that one, and done it perfectly there, Gambit. Nothing to really complain about from that one. Second Dragon of the game goes their way.
SK were timid. SK really hesitated in that situation. Freddy couldn't gain any further advantages in the top lane because both towers are down. He did manage to steal away the red buff, so, you know, all props to there. He's denied that resource, but now he's in trouble. He's got no blood well either, but he can just dark flight over the wall anyway, so difficult to catch that champion. Freddy now, I think, needs to try and maybe push other lanes. Maybe try and get to this mid lane tower down or bottom lane tower down. It does look like SK agree. They've stacked up 4 members in this mid lane, and Candy Panda will be alone in a side lane, I think, for a very long time. He needs a lot of CS before he's relevant.
Yeah, one to be caught up on that one, and Gambit actually starting to move back towards this middle lane. SK, of course, have seen them coming up there, thanks to that ward just by the Dragon Pit, and that's going to be enough to actually force SK to just back away and alleviate some of that pressure that they were putting down onto the middle outer tower.
It's very important to note that Gambit have got a 4,000 gold lead, and they've got a composition that is more balanced than SK's. So Gambit's, not only have they got, you know, money in the bank more than SK Gaming, but they get more value from every piece of armor because it works against every single member of SK Gaming. So once we start seeing more of these armor items picked up for Gambit, that gold lead actually becomes even larger because of how effective it is against the entire SK Gaming team. So unless SK can really get something back in the next sort of 5 to 10 minutes, there is the possibility that Gambit can just run them down because they do have a much better mix of damage to burst through and deal with SK Gaming.
Candy Panda still farming as well, trying to get himself back close. 70 CS there. He's really struggling in that one, and it's going to take some time before he starts to ramp things up there. Yeah, that Blade of the Ruined King that I mentioned earlier that he's definitely working towards, still not being complete. In fact, Genja is pushed fairly far up the lane here, and they need to be a little bit careful about that. And we've seen before that Genja has been caught out in this kind of position where he's kind of got comfy in his position. He was pushed right up the lane. Now he's got Edward with him though. Got a couple of wards down as well, but not really have much vision if Svensson actually came around there.
They don't, but I think what Edward was trying to do was waiting to react to anybody diving on Genji. It actually looked like they wanted to try set up a fight. The one thing to note is, as far as levels is concerned, Genji has a 2-level advantage over Candy Panda because of all of that excessive CS lead. And there is a fair amount of burst potential. With the Gragas barrels and the Culling and Blade Thirster, he could be in trouble. We do see 2 members of SK, they're looking for a fight to Nick and Jesus.
Back Jesus coming in there, slow. Connects it on towards Nick, but he's not having any problems with that one whatsoever. Nash's 2 for him already done. Needs a large rod also picked up here. There is Svenskund just getting rid of the pink ward down on the back of that Baron pit, which don't think Baron's going to be coming into play for this one. A fairly slow one in terms of the amount of kills and how fast the game is progressing in terms of towers as well.
It is, and I want to touch on that needlessly large rod that Nick picked up. Yesterday when we seen Kayle, we seen the newer flavor build on Kayle, where it was Nash's 2 into Runon's Hurricane. And it's a combination of items that allows you to get a lot of damage to multiple targets. And of course, because the Hurricane applies onto the deck, Kayle's going to be able to get Lich the passive procs rather to reduce armor and magic resist, so it gets even more damage over time. That's not the build Nick's gone with. He's going for more of the upfront burst damage. And I think it's a smart choice. If he gets caught out by a knock-up, a Lee Sin kick, a Yasuo kick, he may not get the time to get a multitude of auto attacks off. Edward playing with fire, I think. There's 3 members about to collapse, so he may die here. Good flash.
Very good flash. Completely confusing SK game, and they were like, huh? Where did he go? And then now they're pushing down on towards Enraged in the bottom. He's going to pop his ultimate. Freddy gets involved as well, but there's a lot of damage back on towards Freddy. Culling comes out, not going to be enough to pop the Bloodwell. And SK Gaming trying to move as many men down there as they can. This could be a big push from Gambit.
That was such a massive win for Gambit. They got the teleport from Freddy, they got flash and heal from Candy Panda, they got flash from Enrated, and they burned all of SK's ultimates. So with Dragon being up in a minute and a half, Gambit are going to have the summoner spell advantage by, as you said, a country mile already, if they pick those engages. So that was very smart play. That just started with an opportunity, just started with Edward saying, well, let's see what we can do, let's see what we can, Diamond rather, saying, let's see if we can jump on them, and they managed to get all of those summoner spells blown, as well as those ultimates.
Well, I just want to touch on Jesus there as well, that Blade of the Rune King, second item, so going more the way that we've seen a few of the Korean Yasuo players going, rather than Static Shiv into the Infinity Edge and going full on crit and, you know, more damage in there. Going for that Blade of the Rune King gives him that bit more sustain and also chase ability as well, something that we can't ever forget.
Yeah, and his Q scales off attack speed as well, so it does synergize with his kit. It also gives him the ability to chase. Eddie's going to kick backwards, that's a dead fat man.
Yeah, he's not got his flash because he used that one earlier on. Actually, a lot of health coming back towards him and the intervention coming in as well. Don't ever say the fat man's dead before the fat man goes down.
That is the truth, and the explosive cost once again. Yesterday, it's what Edward was doing over and over, and he would reset team fights. The Black Shield wasn't there to keep Jesus in Edward's face. It means he's going to get away with his life. So Dragon's up in 5 seconds. SK look like they want to challenge for this one. They are 4,000 gold down. Candy Panda's got a Blade of the Rune King, so if he comes up from the river, he will have the power to fight. But please take note, no Dragon's Rage, no Last Breath for Yasuo or Lee Sin. So again, SK behind on summoners, behind on key ultimates. I don't think they can pick this fight even if they wanted to.
Darian has come down from this one. Dragon is going to be started off by Gambit, and as you rightly pointed out, there's nothing here for SK in terms of the Dragon. They are, however, going towards this mid lane. Gambit might try and come around the back of them, though.
Yeah, I think SK could be in trouble if any CC lands. It doesn't look like Gambit can get an easy target, though. There's a very mobile team on SK, and because you can have a lot of people jumping over walls and dashing around, it's difficult to lock them down. The rest of Gambit, they found 3 SK!
And Diamond onto Enraged. I'm not sure that he's going to escape. It's Edward that actually picks up the kill in the end. There's the kick, but that's going to get Diamond over the wall with him. It's Nick in the end that blasts down Svenskund. That's 2 kills for nothing here for Gambit and the tower.
SK Gaming tried to get a tower when they realized they couldn't challenge for Dragon. Because of the position that they were in, they ran the opposite direction and exposed their middle lane. Gambit, no hesitation, great calling, great decision making there actually to shove them down, and they managed to grab 2 towers out of it as well as 2 kills. Very smart, decisive play from Gambit.
This is a completely different Gambit to what we saw yesterday here. Can't even actually recall in there behind enemy lines. Well, I mean, it's his jungle, but not really since Gambit have got all the towers down there. So have a look at this one once again. It's Diamond starting it off.
And it's just SK. They didn't have the information to work with. I mean, the minion wave had only just gotten to that portion of the map. So unfortunately for SK, they just got found out. You know, their route was too readable, and Gambit were in the right place at the right time. So very smart play from Gambit. They've got a very, very good lead. And I also like the fact that their team can tower dive. You can have Aurelia or Evelyn forcing an objective and just use Gragas and Kayle to keep them alive if things go wrong, if things go a bit wonky. So very, very good comp to maintain control as long as Gambit don't give SK time, because Vayne can become scary, Yasuo can become scary as well.
7,000 gold thereabouts, the lead that Gambit holding on to. 5-1 in kills as well, almost a mirror image of what happened to them against Roccat, although this is definitely not as one-sided as that game. Let's not pretend about that. SK actually trying to push back here and get themselves a third of the game. They need to be careful though. Gambit's starting to come into the side there. It's going to be Freddy, this is the initial target. A lot of damage coming his way. He's actually going to get his blood well popped, but getting away from it is probably not a possibility. And Rated has also gone down, and now Freddy is on the run to try and escape this one up towards the enemy base. Meanwhile, SK taking a turret in the mid lane as well, and Freddy continues to run here. Very possible that he's going to get executed.
Yeah, I think the time is just quickly enough, and has it worked? It has! So denies a kill, allows the rest of his team to get a tower. Jesus and Svenska can be collapsed upon. Here comes Diamond.
Diamond around the side. Genja actually getting knocked up there. That will stop his input on towards his fight, but Edward also moving in from the side. He's got his ultimate available. Jesus doing a lot of damage to Genja. The intervention coming around, and Jesus now good knock up onto two people, but escaping from the Evelyn, pretty much impossible, and it is Diamond that gets the kill. In the meantime, Svenska went down as well. Jesus has fallen. Freddy is down, of course, from the execute, and Gambit are going Baron.
Very, very smart play from Gambit. They managed to regroup, reposition, and grab themselves all of the kills. They're going to get the Baron uncontested, and a very smart pickup on the Kayle. That was a second round pick for Gambit after they'd seen the Yasuo. And we touched on how Yasuo is a counter to the likes of Nidalee, especially during the laning phase. But once you've got a burst assassin and a champion with intervention like Kayle, all of a sudden, Yasuo is going to be next to useless. He can't execute. All of the damage still applied, but he couldn't get the final blows, and that's what mattered. So Nick, with a very smart choice, and he's definitely showing up now in game 2. 3-0-2. He's done well in CS. He's got a lot of damage, opted to go for the Zhonya's Hourglass, so he's even got more survivability himself. And it's all Gambit. This game has really just been about them from the get-go.
And the Randuin's in there starting to pile up as well. One for Darian, one for Diamond. Already makes them so much harder to kill when you've got a full physical damage team here. SK Gaming have. Gambit start to push down this middle lane as well. Top lane's going to be pushed out by Nick, and he's going to be having himself a free turret. Nothing they can do to stop him on that front.
No, nothing at all. And now you've also got Nick that can split push quite effectively. Once he gets these Lich Bane completed, he's going to be able to just melt the towers as well. So, you know, smart optimization. The only armor penetration that's on the cards so far is with Jesus. He's got the pickaxe and the longsword. You're a little bit before he gets that last whisper. But the rest of SK need to get some armor pen. Gonna lose another tower, as they don't want to pick a fight against a team with Baron and obviously a 10k gold.
Big gold lead. Sat on right now, and moving towards that inhibitor turret here. Still dangerous for them though. They need to be a little bit careful of how deep they go. Darian looked like he's itching to get involved there.
Yes, as long as Enrated is at the tower, I'm not sure Gambit will tower dive. You don't want to dive a Morgana with that Soul Shackles. It's a very, very powerful ultimate in that situation. So if Enrated gets poked out, if Enrated takes some burst damage maybe from Nick and leaves the area like he does now, that's going to allow Gambit to tower dive. Smart play by Diamond. Force SK to react, leave that top lane. Obviously there's no minions to work with either, so let's see if Gambit can force SK into a fight.
Well, they're going to force him to give up an inhibitor. That's one thing for them at least. They move back around on towards this top lane. Pink ward going to be taken as well. Trying to keep vision of Diamond on Evelyn. We can see pretty much pushing that one alone. Darian in the middle of the team. Where's the rest of the team though? Gambit not even close to being involved in that one, but they've managed to force him back. And Racer going to get knocked back through, and it's Nick that picks up the kill. He's now on a rampage at 4-0-2. This is going to be a second inning turret.
There's no doubt about it. Without that Soul Shackles to threaten Gambit and maybe disperse them. There's nothing SK can do. You have to give props to Genja. He was about to get condemned in the wall and actually flashed over it. While flying from that condemn, he managed to get away from the wall. Had he been stunned, that could have allowed a knock-up to land in place, and then obviously the Yasuo to jump in, but it didn't happen. Gambit grabbed themselves 2 inhibitors from that last trade. Baron is just about to wear off, and my word is Gambit rich. 3,000 gold for Nick, 3,000 gold for Genja. They're just going to spend that and just get even further in.
Come back in all the more powerful from this on. See what items actually do end up being purchased. The Sunfire Cake picks up there for Diamond on Evelyn. We see a dragon going down as well. Lichbane was finished off by Nick as well, and well, they're taking the dragon with Nick. He's got even more gold to spend when he goes back here in just a second. Instant recalls from everyone from Gambit.
So just to list the items that have been completed, you mentioned Nick with the Lichbane. Thornmail completed for Irelia. Randian's Omen completed for Edward on Gragas. Genja's grabbed himself an Infinity Edge. So just listing a few small, insignificant items that Gambit have put together. And, you know, they already were miles and miles ahead. That is the tools that they need now to force down the last inner turret. And I'm expecting them to just group bottom lane, wait for super minions to get in the middle of the top and look to land a killing blow against SK Gaming.
Now, in that last fight inside of the base, if you can even really call it a fight, it was just Darian having fun pretty much around the entire team. He didn't really take all that much damage. I thought he's miles away from the rest of the team here, surely going to get caught out. Well, not really what happened, to be honest. He survived long enough there for them to mop up a couple of kills. And now he's got himself that Thornmail as well, makes it a lot more difficult to take him down. Look at that statistic, 0.14 KDA versus Roccat yesterday, a 32 KDA versus SK today. Night and day for Gambit.
That is fantastic, and Gambit deserve it. I mean, from the very first few ganks that we've seen from them, they've pushed the objectives correctly. It looks like they're playing the game today. Yesterday they really did. So, towers down, it looks like they're going to force a fight. Super minions on the Nexus.
Going on towards Candy Panda. Actually, Genja going to take a lot of damage here and will be able to go down. It's Candy Panda that gets that kill. Nick also taking a lot of damage from this one. He will end up falling. Diamond going to go low. SK Gaming managing to pick up 3 kills here. It's going to be 4 as well. Edward won't get away from this one. A double for Jesus. But look at the base. The Super Minion have taken down both Nexus turrets.
And they're going to be able to put some damage down as well. At the end of the day, Gambit simply just got a little spread up. There was a good ultimate from Jesus in and amongst the fight, and we touched on the fact that there is a ticking time bomb. Vayne is eventually going to get scary. There is damage in multiple sources for SK. Gambit didn't blow somebody up. They didn't pop anyone, and that was the key in that fight. Unfortunately for Gambit, a little overzealous, I feel. But at the end of the day, SK holding on by the absolute skin of their teeth. They have no turrets left. The one I want to look at is Nick very, very quickly. Genja gets caught out. He's the only target of the last breath. But then the following knockup is key. Genja's about to get focused up fairly quickly on. He doesn't get many auto attacks off. And once the intervention as well as Hourglass wear off, SK are very tightly grouped. There's no focus from Gambit. I mean, this is such a sloppy fight. And if you look at SK, there are 4 blue health bars around the threats of Gambit the entirety of that fight. And it just boils down to poor targeting in team fights, which you can possibly credit to maybe being less experienced as a team. Hell, I'm going to go a step further. Maybe whatever they were calling, they weren't on the same page. You know, Nick, we don't know how fluent he is in Russian yet, if at all. So, poor team fight for Gambit.
But maybe too far ahead for that team fight to have an overall impact, I think, maybe on this game. 11-4 up in turrets, 62 to 50,000 gold, and Baron is coming into play here. SK Gaming pushing up that middle wave. Are they going to go for a bit of a positional play on this one? Go up towards it as Edward going to get involved. They've managed to single out Freddy here. Does have his blood well available. And Jesus actually going to pick himself up a kill. This could be real bad news for Gambit once again. Ultimate goes down from Morgana. Darian is going to die. Edward off to the side will be finished off by Candy Panda. And again, it's 3 kills coming in for SK Gaming.
Nick got killed before he could use intervention. There are no super minions to deal with, so SK are going to grab free reign on the Baron. It doesn't look like Diamond is going to be able to get to the challenge, and even if he does, this is going to be a god-like steal. SK Gaming with Baron, can defend. SK Gaming with Baron, the value that it gives you in stats will make that 10,000 gold difference significantly less. So all of a sudden, SK can. That was the team fight that has given SK a last attempt at life, and we'll need to see if they can play perfectly. There is no room for error. Look at Nick. Focus very, very carefully on Nick. Freddy gets closer, gets the knock-up, and an instant reaction from Jesus. Nick goes down before he can hourglass, before he can intervention. And because Bloodwell was up, Freddy's just like, hey, cool beans, I'll respawn. Soul Shackles has just stunned you because you're all in my face, and they clean up house. Very good team fight, a very good reaction from SK to just realize, look, we have to all in, or it's going to go badly.
Genji was out of the fight anyway from the beginning, but Svenskron took him even further out there, just going straight for him, forced him to back away towards his own jungle, and meant that wasn't really a factor in that one. So very, very interesting turn of events. It's 9-8 in kills, still a big gold lead here for Gambit, although that has now come back to below a 10,000 gold lead. So I've cast enough Gambit games in my life to never call a game over before it's over.
Yes, that's the truth. But SK now have, I think, the confidence and the gold value that they need to actually be relevant. Now we've got an even fight in our hands. Up until that previous Baron, Gambit had a significant lead, obviously. The key to these team fights is going to hinge entirely on which team can blow up their opposition's, I think, 80 carry first. If Genji is given time and free reign to get multiple auto attacks off, get protected by intervention, and allow Edward to disperse SK Gaming, he can kill multiple members. Same story for Candy Panda. If Candy Panda is given time to get those auto attacks off, he can kill his opponents. So let's keep our eyes on Nick's interventions and his hourglass usage, because that previous fight would have been very different if he'd come back. Would have been very different if he'd actually managed to cast a couple of spells.
For SK Gaming, nothing that Gambit can do about this one. That's going to bring the gold total a little bit closer, and of course everyone nearing 6 items at this point is outside of the support, so that gold total is going to be becoming less and less important in the overall factor when it comes to these team fights. In Candy Panda, we talked about him ramping up, still miles behind in CS. That's kind of been the theme of this game for him so far, but he's got himself Trinity Force, Blade of the Ruin King, got a Brutalizer as well, so a little bit of a different build that we're seeing here from Candy Panda.
We talked about armor penetration and how he needed to get his hands on some.
Yeah.
Brutalizer is actually going to be quite good for the CDR, for his tumbles, for his ultimate as well. But what I quite like is if he does actually upgrade that to the likes of a Black Cleaver, the armor shred will allow the rest of his team to do more damage as well. So there are ways to mitigate some of the armor on Gambit, but that is still a lot of armor to burn through. So there is no room for error, I would say, for both of these teams. At 40 minutes in the game, with so many auto attack based champions, towers and inhibitors will just get melted. So neither team can afford to get caught out or blown up before a real fight can break out.
Just want to make sure that this top wave doesn't do too much damage on towards the tower. They're going to go in for Edward here. A lot of damage coming his way. Darian in the middle. Intervention used. Nick at the back just hammering away. Jez is forced away. Svenskron's going to go down here surely. Great flash away over the top of the wall from him. The Culling won't do too much damage there towards Freddy. SK disengaged. Didn't lose a man either.
That was a bit overzealous from the side of SK Gaming. They tried to force a tower dive, and all credit to Svenskron. His Dragon Rage actually knocked up Darren during the course of the fight. Kicked Edward back, they got 2 members of Gambit up in the air, and Jesus came in there. But underneath the tower, with the power of intervention, they couldn't actually secure the kill. So, good attempt, but I think SK managed to get away quite cleanly. Look at this. Edward's about to get kicked up, knocks up Darian actually as well. That was a very nice timing on that last breath from Jesus. But as we said, underneath the tower, Drayton tanking as best as possible. Because there was no insta-gib, the team fight is not gonna work out. The front line of SK wasn't there. Freddy was very late to the party. He was only making his way up from that middle lane towards the end of the engagement. So, good attempt, and I actually think lucky that no one in SK died, because it was very deep.
Steps to avoid that in the future here as well. 2 GAs picked up, 1 for Freddy. Basically means he's got 2 GAs. He's got 3 lives now with that Bloodwell in there as well. Svenskron, the second man to pick himself up a Guardian Angel. Candy Panda actually turning that Brutalizer into the Black Cleaver there. In the end, is Genji actually going to get binded up, but in the end, it's Gambit that are going aggressive from this one. Looks like they want to have a good go at Freddy. Still has that GA, still has his Bloodwell as they go towards Diamond. Binding will land, but I don't think SK really want to be a part of this fight. They're going to back off again.
SK are backing away. It's actually interesting to see those GAs because SK needs more time to burn through all of the armor of Gambit. Because each of their auto attacks will be mitigated by all of the itemization on Gambit, the ability to respawn and come back is going to be very important. But what SK need to do is, if someone goes down with that GA, they have to cluster around their teammates and make sure that when he respawns, they can continue the fight on that corpse or on that location. If SK bail away and run back like we've seen in both of the previous engagements, Gambit are just going to stay clustered, use Edward's explosive cast to displace SK and kill the target. So there's a lot of importance for SK to remain grouped. They can't afford to split up.
Also has come back down to 7,000 here, so just showing you the swing that SK have managed to pick up in this match. Again, the tug of war basically in this mid lane as Darian going to take a lot of damage. Candy Panda needs to be careful how far forward he goes. He's not the person that they want to lose at the start of a fight.
Definitely not. And if SK had towers to play with, I think they could have even gone for a split push strategy. They could have gone, you know, pull Gambit apart, try and make them come to us. But because SK have got nothing to work with, they don't even have Nexus turrets. If they are out of position for any period of time, they are at the risk of being backdoored. Very important, in that previous fight in that mid lane in a turret, Darian used his teleport. So what that means is, if Gambit do get some deep vision, the risk or the play of going for that backdoor inhibitor is not available to them. So SK have got a small timing, a small window of opportunity where they're reprieve, where they're safe from that type of move. Although I don't really associate with Gambit, to be fair, either.
No, not particularly.
They want to team fight and then win the game that way. More likely than not.
I think that's more likely the scenario from that one. Second Thornmail actually in there for Gambit as well now, with Evelyn, the first Guardian Angel on their side, actually been picked up by Genja. So a lot more survivability added in for the AD carry. This could be interesting now, moving up towards the Baron. Another GA picked up here for Jesus, so we're at that stage of the game where the team fight is basically the last half a day.
There's a very scary fight in this Baron pit, or we may see a repeat. If there are multiple targets knocked out by SK, there's nothing you can do to mitigate that. They're starting the fight.
Freddy's starting to fight, but he's starting to fight on his own. The rest of the team not really coming in. Barrel comes out from Eddie to knock everyone else away. They're doing some good damage here, and there is the ultimate out of Enraged. Is he going to fall? No, the knockup comes in. Eddie's going to take a lot of damage. First kill going over towards Gambit, but there's one back on towards Nick. Well, this is good work from Gambit. They're going to get the GA out, Svensson. They're going to pick up the kill, possibly. No, Freddy's still doing damage, and there's a double kill for Jesus. He still has a Guardian Angel available. In the end, as I said, half a day long fight. It's SK that come out on top.
It could have been so much better if Jesus had hit more people with that last breath. It was not the strongest. I'm hoping we get a replay because I think he only caught Edward at the beginning of the fight. Because of all of the survives and the revives for those GAs, that fight went on for an eternity. Baron's being secured, so what I need to keep my eyes on now is Jesus and his last breath. We'll have to see how it plays out. We do see that Freddy, as you highlighted, Joe, is going to be in trouble. Oh, they're going for Baron.
Oh, they're going for Baron. It's very low. Actually, Darian coming in. Jesus going to get his Guardian Angel pop. They're leaving Genja alone here, and Genja is hammering away at him. Svenskon's come back towards the Baron, but is he going to go down? Baron is going to be picked up by SK, but they've been aced.
That can be game. N-Rated is up. It's going to be up to N-Rated and Candy Panda to defend against Genja and Darian. If they go for the inhibitor, there is some time to play with. It looks like Genja and Darian are making a beeline for that mid lane inhibitor, while N-Rated is wave clearing on the bottom. Candy Panda, you need to run, my friend, because this is a scary position to be in. I think wise play from Gambit.
Oh, he's managed to land the binding there. Darian's a dead man here, surely. Kill is picked up by Candy Panda, and now they go towards Genja. He's going to get his GA pop first of all.
Eventually!
What? Why did that take so long for them there in the end? There he comes back up, and Genja, intervention! Last second intervention! He survives it. There's still 20 seconds on the 3-man from SK.
That's going to be an inhibitor. Gambit have got enough members in this mid lane now to grab themselves an inhibitor, and if they want to commit, they should be able to get the Nexus as well. Nick is moving. Candy Panda's dead!
Oh, he's dead. That surely his game here. Gambit going to go in for it. Massive, massive win for Gambit. It took them a while. SK gave them everything. And in the end, it's Gambit that get the win. Fantastic game, 45 minutes long. Real thriller.
phenomenal play. Barring one or two team fights that went awry when they had that Baron, gave SK a shot back into the game, but that was incredibly exciting. And you know what? Gambit deserved the win. From the way they played the first 25 minutes, they completely grabbed control of the game, and we're toying with throwing it away.
Crazy ending to that one. I thought that SK had managed to hold them off there as they took down Darian, and then I still don't quite know what took Genja so long to die in that one. It was almost as if they thought they'd already popped his GA, kind of stopped focusing him for a second. He's like, no, I'm still alive, I'm still doing damage.
Fully stacked Bloodthirster, Infinity Edge, just he's sustained through so much damage. And, you know, heartbroken looks on the faces of SK. They had a real comeback on the cards. They had, you know, Barons back-to-back. They had team fights that really pushed Gambit to the limit. And it all just came down to that very final fight. I'd love to see a replay again, because I'm pretty confident, very confident, that last breath only caught Edward. And had that been on carries, had that been on Genja, had that been on Nick,
could have won the game.
Mid lane, that would have been game. I mean, that would have been game. We've seen how long that team fight was drawn out, and it didn't work in favor of SK Gaming.
And kind of went as we thought it would here. SK Gaming, we said it before the game, that they're not a team that traditionally does extremely well in lane phase.
No.
They're a team that sometimes come out on top more than often, you know, roundabout even. In this one, they were just pretty much nowhere near Gambit on that one. However, when we started to get towards the later stages of it, there we saw the real concentrated SK game. But as you said, that one fight there where, okay, they managed to knock up Edward and lay down the law onto him, but if that had have landed onto two people maybe, if they'd have pulled off an ace there, they would have won that game.
I agree. I completely agree. And I think for SK, they really need to figure out how to do better in the early stages. You know, there are so many times, we see it at this game, we've seen it yesterday, we've seen it in the spring split, where the laning phase is just a time where they do fall behind, especially when it comes to those dragons and giving up kills. I do think their composition was risky anyway. They had an all-physical composition. They needed Yasuo and Vayne to get a lot of items. I mean, before Yasuo is a real threat, he needs at least an infinity, a static shift minimum, and maybe an Infinity Edge, maybe, in this case, it was a Blade of the Rune King. Then he can become scary. But that's a big window of time to say, okay, like, let's not lose the game in this 26 minutes that it takes to hit that spike. And unfortunately, because it took so long, Gambit just kept getting more advantages and further ahead.
And I have to wonder, going back to your point about they need a stronger laning phase here, we always say about SK that they're not a team full of superstars. They're a team that plays so incredibly well together as a team. And maybe that whole style is what cost them, because in the 1v1 in the mid lane, the 1v1 in the top lane, that's where they're pretty much losing out in these games. And it's sometimes you kind of hit your level when it comes to skill. And SK Gaming, we know they can do it when it comes to team fighting as a team, but they need to step it up when it comes to those early games, to those 1v1 pure skill areas.
Yeah, I completely agree. And if they can't do it in that regard, then look for lane swaps, look for invades, look for things in the opening minutes of the game that give you the situation you want. Because once you're in control and you're dictating the tempo and the pace, everything's on your terms, everything's on your time, everything's with you in control. In this game, it wasn't, and SK were very incapable of arresting control back.
Well, we are going to head over onto the stage where Shocked is waiting for a chat with Gambit.
Thank you very much, Joe. I'm joined here by Edward after that game. You buried your head in your hands after that. What a game. Talk me through the last moments and how you guys were able to close it out. It was so exciting.
Yeah, the game was super close. The last moment when we killed on Baron three people, we just say, Darren, just don't die here. And he went through, take the binding, and we just, oh my god. He got cut and he died, but it was enough time for us to come in and finish the game. I was super excited to win this game.
Did you talk to Genja during that? Because you were respawning and walking back, and he was left alive for so long.
You mean the Baron fight?
Right. No, right at the end when you guys went for the Nexus.
Yeah, I know. We just said just finish the game, nothing else. Don't kill anyone.
Talk me through how you guys went into this game, because obviously yesterday not the best start for you guys.
Yeah, the yesterday game was. I think if we just rematch the game yesterday, it would be like one-sided game for us, because we practiced a lot our team comp with what we picked. We just The problem was Genja wasted 2 summoners early on, so we couldn't do anything. And Diamond got caught, so game just didn't go well for first minutes.
But you guys definitely did very well here today. Talk me through how the beginning of the season has been for you personally. Obviously, you guys had to leave Alex behind. He chose to leave, and bringing in the new mid laner here, Nick.
Yeah, it's so much pressure for 4 players in Gambit who wasn't Gambit. We just have to carry and just show Nick that we're comfortable with him, so he won't feel uncomfortable. And I don't know, just we need to do our best to first weeks.
All right, well, the best of luck to you guys, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, as for us, we're going to take a short break after that exciting game. After the break, though, we have the Copenhagen Wolves versus Millennium, and we're going to break down this match, so don't go anywhere.
Go, Genja. Go. Oh, this is bad news for Darian. Will he get away? Oh!
Wow! They found 3 SK.
And Diamond onto Enraged. I'm not sure that he's going to escape. It's Edward that actually picks up the kill in the end. There's the kick, but that's going to get Diamond over the wall with him. Go towards it as Edward going to get involved. They've managed to single out Freddy here. Does have his blood well available. And Jealous actually going to pick himself up a kill. This could be real bad news for Gambit once again.
Eventually!
What? Why did that take so long for them there in the end? There he comes back up and Genja.
He's alive!
Last second intervention.
I think Cotonix, as a new addition, brought a lot of new positive mentality into the team and really gave people a reason to train hard again. They had a very weak early start, but once they got Cotonix in their team, they seemed to reawaken, and they actually gave a lot of teams a run for their money and even taking games off the top teams. So I wonder if they can continue being that strong, but I think we will still come out on top.
Welcome back, Summoners. I'm joined here by Lee D-Man Smith and Martin Deficio Lunga. So let's break down that victory of Gambit over SK Gaming. We have a lot to break down, so let's start at the beginning. What did you guys make of picks and bans before all the craziness began?
Yeah, it was a crazy game to start with. What a fantastic game to start the day with. First off, we want to talk about, obviously, we saw Gragas once again from Eddie support. This time worked out very well for him, and the Lucian and Kale. Everything was locked in early by Gambit. Everyone knew it was... So SK already knew what they were up against, yet SK's picks we found were a little strange for that bot lane.
Well, it was very risky, at least, because, as you just said, jungler was the last pick, so they knew every single lane, and yet they went with Vayne Morgana, which is a weak lane, especially against Gragas Lucian. It's a very strong lane early on. And here's the fact then, what they could do, put in some deep wards in the level 1, force a lane swap so Vayne gets all the farm she needs. Instead, they went for standard lanes. And we saw how it happened here. Aatrox could deal with Aurelia in the top lane. Svenskeren come up, pushed it even harder. They got some towers, but the bottom lane, they just got destroyed. And it's a big issue because Vayne brings absolutely no wave clear. Morgana, of course, brings very little wave clear. And the whole lineup itself had no wave clear. So once they fell behind, Gambit just took full control of every single lane and pressured it down.
SK did manage to come back in that game. Do we say that is because of errors of Gambit side or just supreme team play from SK side?
Well, we'll get to that in a moment because I want to talk about Svenskeren because obviously he's been the man that's carried SK a number of times. You know, he's pulled them back every single time. But in that game, since they didn't go 2v1, could Svenskeren have maybe helped them out? Because he was in the top a lot, I felt, helping out, of course, in the top lane against Darian, which I'm not sure if Freddy needed help there or not because he seemed to have it under control. Didn't really help out mid lane, definitely didn't help that bottom lane out.
So Svenskeren, he decided to say, I'm going to push the advantage we already have in the top lane to take some towers, get some objective gold for the team. Because if he went bot lane and Diamond had been there, they would have been so weak in the fight, they might have just ended up losing all 3 members, lose the dragon, lose the tower. So he felt it was too risky. So I actually feel like SK Gaming, as soon as they saw it was going to be 2v2, 1v1, realized we need to push our advantage top lane and just hope our bot lane can survive by himself. Because if Svenskeren goes down, Diamond is there, it's going to be a counter gank in favor of Gambit.
Yeah, and obviously that's what led to the kills. And, you know, it started to look like the Gambit of old. That's the Gambit that we're used to seeing. So suddenly there's signs of, oh, hello. Obviously yesterday against Roccat, it was just like despair. What is going on here? Gambit fans were recoiling in horror. But suddenly they were starting to get kills, take objectives. You know, they got the dragon and defended the mid, and then went straight away, got a couple of picks and the inner and inhib turret, all in one sweeping move. It was fantastic play, and suddenly Gambit were back in it.
Well, here's the thing. Because there was no wave clear in SK Gaming, they couldn't move out from the lanes at all. So Gambit could just push every single lane down, put some deep wards in, catch out SK when they're out of position. And then out of position here, it was actually Gambit when it came to team fights. We have a replay of it if you just bring it up. It's going to be the team fight down in the bottom lane where SK Gaming actually gets 4 kills. Now it comes up on our screen here. So remember here, Gambit is very far ahead, and at this point, you should never be able to lose the game.
Look at that. They were 15,000 gold, 9-1 up, 8-4 in turrets, completely dominating the game, and yet they lose this fight.
Well, at this point, Nick has been playing really well so far. But he's actually the guy who's going to lose the team fight for Gambit. So if we just start rolling it here, hopefully in half speed as well, notice the positioning from Nick. Because as long as he doesn't get too much damage or get knocked up, so he can actually use the intervention on a key target, Gambit are going to be fine. But because here, knock up onto Genja, he gets jumped by Jessis. Nick is right next to him, gets knocked up with him here. Intervention, nowhere near to come out here. He puts it onto himself. Genja is dead. Then he uses his hourglass here from Nick. He's done 0 damage in this fight so far. He'll do a little bit of damage before he dies, but he's actually been pretty much a non-factor in this fight. And he was their key member. As long as he could use his ultimate properly on the target, Jessis would jump. Gambit had won the fight. No issues at all.
And while that's all happening, Jez is just getting free roam around the back because the mid lane is a null factor and he's just putting all the damage down, and everybody knows once the Yasuo is there, they can put a lot of damage down. But sadly for SK Gaming, it came to the late point that despite the fact they managed to get a couple of Barons back and get a couple of steals, do some really good team fights, the fact is they were all armor damage. So Gambit stacked out the armor, got the Randian's Omens in there, and suddenly they were starting to fall out the game.
Yeah, it came down to the smallest things at the end of that game, but a victory here for Gambit Gaming. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And now let's head over to Joe and Quickshot at the desk, where the next match is ready to go.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And it is time for game number 2, where the Copenhagen Wolves are going to face off against Millennium. Yesterday, the Wolves launched their new lineup, but were unable to pick up a victory. However, they did get off to an incredible start, showed a lot of promise, and they had some really interesting picks along the way.
Yeah, so the Wolves impressed me during the laning phase. They built themselves up a gold lead. They seemed to move around the map, finding objectives very effectively. But unfortunately, they didn't have the ability to prevent Alliance from catching up to them in terms of those objectives and gold. So it's great getting ahead, but you need to hold that lead. So between Woolite and Airwax, who are new players in the team, the Wolves ran some champions that we've not seen from them. Yorick in the jungle and Cogmore as the ADC, but neither was enough to actually counter the strong map play and the team fight power that Alliance had much later in the match. I briefly want to say how well Kautod played on Yasuo. He put together some very good plays. He had some clutch ultimates, but it just wasn't enough to carry the Wolves to victory. So we'll need to see if he can either help carry or pick a team champion that maybe helps benefit his team a little more.
And on the other side of the coin, Millennium had a dream start to the season. They managed 2 sensational victories to top the table after day 1 with wins over Roccat and the Super Hot crew.
So Millennium just blew me away yesterday. From the pick and ban phase to their laning, they got early dragons. They controlled both Roccat and the Super Hot crew with immaculate play early on. 10 out of 10 dragons, 22 out of 29 towers. All 7 inhibitors, all the inhibitors in the game were secured by Millennium. I think it's tough to highlight only one player who stood out because they were all fantastic, but for me it has to be Kerp. I think we mentioned at the top of the show how many fantasy points he's brought in. It's 57 or so just by himself. And it was because he was blowing people up on Fizz and Ziggs, respectively. He was just on fire. I do want to call out the elephant in the room just before we get into the game. Millennium struggled to close against Super Hot crew. It almost looked like there was a possibility they could lose control and maybe lose the game. It didn't come to pass, thanks in part to Kerp. But it's an area of Millennium's game that is still weak and that is transitioned from the spring split. They really need to work on that closing when they are ahead.
Funnily enough, it's an issue that affected both of these teams when we look back to the spring split. Of course, Copenhagen Wolves are a slightly different team right now. And let's check out their lineups on this one. It is the blue side for the Copenhagen Wolves here with Youngbok in the top lane, Airwax in the jungle, Kautard in the mid lane, Woolite the new AD carry, and Unlimited the support.
And on the red side, it is Millennium. Kevin up top, Cotnex in the jungle, Kerp in the mid lane, Creatine as AD carry, and support is being played by J. Ree.
So as we move towards champion select, they've got to ban Ziggs.
Completely agree. I completely agree with you. Roccat did that yesterday. It was a smart play. I think the Ziggs that's coming out of Kerp is phenomenal. I also think the Twitch or the Lucian might be considerations, if not for banning, for first pick. Try to get that away from Creatine.
Yeah.
Because he is playing, he also just played out of his skin yesterday. Just really, really good performances. The one thing that I'm interested to see is what do Copenhagen Wolves run? You know, last year we've seen them running Vlad, we've seen Zyra mid, we've seen the Heimerdinger from Youngbuck. Yesterday, we've seen the Yorick, which is you know, the main champion for Airwax, and he plays it a lot in solo queue. We've seen the Cogmore. So let's see what other champions they've got up their sleeves and what they decide to lock in.
Still not convinced with Jungle Yorick, though.
I'm never convinced with Yorick.
Just going to throw that out there. Still not totally convinced with that one. I have to see if they go down that interesting route again, because there were some different picks. Cogmore for Woolite while we're on that subject as well. As you said, he played it, it's not as if he played it badly. They had a good start to the game, but in the later stage of the game where that Cogmore's supposed to excel, they didn't really have it there. Alliance had already beat them when it got to that stage.
It just didn't work out in their favor, I'm afraid. So we'll need to see what these teams prioritize as we are getting to pick some bans. Just very interesting as an aside, out of the 6 games we've watched so far, 5 red side victories at the opening of the summer split. It is just a trend that we're noticing. Millennium is the only team to have secured a win on the blue side so far, so we'll see what they can do.
Wow. And, well, stands them in good stead here, I suppose we can say, on the red side this time around. Let's have a look at the bans then. Irelia, LeBlanc going to be banned out by the Copenhagen Wolves. So Kevin not going to get his hands on that. And Jack's the final ban for the Wolves. So they've left the Ziggs open here. We'll see if they try and maybe pick that up first of all, since they are blue side anyway. Whether they'll leave that open remains to be seen. Lulu, Twitch, and Kassadin, the 3 bans out here for Millennium side. possible first pick Yasuo again for the Wolves.
Identical. This is an identical first pick yesterday. Copenhagen Wolves banned out Aurelia, LeBlanc yesterday, and first pick Yasuo. They banned exactly the same here with the exception of changing their third ban to Jax. Countout is super confident on Yasuo, and I like the pick. The question is, do Copenhagen Wolves look to run the more knockups as well? You know, yesterday we seen a support Zyra from Unlimited. It was okay. He had a few decent knockups. They ran top lane Lulu. It's not possible this game because Lulu has been banned out by Millennium. So this leads me to think, predicted the Yasuo first pick, and Kerp may want to run either an assassin into that, maybe he wants to run Fizz, or he can just play the farming game and play something like the Ziggs like we've touched on. Either way, it's going to have a little bit of a difficult time against that wind wall. So we'll see how they prioritize going forward.
Interesting as to what happens on that one. However, Millennium securing Lucian here for Creaton, being a star player for them so far. Looks like the pre-broken hand Creaton from last year in the summer split, playing for Alternate at the time. And right then, he was absolutely amazing. He seems to have his hunger back for the game as well, which I think is a really important thing. Lee Sin was also picked up here for Cottonex. Interestingly enough, chose to go for the Kha'Zix when it was left open for them yesterday. A champion which has been nerfed somewhat, but still obviously feeling that it has its strong points, and can't argue, Cottonex has done fantastic on that champion. Lee Sin for him this time though.
3 games, 3 separate junglers for Cottonex. So he's run Evelyn, he's run Kha'Zix, now he's running the Lee Sin. We'll see how he handles himself. Lee Sin's not doing particularly well most of the games. I think there's only been 1 win for him. That's a lie. It's actually 2 wins. I'm looking at it now. We'll see how Cottonex can put it together. That's the key. What it also does is it denies another potential knockup from Airwax. So by locking that in, you prevent some additional synergy between the Yasuo. And you'll notice there's no other extra knockups on the side of the Copenhagen Wolves. We're going through thick and fast as far as the picks and bans are concerned, because the Evelyn and the Graves being locked in is already showing you've got burst damage from Yasuo, burst damage from Graves, a flank opportunity from Evelyn, as well as the early game control, but I'm not seeing a lot of help. So Countout may be looking to put himself in a split pushing position, which is what Froggen likes to do when he plays Yasuo.
That one on the other side, it looks like a possible Thresh pickup, and Shyvana here already locked in for Millennium side of things. So Shyvana for Kevin, another player who has really stepped things up, who's looked really fantastic so far from Millennium. We pointed him out as a key player before that. Jerry also going to get Thresh, which he himself looked incredible on yesterday.
I agree, and in addition to the champions being locked in, it is also reducing knockups. Shyvana top lane, it's a bruiser champion that we have seen Young Buck running in the past. It's one of his most played 4 games during the spring split. You know, sitting up there, takes away the knockup. You've got Thresh as a support, also can apply the knockup to get Yasuo knocked. So with the denial, I really like the picks and bans from Millennium. Not only are they getting very strong champions that synergize well, you're going to have Shyvana, Lee Sin diving into a fight. If you have Thresh there, you can get picks. You've got a strong zone control for aggressive and defensive plays, and it's denying all of those tools from the Copenhagen Wolves. The only potential knockup is going to come from Trundle's Pillar. If Trundle gets a Pillar of Ice, that's the only teammate that can help out Countout in getting a knockup. I do like the engage power of Leona and the disengage power of Trundle, but as I say, it's going to be all on Countout to find those ever-important knockups.
On the other side for Millennium, their final pick went down to the mid lane, and it will be Ziggs here. So we'll see if not banning Ziggs is going to come back to haunt another team here, because we've seen how good Kerp is with this one. Picked up Quadra kill yesterday, stole away that Baron at the last second with his ultimate as well. So definitely a dangerous factor, Kerp on Ziggs.
So when we look at the 2 compositions, I think both teams have got split pushing power. We actually seen a Yasuo versus Shyvana yesterday in the Alliance game, if memory serves correctly. That is right. And it was actually Countout playing it against Wicked.
Yeah.
And once he got the items, he could deal with Shyvana. He could get in his face, and Wicked just... He built full tank. He couldn't really control Yasuo. So we'll need to see if Countout can do the same thing. The difference is, I think the pressure is going to be on the Copenhagen Wolves to initiate. With the Trundle, with the Leona, with the Yasuo, they want to go in and find those kills. I feel like Millennium have got tools to deal with that. Dragon's Rage kick. If they get some poke from Ziggs, land a death sentence, they can find kills. So a little more passive play, I feel, from Millennium.
Well, the players have picked their champion, so let's see who you guys think are going to win this game. Going to LOLesports.com, 62% of you voted for Millennium. It's been a while since you guys voted for Millennium.
It has. And, you know, Millennium won yesterday. Wolves lost. We'll see if they can come out swinging. I think their team comp has all of the tools they need to beat Millennium if they don't fall behind. Because the moment you fall behind against a Leona, against a Trundle, against a Yasuo, they can just constantly throw themselves at you, constantly get in your face. And of course, Trundle, he can decide to build damage early, wait for Shyvana to go Dragon's Descent, and then subjugate and steal a tank stat. So we'll see if Youngbuck opts to go that route as well.
Well, we are going to be getting into game. It's the Copenhagen Wolves taking on Millennium. Millennium looking to keep their undefeated record in check here. Possible 3-0 for them in a solidifying position, or solidifying their position at the top of the table if they can win this one. For the Wolves, still looking though with their new lineup for the first win of the season.
And at level 1, Kevin has opted to go for the Scrying Orb once again. They did this yesterday. It didn't necessarily net a massive amount of control, but as I said, I like it. I think Millennium are the team that has adapted to this early trinket changes the best, even though they've used the same strategy twice, but nevertheless.
Inside the river right now, and they've just spotted someone going in there, and Millennium are in fact just going to be moving away. But they're a team that, as we said before, have had the interesting level 1 strategies. Looks like Kevin might throw down that Scrying Orb here into the Tribush, and then they'll look for a hook coming out of J-Ree from the Dragon Pit as well. But they've actually all been spotted here because of that ward that Copenhagen Wolves put down a little bit earlier on. There's the Scrying Orb.
Very, very smart ward that was placed in the river. Had it been shallower, the route that Millennium were running to the right-hand side of the river was to try and stay outside of the vision range, because that's a very unusual ward. It's a very non-traditional ward placement. So I really like that Copenhagen Wolves had a defensive line of wards. It gave them a lot of information. It meant that they didn't get invaded. And of course, Millennium come away, you know, nothing ventured, nothing gained. So got that yellow trinket picked up, and it looks like Millennium have been the ones that have initiated the lane swap. So gonna try and use that ranged duo of Lucian Thresh to get a better advantage than that of Graves Leona.
Well, at the start, Trundle may be able to get a little bit of initial harm as Kautark going aggressive already here onto Kerp at level 1, but that's the thing, even at level 1, Ziggler's going to throw a whole lot of pain straight back in your face.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch, because I think Kautark is a master of Yasuo, Kerp is a master of Ziggs. And if Kautark can get some knockups and you know, sweeping blades down, there is the possibility to get a little bit of control. But of course, the cooldown on that wind wall when he eventually skills it up is very, very high. So he's got to be very aware of when he opts to use that to block Kerp's bouncing bombs.
See that shield as it generates in there, just getting popped every single time by Kerp, and Counter actually going really low. Already used his single pop there with that Doran's Blade Star, and that's not a good sign for him overall. It's going to give Kerp a lot of comfort, though, at least in this mid lane from Millennium's side. See that Kevin there just running around the jungle as we expected, since we do have these 2v1s in operation, these lanes.
4v0s, but it is a non-standard one. What we're seeing from this swap is that the jungler and top laner did the buddy system. They were farming up camps together. Kevin and Cotnex, I think, did it a little better early because they got more levels out of the deal. You can also see that Copenhagen Wolves have gotten further ahead because of their positional play. 4 members on this bottom tower. It does have damage reduction now on 4.7, 30 DR versus champion attacks, which is higher than previously. But great start. Copenhagen Wolves again showing their early game, their lane swaps, and their strategic macro level play is, I'm going to call it, the best in Europe. They instantly have gotten ahead, and Millennium are going to take a much longer time to get this tower. There's only 3 members there.
Seems like we've got some Copenhagen Wolves fans in the house today as well, cheering for that first tower going down in their favor, and now already pushing on towards the inner turret. Is Kautark going to go aggressive here onto Kerp? Windwall does go down, but it's all going to be about harassment here, not going fully all in on that one.
No, the knockup didn't actually throw Kerp up into the air, even though Kautark did his little spin and dance, and Copenhagen Wolves back away, so they get control of that bottom lane. They have not They've not standardized their placements just yet. Youngbuck taking a big punishing, but again, Copenhagen Wolves just a very good start. They've opened up the bottom half of the map. They've given Woolite and Unlimited some tools to move around. But as it stands, neither Unlimited nor J-Re have got a lot of usage out of those Relic shields. They haven't begun stacking up the goals, so a little bit of missed opportunities thanks to the way the lanes have played out.
So here comes the push around from Millennium. Where is the hook gonna land there? Is Rubber Ducky knocking him up in the air, but in the end, Kautar getting the knock up even onto Coltonex in the end. Kerp had no mana left either way, and Kautar will be safe in this mid lane. So, what are Millennium gonna do now? Getting a couple of deep wards already in here, one over by that Wolf count, and they're gonna come back around for Kautar, who's decided gonna have to head south. Actually, great knock up there, landing on both players.
Yeah, and he had his wind wall available as well, so it was always going to be difficult to actually make that gank land. I quite like the decision from Millennium. They basically baited Kautar to stick around because Kerp had no mana. And it's like, well, who's going to gank that? And it does appear they tried, but it does not give them any advantage yet. So Copenhagen Wolves, they have now set their dual lane to the bottom, and it looks like Millennium are going to maintain this 2v1 in the top, and Airwax just going to defend, just going to hold off. One of the things you do against Evelyn is go for those lane swaps, because you can force your opponent jungler's hand, and that's exactly what Airwax is busy doing. He's going to go in on Creatine, he's in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, I was going to say, already spotted from that one, and they're going to chase in. There's the pillar. Creatine saving his dodge away from that one until the right time, and actually coming back in now as he realizes that Airwax is going to be backing away and even getting some nice damage onto Youngbuck as he goes. Meanwhile, Cornex, knowing that Evelyn is on the top side of the map, says, thank you very much, I'm going to have a bit of your jungle away.
So this is something that the Wolves did yesterday against Alliance. They got ahead, they got an objective, and then they basically stalled, I think is the best way to explain it. And they gave their opponents chances to bring themselves back in the game. Millennium, if they keep up this pressure, if they keep up this 2v1 situation, they should be able to get the top lane tower, which may then allow J-Re and Creatine to move to the bottom lane and go for the 2v2 matchup. We'll see if that is how they play it out, because it definitely looks to be the case. So I would like to see maybe some more interaction, maybe some rotations. See if Woolite Unlimited want to defend, 2v2 and push out the top lane. Try and put Youngbuck to defend bottom, but we'll have to see what they decide. It does look like Creatine is just focusing the tower rather than looking for tower dives or kills.
Yeah, especially once Airwax just appears out of nowhere. Knock up too late there from Kautar. Coming in, trying to stop Kerp from recalling, doesn't work. One thing we didn't touch on is some of the spells here actually in this mid lane. Kerp running with the Flash and Heal compared to the Flash Ignite that we're seeing for Kautar. Both supports actually running Exhaust this time around. We've seen a couple of variations of that. Some support players really preferring to go with the Ignite for that extra damage.
Yeah, I think, when you're dealing with an assassin like a Yasuo, an Exhaust should be a compulsory pick. The moment he jumps in, that you can really reduce a lot of the damage. And of course, there's two heals. We'll get to that in a second. Jerry's in trouble.
Jerry's in a lot of trouble. Good play, but Youngbuck coming around. Actually, Youngbuck taking a lot of damage. There's Hulk coming in. Jerry gonna flash off to the side. Have they got enough damage here to finish off Youngbuck? Jerry comes back in, and he's gonna go down. Costly error there, I feel, for Millennium.
Yeah, very, very big mistake. J-Re, I think, should not have come back into that one. It's not over yet because they're looking for Kerp.
Oh, will they be able to lock him down? Leona coming in. We are going to be seeing Graves entering the party as well. Zenith Blade is going to let Kerp down to less than half. He can't see anything inside the smoke screen, and he goes down 2-0 the Wolves.
That was fantastic. Mid-flight, as Kerp was flying with a satchel charge, Unlimited smacked him with the shield, brought him back down to earth and stunned him. That was very well played by Copenhagen Wolves. They grabbed themselves a kill in the mid lane thanks to a good gank, and because I think J-Re and Creatine got a little excited in the top lane, they gave up another kill. Wolves are on Dragon. It shouldn't be stolen. Cotnex and Kevin, they're going to try come in. Not this time. So Copenhagen Wolves again. Early kills, early Dragon, early tower, early game. It's all about them.
Wolves looking very, very good. Granted, as they did yesterday against Alliance when it came to the first 15 minutes or so of the game. We'll see if they can keep it up this time around. Right now, they've got a big team actually in that mid lane. Are they going to go top? Creatine's actually pushed quite heavily up, and J-Re maybe getting himself caught out once again. Can they get onto him? Kautar throws down the ward, a second ward as well. I talked about that yesterday, that two wards are always safer than one, whichever way you look at it. And now J-Re coming back around with that one. He's got Cornex's help. Actually, Creatine coming in from the side. There's the ulti coming out. Airwax going low. Someone a heal going to be used there. And Airwax, is he going to fall? Yes, he does. Carnex gets that kill, but Carnex will go straight down afterwards. Meanwhile, Youngbuck coming in from the side there, Unlimited there as well, but Kautar's being caught out. Creatine picks up that kill.
So Yasuo was able to get a multi-man knockup, which prevented the rest of Millennium chasing. Even though Kautar was stuck and very, very deep, he did a pretty good job of holding the rest of the team back. A good flank maneuver by Kevin, thanks to his teleport, allows him to obviously get more presence in this mid lane. And now Millennium, they've got something back on the board. Copenhagen Wolves maybe too aggressive. This was something we talked about yesterday. They got control, they were pushing, and then they played a bit passively. This was a little maybe over-aggressive, trying to chase J-Reed. That's what started it all off. I think Millennium pretty good to respond, but they are still playing from behind.
I have to say, Creatine is looking like a comfortable... Yeah, I mean, he's a different animal to what we were used to seeing of him in the spring split. We've seen how far up this lane he's been this entire time. That last fight coming in all the way from behind the enemy team really seems to be playing with confidence here. He's going to take the first tower of the game there for Millennium as well.
And that's going to just close the gold right back up. The Dragon's the only thing that separates these teams right now. So Millennium holding on, not falling behind. This is the first game we've seen this week where they haven't been in the lead in the laning phase, but they're by no means out of it. Carnex is about to find Airwax, so this is going to be a 2-on-2 situation. You'll notice Creatine still hasn't lane swapped. Even though Millennium got that tower down in the top lane, Creatine's made no notion of recalling or moving elsewhere. It could be because the minion wave is right in his grill, but I want to see how they set up. It looks like Kevin is just killing off Barry White down the bottom half of the map. He's going to get back into lane and push it out.
Not sold on this naming convention yet.
Come on, Larry and Barry.
I think I'll leave you to that one. Creatine, however, despite all this time on his own in this top lane, behind by about 10 CS here over Woolite, who incidentally is headed up towards this top lane now. So they'll be facing off in a AD carry 1v1 lane at this point of things. Good few wards down in the top side of jungle here as well, it's worth noting, for Millennium. That's of course not going to spot Airwax though. Invisible Evelyn again stalking towards his top side, but good point in the game, I think, for Creatine overall to actually recall that and make sure he stays out of danger. That's good reactions from Kautar.
It is. Manages to allow him to clear out the pink ward unscathed. Takes no additional damage. And Copenhagen Wolves now, you know, I think they've got a team that can do quite well split pushing. Trundle and Leona are so strong to engage and disengage. J-Ree is just so unlucky this game. He keeps finding the Wolves. They seem to have his scent and can follow him around absolutely everywhere. But to get back to the point, Leona and Trundle can do well at defending. And we'll see if J-Ree is again caught out.
Solar Flare actually missing from that one. I say missing when he was a flash away from J-Ree. There's the ultimate on Woolite though. But here comes the calling back in. Airwax gonna take a lot of damage. And it's Creatine that finishes up. Meanwhile, Woolite sinking up the tower. Unlimited gets a stun off. But Woolite very, very low. Here comes Kurt from the side as well. They're gonna get Unlimited. It's Kurt that finds that kill. Question is, can he keep chasing? Oh, he dodged into that one by the end there. And now the chase continues. Dodges away from that one. Kurt pretty much going to have one more opportunity, and he lands it. The final bomb gets him the kill.
You asked the question in picks and bans. Giving Kerp Ziggs, is it a mistake? And the answer is yes. He's got himself in a very good position again. Tier of the God is built up, so he's going to be spamming. You're going to have the ability to spam a massive amount. He's already got a needlessly large rod, so all of those bombs are hurting. And Copenhagen Wolves, again, with an over-aggressive play. They were trying to dive to their top lane, and unfortunately it just didn't work out. Youngbuck now zoned out. He's got 3 members of Millennium chasing down. We'll see if he goes out. He's got a good speed boost.
Yeah, speeding himself away from that before Carnex could get behind him, land the kick and knock him into the rest of the Millennium team that were chasing down. This mid lane actually took a lot of damage onto the tower there. Kirk, of course, after wandering up to that top lane to find himself a couple of kills. Blasting one now added into the needlessly large rod that you mentioned just a couple of moments ago. So very, very painful if Kirk gets on.
And Kirk's gonna be able to. You know, his bouncing bombs have been very accurate over the last few days. I particularly like his interaction with satchel charges. He really pushes you where he wants you to be. And, you know, looking at some of the other items, we touched on the ability of Youngbuck to go for a Blade of the Rune King as a first item on Trundle, and then just steal those defensive stats away from Kevin and Dragonform. and that's the exact route he's gone. He hasn't been able to find Kevin in a 1v1 yet. Kevin's done a pretty good job of staying in that bottom lane and countering him until this exact second, because he's recalled and now he's moving top. So we'll see how well Kevin can do with a completed Sunfire Cape against the makings of that Blade of the Ruined King. Teleports for both top laners available because Dragon is respawning right now. There are some wards in play, and Millennium got superior positioning. If Millennium get poked with Ziggs, it should be their Dragon. If Millennium get engaged upon very quickly and get caught out by Yasuo and Leona, it'll be Copenhagen Wolves Dragon.
Actually, it looks like the Wolves may have just bullied Millennium away from this one. Kevin in that top side, as you mentioned, walked up there, didn't use teleport, so he can get involved should he need to. Youngbuck is already down there. Millennium are going to be too slow to get to this one. Oh, bomb coming in! No, not enough though. Copenhagen won't get that one. There's a knock-up. Yasuo going right into them. Kirk's going to go low. Surely will be finished off here. Does finally get finished off by Woolite, but they're cleaning up. The Wolves have lost 4 men. Woolite's trying to run away from it, which I think he'll manage here with that tower still up in the mid lane, but the Wolves do the Dragon, start up the fight, and get absolutely mullered.
After all of the praise we gave to Kauton and his Yasuo, he only caught Cotton X with that last breath. Millennium just had better positioning, they got more damage down on the right targets, and there was no frontline for Copenhagen Wolves. They just got melted too quickly. Millennium grabbed themselves a tower in the mid lane as well as all those kills, and now they are in charge of the gold and control. Take a look at the focus from Millennium. It's really, really impressive. Youngbuck's locked down, he's got nothing to do, and Woolite and Counter, the two squishiest targets right in the middle of Millennium. So there's your mid laner down, the rest of Millennium is like, oh, right, what's up, Graves? You've got no one to protect you and save you, so the Millennium Death Ball just rolls over everything.
Just a lot of damage coming out of seemingly nowhere, I think, from that one. They didn't expect it. I think the Wolves going in.
It's a lot of AoE. I mean, you've got to remember when Kevin's got in, there's Burnout and Dragon Form. It's all AoE damage. 6 bouncing bombs, all AoE damage. So it's just very tight, confined spaces. You throw yourselves in there, and the Wolves are just going to get melted.
Creaton's basically AoE when you're that grouped up as well in there as well. So really, really nice play out of Millennium. 9-5 in the lead in kills. Just 500 or so gold they lead overall. Jerry this time not going to get found as he takes down the wall. That'll be a welcome. I spoke too soon, didn't I?
You did a little. Unfortunately, Copenhagen Wolves have learned their lesson. The 3rd or the 4th or the 5th time they found Jerry, they decided not to chase because every time previously it's cost them. I actually think every time the Copenhagen Wolves have started an engagement, it has gone against them. It has not worked out. Creaton's low. Kautod used his ulti, but he didn't get a kill. We'll see if Kautod can chase him down. He's going to try.
Colin used for about 2 or 3 hits there as Creaton here going to sit himself in the bush, but caught completely out of position there. Airwax it was that was able to pick up that kill. So nice little play. Cornix coming in! He's kicked Airwax into the tower. Don't think there's enough damage from the tower itself. Mega Inferno Bomb is available. Ziggs walking to the top. Can Kerp land it? Will Kerp even go for it here? No.
Oh, and you know what? The observers were so ready to follow that bomb had it been thrown. I don't even know if you can actually, but unfortunately Kerp gonna hold on to the Mega Inferno Bomb, doesn't go for the kill. It's so unfortunate for Creaton. He was trying to get away from Kautod, but of course when you've got that Yasuo, your sweeping blade on your E's on such a low cooldown, you can just dash through the minion wave. So he closed all of the distance, got himself onto Creaton and gave Creaton his first death of the game. So Copenhagen Wolves holding even. They've got some split pushing power with the Yasuo, with the Trundle. Teleport is available for Youngbuck. So we'll see how they try to control the map, because Kautod, for the last few minutes, has been dedicating this top lane. He has been pushing it up, trying to get onto this top lane tower, because he's got very good wave clear and a lot of mobility.
As he did against Alliance as well. We have to point that out in the game yesterday where he played this Yasuo, going for the same build as well, did this yesterday. Stack shift, picks himself up Berserker Greaves as Kerp. Gonna come up here and try and have a go at Kautod. He's gonna throw his ulti in there, but they're gonna lose this tower. Now Kautod gonna turn around, have a go at Kerp. He's got the ignite down. The bouncing bomb bounces to nowhere. Jerry, you're out of position there, my friend. Pillar comes down, hook goes wide.
That was very, very close. If Kautod didn't have that movement speed from the Static Shiv, I think that would have connected. Regardless, Wolves grab themselves the second tower. Creaton gets away from the Solar Flare, but thanks to the culling, has defended the mid outer turret. So Millennium still hold on to the tower lead and a little bit of control around the mid-river entrances to their jungle thanks to the tower, and we'll see where Kautot goes. His split pushing will determine if the Copenhagen Wolves can get in control of the game.
Kevin is the one that has to go up there to really handle him, and I think my question's already been answered. Kevin's somewhere down on the Copenhagen Wolves side of the map. There's the ulti coming in. Here comes Airwax. Kevin has taken a little bit more than he can do, but he gets the kill anyway. He's now on the killing spree, and he's going to try and speed away. Flash over from Airwax, shuts him down.
Too much armor on the side of Kevin and not enough attack damage for Kautot. You'll see from him going back, he's just finished that Blade of the Ruined King. Instantly. He was sitting on all of that gold from a Vamp Scepter to a Blade of the Ruined King. Had the blade been completed, I think he would have come out in a much better position. Maybe even got some kill pressure on Kevin. Unfortunately, it wasn't the case. And Kevin 3-1-1, back to spring split levels of play. You know, Kevin was always, I think he was the most underrated top laner of the spring split here in Europe, and he very, very seldom has bad games. He's off to a great start here today.
I think Kevin's been underrated since he really made his mark on the pro scene all the way back at the Season 1 finals, you know, when he was playing back there. So I feel a little sorry sometimes for Kevin because he kind of flies under the radar, as do a lot of top laners, actually. I mean, the likes of Youngwook, you can definitely argue that he's an underrated player as well. Right now, we see Millennium close in, cheeky steal.
Kerp is just on fire with his Ziggs. I think when you look at the comps, you'll notice Copenhagen Wolves are the one that have been aggressive. They've been getting in the face of Millennium, and it's backfired multiple times. But it's because their composition has to. They have to jump in with Leone. They have to jump in with Yasuo. That's how they create the ability to get towers. Copenhagen Wolves don't have a strong siege team at all, whereas Millennium do. Millennium have been caught.
Oh, Kevin out of position from this one, takes the lantern away though. And the Copenhagen Wolves instantly just step back a little bit. Dragon available. Look down the sides there, you see ultimates are available for this fight, at least on one side of the map. Airwax the one that's used his. Of course, the Solar Flare was used just moments ago by Unlimited as well. That may come into play in this one. Kevin fancies his chances here. Gonna bully Airwax away, completely connects in the middle of them. They are gonna go for the fight. Here comes the Ziggs ulti. He's done some great damage. Kautot though, going through the rest of the team, will throw his ulti down, but he'll die straight away afterwards. 2 for 1 so far. Make that a 3 for 1 as Airwax goes down, and another Dragon for Millennium.
Too little, too late. The Copenhagen Wolves needed all of their damage to land at exactly the same time. It wasn't the case. Kerp's Mega Inferno Bomb was brilliant. It hit 3 members of the Wolves, just melted their HP bars, and the point I was making is that the Wolves have to engage. It's what their comp does. So keep your eyes on how good Kautot's last breath is in a moment or two, but the HP bars from the Wolves is just shredded. 3 members of Millennium get knocked up, but it's just, there's not enough burst, there's not enough damage. Had that been a Jinx, Super Mega Death Rocket instead of the collateral damage from Graves, maybe it could have had the kill because it has the execute potential on there. You know, it's a higher damage potential. But unfortunately, that wombo combo didn't work out. And Millennium, they'll just let the Wolves keep coming. Let the Wolves jump onto us. We'll react, we'll respond with, you know, Shyvana knocking them away, Lee Sin knocking them away. And when Millennium is comfortable to siege, when Millennium's comfortable to push Copenhagen Wolves on their side of the map, they will. Because it's so difficult to deal with the Ziggs. So I think for the Wolves to, you know, really stand a chance in this game, they have to pick a fight, win it, and not lose anything, because they haven't been able to do that yet.
When I said another Dragon for Millennium, I of course meant their first Dragon of the game, because the Copenhagen Wolves did take the first 2, just to make sure we've got that clear. We are seeing a couple more items coming out. Trinity Force is now complete for Creatine. If you look at Kerp, that death cap, which has been done for a while there, and of course still stacking up the tier. Here's that split push once again. Kautot doing a lot of damage to that turret. Airwax is going to come in as well. Kevin can't hold on to it.
Not at all. The game rests on Kautot's shoulders, because he can actually force Millennium's hand, force Millennium to react to him, and if Kautot is able to pull threat towards him and open up other towers to the Wolves, that's when they're in a good position. So Kevin has been jumped on, and this is the damage from Kautot.
Oh, and Airwax is there as well. This is bad news. He's going to use his ultimate to try and get back towards base. Randuin's comes out for the knock-up as well. Will it be enough, Kevin? No, he speeds away.
Absolutely everything thrown away from Kevin. The Randuins, the Flash, the Dragon's Descent, and he still almost went down. So this is already scary. Kevin can no longer 1v1 Kauton. Kauton had that Blade of the Rune King. It was the question we said earlier. If he had the Blade, could he have won? That is a very clear yes. Because the previous engage, Kevin didn't even have the Randuins. Once Kauton continues to spend money and get maybe a Lost Whisper built up or work his way towards the Infinity Edge, he's going to become even more scary because the front line of Millennium can't stop him. The only risk is if Copenhagen Wolves commit to a fight and Kauton jumps in too deep without killing people, like we see in the Dragon fight, then he's going to die. They've called Kevin.
Kevin going into the jungle all alone. I say all alone. The rest of Millennium actually moving pretty quickly around from this one. Cottonex going to get off to the ward there. Good knockup out from Kauton, though. Prevents them from chasing through.
Yeah, so Kevin, realizing he had the support of his team, decided to chase in there. But Millennium have lost control of the jungle. The last few buffs have gone the way of the Copenhagen Wolves. You know, they've just stolen that blue. If you look at the vision, I mean, it's just such a disparity between the Wolves and Millennium as far as wards and vision is concerned. So I'd really like that the Wolves are doing it, but they have to, because their team relies on safe and secure split pushing. And if Kauton has the information to work with, he can obviously stay deep in Millennium territory for longer. So the moment those wards time out, Copenhagen Wolves will go back to playing passive.
Turret of Millennium is still standing on that mid lane despite the pressure that's been put onto it a couple of times. Kauton continues his push on the top side. Youngbuck has now gone to start working the top lane as well. It's Kerp that actually has been tasked with coming back around from that one. Kerp is level 15 at this point, the highest in the game, just to keep that one in mind. Going to be doing a lot of damage if you catch the wrong side of him.
We'll have to see. You know, I'm wondering at what point. Wow, very brave. Kauton really didn't want to run the risk. He didn't know where anybody else was. So there are some dark spots on the map as far as Millennium's concerned. And Kauton, I think, probably playing safe is the smart choice. But I think, you know, for me, the real question is at what point do Millennium feel confident or comfortable trying to siege? At what point do they say, now we can do it? Because Seraph's Embrace has been completed by Kerp. He's got a death cap. I assume he's working towards a Void Staff as his next item. Maybe that's going to be the point. Once Kerp has got his Void Staff up and says, right, now we can go siege, now we can play the tower game. Because Millennium have really just been playing reactively this entire match. This entire match has really been them going, we'll wait for you to engage or we'll punish you when you engage poorly.
It's actually just coming through there. Was spotted as he put a ping ward down, and the ward, unfortunately for him, not going to be available to take down. Just timed out right in front of his nose. Millennium still holding on to this middle lane. Bit of a quiet period, but you expect that to change pretty soon because you've got 45 seconds until the next dragon actually comes into play, and that's surely going to be a big point as we are going to see the teleport coming in from the side. Youngbuck is coming in, Kevin is coming in as well, the pillar actually coming down there. They've hooked in Airwax. This is a messy fight so far, and actually Airwax going to have to flash away. Kevin diving right into the middle of the team. He's going to play through with his life. What an ulti coming out of Kauton. Cottonex, he will fall as well, and this is a whitewash for the Copenhagen Wolves.
That was a fantastic play from the Wolves. They managed to stay grouped up, and even though Kevin got a lantern out to sort of re-engage, it simply wasn't enough. The Copenhagen Wolves were just so well grouped and so well together. Take a look at the end of the fight from Yasuo, but the key here for me, J-Ree with the forethought, he's got a good lantern in place. Kevin goes back out, and the feeling is, look, if Kevin pushes everyone into the Mega Inferno Bomb, that damage could be enough. But for the first time, I think, all weekend, look at this Mega Inferno Bomb. It only catches unlimited. And this is where the last breath just connects and melts through Millennium. So a very good team fight. The first of the game that has been convincing for the Wolves.
So Dragon has now spawned after that little fight. Greenton actually going to walk out there. Youngbuck and Unlimited are waiting, and they're trying to force him away. Pillar comes down from Youngbuck. Leaves Millennium in the river. The Wolves, though, already starting to regroup on this one. The hook doesn't connect from J-Ree. That gives the Wolves the better positioning, but they seem to be a bit nervous about it themselves.
Yeah, Copenhagen Wolves haven't been able to properly get position on this dragon. They actually were hesitant. They could have started, decided against it. So it's allowed Millennium to get onto the dragon first. They will secure it very quickly. Wolves should be trading dragon for tower, and I think the Wolves will be quite happy with that. You know, the dragon will respawn, they can challenge later. and the smarter play, the safer play, was to just trade objectives.
50-50 on the Dragons, 2 for the Wolves, 2 for Millennium. Now in a row. The Wolves, however, have started to get some good vision down inside the Millennium's jungle. He's going about stealing that away, certainly on the bottom side of the map. Look at the towers here that are open for Millennium's taking. All outer towers are down, so they've got to go deeper into the map if they want to get any more objectives here. The Wolves have held them past the halfway line for a long time now.
Yeah, the Wolves have had complete control of Millennium's jungle. They've been out CSing their AD carry by a massive margin. Creatine is down 70 CS or 80 CS at this point. Woolite at 29 minutes has 295 CS, so he's keeping up the incredibly high CS numbers of his former team's AD carry Forgiven. So you have to give him props for keeping up in that regard. He's 4-2-4 on this Graves. Graves is a champion that I know there's a lot of talk about, at least upstairs with us in the caster room, about whether we like or dislike the pick. But it seems to be doing okay. He does get a lot of tanky stats from his passive, which will help him survive when Shyvana and Lee Sin jump on him. But his burst damage hasn't really been synergizing well enough with Coutard. So it's kind of been a little disjointed in terms of that matchup. You know, he does well against Millennium, but doesn't work as great with his own teammate.
Coutard, as you spoke of him, moving up to that top lane once again to push that one out. It's again Kerp that is the man that has to come across. He's even warding there, so maybe a little bit scared of Coutard by now. If you look down the items there for him, Blade of the Ruined King, Static Shiv, Last Wisp, but also got himself another crit cloak there as well. So we'll see him going up towards the Infinity Edge in a little while. But for now, it's the Wolves that constantly, and as they were before, they've now got wards in the top side of the jungle. Not sure about Baron at this point. I don't think the Wolves are a team that are going to really risk that one. They may go for Unlimited, though. He flashes straight out.
So I want to touch on the fact that Coutard has to go Infinity Edge. Coutard cannot afford to build tanky or survivability because he is the only way for the Wolves to really win team fights. If he doesn't blow somebody up and get a lot of damage down in a team fight, Graves is not the strongest at cleaning up afterwards. Trundle, yes, maybe he can, but when you compare that to a Shyvana, a Lee Sin, a Ziggs, and a Lucian, it's going to be very difficult. Another 1v1, Kevin feeling very brave.
And actually going to use his Randuin's here to slow down Coutard and do some good damage to him. Got him down to half HP already. Here come the rest of the team. Kerp going to be focused down. Airwax gets that one. Coutard will drop. Airwax the next target, but Woolite coming in from the side. Good damage in there as a Solar Flare catches Kevin. He's already inside the brush though. They had no vision.
Yeah, ends up being 2 for 2. A lot of damage being traded back and forth, and because Teleport was not available, the TP did not come in from Youngbuck. He was just continuing to push the bottom lane. It all started with Coutard being caught out. So I think, again, it's just the focus from the Wolves. The moment Coutard goes down, it's a difficult position for them to be in. What is good to see is that Kevin, with his Thornmail, and actually that he had the red buff, was beating Coutard. So that's a positive sign for Millennium in terms of preventing and mitigating that split push power.
Continues on that front. Once that Infinity Edge is done for Coutard, added in the BF sword now on top of that cloak of agility from earlier on. So slowly but surely getting himself on the way to that one. Climax, he's going to have a recall for himself here as well. So again, we hit a slower part of the game after that little fight. Again, it's been a lot about kind of testing how the land lies here for both of these teams. We saw there Coutard having a little bit of a go at Kevin, realizing, okay, I can't actually kill him now. I'm kind of going to have to try and run away. End up losing out in the fight. We'll see how that develops, as I said, once the further items do come down for Yasuo. One thing's sure though, Dragon coming up in less than 2 minutes time, as has been the trend here, it's going to be a big sticking point.
I also want to highlight that Jerry's been a little off point with his death sentences this game. He hasn't been hitting as many as we have come to expect. And, you know, Copenhagen Wolves, they're just, it's the tried and true. They've called Kevin, well, it annoyed Kevin is the word I'm looking for. Prevented him recalling it. Because of the fact that Youngbuck is pushing the bottom lane, Coutard's pushing the top lane, Millennium are just going for a 5v3. Teleport's been used to tower. They've called Kerp.
Oh, Solar Flare coming out. Kerp does manage to jump away from things though. Yasuo has now backed off as well as the hook comes in. The Inferno Bomb comes down as well, but
Coutard from behind. This could be scary for Millennium.
He's been managed to get in there. They've seen Coutard actually coming around there, so they know that he's on his way down there. Is he going to get into position? It's kicked and played back. Does get his ultimate off, but will drop straight away afterwards. Airwax bounced around there. And Youngbuck as well, both of them very, very low. Kevin looking for the kill, does get the kill to go back on the killing spree. He's 7-2-3, I didn't notice he got that many kills up until now, but that's a 2-for-1 in the end. Millennium might have the in him.
Even with Yasuo getting on to create an illusion, it wasn't enough to get the kill. Because of the fact that Copenhagen Wolves didn't blow somebody up instantly, Millennium clean house, their composition is just stronger at that. It's going to allow Millennium to get this inhibitor. And Countard, I have to question, was going for the Wraith Camp the best? We do see now Copenhagen Wolves on the aggressive.
Oh, going in good damage. Woolite goes a little bit too far though, and Kerp turned around, killed him before actually being taken down himself. Airwax continues to chase, and why not? Critzen's low. Connex is low. Kevin is, well, he's at half HP, which is still about 5 million health. So he's not that low whatsoever. Let's have another look at that one.
Yeah, so Countard's going to get the last breath, and it'll just connect onto the side there of Elitis, J-Ring and Creatine that actually get caught out. But Cottonex untouched, Kevin untouched, Kerp is now no longer in danger. He's out of the threat zone from the Copenhagen Wolves, and the Pillar of Ice from Youngbuck actually served to protect him in that particular instance. So the one thing that is interesting to note is that Kerp and Creatine have found ways to stay on the outskirts, have found ways to stay on the outside, and because Copenhagen Wolves have no other means of knocking up Millennium, it just means Countdown is getting this sort of suboptimal ultimate, although, you know, 2-2 is not the worst case scenario in that situation.
Better than one, but not quite as good as
Touche.
Dragon going down here for the Wolves. That'll be their third of 5 so far in this game. Still leaves them behind in gold, technically. Just 1,000 though at this point. That's really nothing 36 minutes into a match.
It's so weird because it feels like Millennium are just in control of this game. It feels like they are dictating the pace and, you know, they're winning all these team fights, but they're only 3 kills ahead. They're even on towers. They're 1,000 gold. Yes, they have super minions in the middle lane, so now the map will finally be more in favor of Millennium. But they haven't actually built up an advantage. They haven't built up a lead. So when you start getting to this stage of the game, whichever team has one very bad team fight ends up losing the match. So there's just so much more importance on picking the right engagement and executing to ensure you actually come out victorious. It looks like the Copenhagen Wolves are going to be challenging. Blue buff secured by Airwax. He managed to get there with the auto. Actually, I think it went to Cottonex.
Yeah,
cooldowns. Yeah, so Cottonex secures that one. But it's not a Kerp, so that's very important. No cooldown reduction, no mana regen.
Oh, Countdown getting caught out. Someone actually flashes away there. Jerry already winding up the death sentence. I think a wise, cautious flash there coming out of Countdown. Millennium actually posturing over towards the Baron side of the map. Do they want to try and drag him into that fight, or are they just going to go for the turret here? That's a good pillar. It's going to slow Millennium getting into position from this one. The annoyance of the tunnel, but they've got a big wave coming in. They should be able to have this turret away.
Yeah, they should be able to. There's not the strongest of wave flare from the Wolves. Unlimited wants this. Look for the solar flare. But again, there's not multiple knockups. So Countdown has just used his steel tempest. He'll need to charge it back up before he can throw it down. Infinity Edges have been completed for both Countdown and Woolite. So there is a lot of damage on those 2 champions. And if Woolite can get multiple auto attacks off in a fight, that's going to go a long way to helping him out. But Kevin and Cottonex, Randian's Omen, Sunfire Cape, Thornmail's completed. They're very tanky, they're very beefy. They can survive against that physical threat.
Coming up from the backside and actually gets a great ultimate off there. Kerp will throw his back. Kerp though going to get locked up. Finished off in the end by Unlimited. Creatine as well. Focus down at the backside. Woolite a little bit out of position, but the rest of his team coming around. And the Copenhagen Wolves going to wipe the floor with Millennium, take the A's, and they're going to get an easy Baron now.
That was the most perfect engage that the Copenhagen Wolves could ask for. Whenever you have an Evelyn, you want to flank. You want to come in from an unexpected side. Look at the massive shield that Airwax is going to pick up. That's 600 or 700 hit points worth of shield. Mega Inferno Bomb hits the tanky members of the team. Copenhagen also not bothered by that one. And as you called out during the fight, Joe, Kerp goes down. He doesn't get more than 1 bomb off, and a Mega Inferno Bomb is just not enough. Perfect team fight from Copenhagen Wolves. And it secures them the Baron, secures them towers, and obviously all of those kills.
They actually, because of all that, funnily enough, lost a Nexus turret there, did the Copenhagen Wolves in that little fight. The super minions pushing through into the main base, so gotta be a little bit cautious about that one, although the inhibitor has now respawned, so should give them a a little bit of respite and shouldn't be too scared of Kevin just being a little bit sneaky with his teleport and going straight in there to try and finish off that second one. So he can certainly tank off those turrets at this stage of the game. But that leaves the Copenhagen Wolves now a good chunk ahead in gold. Still be a little bit behind on the turrets. He's got a lot of gold to spend after that ace and the Baron pick up as well. And probably going to give them a little bit of confidence here because it was Millennium that was doing so well in those team fights. To have an ace like that for the Wolves, a perfect ace as well, didn't lose a single man, will be a real confidence booster.
It is a confidence booster, but it's still scary for Copenhagen Wolves. You can't deny the fact that that was their first really clean, really dominant team fight in a 14-minute game. You know, every team fight previously to that, it has been messy, it has been sloppy. You've got 20 kills for the Wolves to 18 kills for Millennium. So if Copenhagen Wolves can repeat that process, yes, great. They'll maybe get an inhibitor and can look for a win. But now Millennium, they are much less likely to be flanked because they're sitting in their base. They're not pushing past the inhibitor turret. So Airwax's opportunities for flanking and for coming in from the side or from behind are now non-existent. So Copenhagen Wolves have to find a different way to start off the exact same engage.
Speaking of the flank, we have Kauton once again on the top side of the map. They're actually going to have a go at Kevin here, but that's a lot of damage back from Kerp. Throws out the Mega Inferno Bomb. Youngblood in the meantime has pushed up onto the bottom lane as well, and they've been pressed from all sides here, Millennium.
Yeah, it's very important that that Mega Inferno Bomb is down. It's just over 70 seconds before it's available again. So every time Copenhagen Wolves can force Kerp to use his ultimate to defend a wave, it just allows them to pick a fight around that. You know, you've got that window where the damage isn't going to come down. When Creatine is forced to use the culling to defend a wave, it's going to be the same position. Try to get them to use both at the same time and then look for the team fight. Kauton also has that Guardian Angel, so if he wants to tower dive or wants to go in aggressive, if the rest of the team backs him up, he can come back, sustain a little bit thanks to that Blade of the Rune King, and get more damage down.
Surely gonna fall or not, because the inside once again rotate around quick enough to stop that two-man push from coming through. We still have Yasuo on the top lane, was left a little bit alone, but his minion wave has now gone there as well. Lost about a third of its health, that top turret. Middle turret is down to about half, and while it's slow, it's slowly but surely here for the Wolves.
1-3-1, the split push composition with the Yasuo and the Trundle. Creatine's getting forced away. Culling wasn't used though. Cotnex trying to find something up. Copenhagen Wolves are just going to keep applying this pressure. They've got Baron for the regen. They can afford to take 1, 2 turret hits and then back away because Millennium's engage is risky. They got Jerry.
Oh, going out to Jerry. Ulti comes out there. Woolite picks up a kill, but they've been knocked back towards the turret. Dashing away from that one. Good move from the Copenhagen Wolves. It's 5v4. Makes defending real hard for Millennium now.
Especially not having the box. That is so crucial for Millennium to prevent and control Copenhagen Wolves from just running them down. There's no minions. They're going in.
Going straight in for that one. The bomb goes on the backside and they all dodged out of that one. First turret going down. Will that open the floodgates here for the Copenhagen Wolves? Some good damage there from Kerp on towards Woolite at the back. He's at half HP, as is Airwax, as is Unlimited. Kauton not exactly healthy himself, but they're going to stick around. They take the inhib.
So eventually Copenhagen Wolves play to their comp, play to their team fight strength. They split push with both their mid and their top laner and just chipped away until they were able to break off a piece of Millennium's base big enough to secure the inhibitor. What it does mean now is Copenhagen Wolves can just pick one of the other lanes and force it down, wait for super minions, and just, you know, play it by the numbers like we always say. You know, wait for somebody from Millennium to deal with the wave and then push under them. Even against the Ziggs, even against the wave clear of Ziggs, that was a very, very good siege from the Wolves.
Dragon going down as well. And a lot of gold to spend there. 3,000 gold for Youngbuck, 2,000 for Kauton. I believe that Airwax has just spent up there. Yep, he's got himself a Zephyr now added in. So full build there for Woolite on Grace. 7-3-10. Only one beating him on score, funnily enough. 8-5-11 on Airwax. The two new boys here on the Copenhagen Wolves doing real well.
They are keeping up with the traditions. If you looked at Amazing in the last split, he had a large portion of Copenhagen Wolves' kills and was very instrumental in securing them to help carry. We're seeing that from Airwax. Similar situation from Woolite. Copenhagen Wolves on the aggressive. Look for Unlimited to start with a Solar Flare. That was a little bit brave. And again, just the CS. 43 minutes on the clock, 436 CS under his name. Not only has Woolite got the CS, but I felt like he's been with the team at the crucial points. He's been where he was needed at all stages of the game. And I do feel Forgiven was a little more side lane focused, a little more, I will get there when I have 300 CS. So I think Woolite is doing a very, very good job in his second game here on the big stage.
Airwax just stalking through the Millennium jungle right now, looking for an opening and trying to keep his eyes out. Jerry throws down a ward there that will spot the pink ward that was just put down by the Copenhagen Wolves, and looks like their focus is going to be on to this top side of the map. One thing I give credit to Millennium for, you know, they've pushed that middle wave right out to the halfway point. Of course, with the inhibitor being down, those super minions are going to slowly but surely push it back in their way, in their direction, in their favor. But here we go, Millennium looking for an opportunity. They managed to knock Woolite against the wall, but not enough damage to finish.
Everything else missed. Sonic Wave didn't connect, their sentence didn't connect. So Millennium, this is what we talked about a little while ago. Millennium were happy to wait for Copenhagen Wolves to push them. But in order for Millennium to be in a very strong position, they should be sieging. Their comp does very well if you can force Copenhagen Wolves onto the defensive, force Copenhagen Wolves back and land multiple bombs over and over and over. In this situation, Millennium are using Ziggs to defend, hence the reason we've got this very drawn-out game. You know, 44 minutes is their average game time. This game's already at 45 because of Ziggs. Now, Cottonex is about to face shift. He could be in trouble.
Oh, he's got a GA though, but it could be the end of him. Actually kicking Countdown through. Good solar flare to the back, and Countdown gonna go in as well. Face first, does a lot of damage. J-Re's low. Cottonex does get his GA popped in that one, but the damage too high for them here. The Copenhagen Wolves slowly working their way through each member. Curb's gonna die as well. There's the ace. That's gonna be the game for the Wolves.
Very, very convincing team fight for the Copenhagen Wolves. Cottonex tried the best he could to force Countdown in the middle of the fight, but all that did is put Countdown within range of the squishy champions of Millennium. So the Copenhagen Wolves, they bounce back from falling behind. A very good end to the game.
Millennium losing their first game so far this split, and very, very close one. At times wondered if Millennium were really going to be able to grab a hold of this one. It seemed like they were doing so well in terms of getting those team fights going out. In the end though, it's the Wolves held together very, very strong, with 2 new players on the team as well. Very impressive.
It was very impressive. This is a really weird game because the Copenhagen Wolves were playing super aggressively and they were being punished for it. They would push for a red buff and then give up kills, and then push for Dragon and then give up kills. Force a team fight and then give up kills. And then all of a sudden they just decided, let's stop messing up these fights. And they had 2 perfect clean aces that were just great to watch. But again, it's very interesting. In the same token, Millennium, they never really made a play. They responded very well. The one time they did, pushing top lane, they got flanked from behind and gave up 5 kills.
That's, I think, the only time that they were past the halfway point of the map for quite a while in that game as well there. I mean, we saw very early on that the Wolves got a lot of good vision down in Millennium's bottom side of the jungle. That eventually transitioned to the top side as well, and they really struggled to actually push out really anywhere on the map without risking being caught out, especially since Airwax was so strong in that game as well. As you mentioned, the flank that set up that ace, and then the Baron pretty much won that was the solidifying point of the game.
I completely agree, and I also think I do want to highlight the fact that I don't like seeing Yasuo without other knockups. Kautar did great. I mean, he ended the game 7-6-13. He played the split push Yasuo very well. He always was in the top lane. He was always pulling threat towards him. But once we got to those team fights, the last bits were always sort of half-hearted. You compare it to yesterday when he was comboed with a Lulu and a Zyra, and all of a sudden he had a much bigger impact.
Well, we actually have a bit of a replay for you from that one, so why don't you run us through it?
Yeah, so let's pull this up onto your screen very quickly. It was just a very cute move that I really enjoyed. What you want to be looking for is Unlimited on Leona. He manages to get the Shield of Daybreak as Curb is flying over his head. So let's roll this out, and we'll slow it down to half speed, just so you can see the initial play. Satchel charge from Curb, and Unlimited catches him mid-flight. Thunk, and he lands on the ground and gets stunned. It was just really good positioning, and a little unlucky for Curb to fly straight over Leona's head. But a great little moment, and it's one of those situations that you don't always see. So yeah, I had to call that one up.
Good one. And guys, do remember you can send your favorite moments from the matches our way by tweeting them to @LOLesports along with the hashtag LCS Big Plays. But overall, you have to give the credit there to the Copenhagen Wolves. Of course, their first victory with the new lineup. A lot of pressure on them, I think, losing two incredibly strong players, but thumbs up. First victory of the season for them.
Yeah, just very quick in closing. As Airwax played well, he carried, and Woolite, as an ADC, he farmed, he got kills. Still not Soul and Graves 100%, but he made it work. So, I mean, what more can I say?
Well, if you win, you win. Don't need to be any more sold than picking up the victory, that's for sure. Shox is on stage, actually, with the victorious Coutard from the Copenhagen Wolves after that game. So let's send it over to her.
Thank you very much, Joe. First off, congratulations, because what a game from the entire team, but from you in particular on Yasuo. Talk me through how you guys were able to pull out the win, because after a great start, it went very much up and down.
Yeah, we got a good early game, and then we got some problems in the team fights. We got a couple of bad engages, bad focus overall. We dropped behind a bit, and we kind of stalled, trying to figure out how to actually fight it. We figured out that a flank from Evelyn is probably the best way, because we can get a good engage on top of them, and as soon as we actually did, we got a 5-0 fight.
You absolutely did. Talk me through the matchup, Yasuo, Ziggs, and how it went as the game went on, because I think those are maybe both of your favorite champions right now.
Well, they're my main champions, at least. The Yasuo should win the lane straight up, 1 versus 1. The problem is, if you put early pressure upon the Yasuo, the Ziggs will be able to farm it out and become the team fight monster he is. However, Yasuo scales equally, I would say, even if he has a different role in team fights. So I don't mind the mashup too much, playing the Yasuo. On the Ziggs, on the other hand, I feel like it's easy to get snowballed on, so I would try to avoid it.
You guys did very well in team fights, as you pointed out. Finally, what's the dynamic like in the team right now, obviously with Airwax and Woolite coming in?
Well, we still got some adjusting to do, but overall it seems really good. Like, I feel like we're performing, we're talking a lot. It's just, I think we can improve more.
All right, well, looking forward to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we're going to head over to a short break, but when we come back, our next game, the Super Hot Crew versus Alliance. More action to come right after this. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to break down that win by the Copenhagen Wolves over Millennium, taking it all back to the beginning. What did you guys make out of picks and bans?
Well, so the pick and ban for Copenhagen Wolves was a lineup which needed some items to really start becoming effective. We saw the same thing in the game, especially the likes of Trundle, the likes of Yasuo. They need some items before they can really start team fighting well, and they kind of overcommitted with it. The very first dragon fight, they actually started the dragon themselves. Trundle at the point didn't even had his Blade of the Rune King. He had just Cutlass, double Dorans, and 2 daggers. That was it. So Youngbuck, he walked in, died like this. I mean, instant death. And that was an issue for them because they kept starting these fights. They kept starting the dragons. They could never flank around because, again, they were the ones to start the dragons. That's why they lost the fights early on and why Millennium actually pulled ahead.
You mentioned losing the fights, but I actually want to come back before that because Copenhagen Wolves, as we've seen in the spring split already, they are quite good at predicting the lane swaps and choosing the right ways to go.
Well, so what happened at level 1 was, you want to take it?
No, go for it.
Okay, so level 1, we saw the scrying up again from Kevin. They used it yesterday. Copenhagen Wolves as well, they have a very good coach or analyst who then could be helping them out, predicting this thing here. So as soon as they saw the scrying up, they placed wards in the river, so they could actually spot them coming in and moving around. That's exactly what we saw, because Millennium lined up at the tribe bottom bush, and they wanted to land a hook from Jiri over the wall, but because there was a ward in the river, they spotted him, moved away from it, and nothing happened from it. So that's very good planning from Copenhagen Wolves and spotting and knowing the situation very fast.
Yeah, it's something we've seen from before, and it also led to a fancy bit of 4-0 play that actually led them to great advantage. Now, I can tell you Deficio was fairly passionate about this, so I'm going to let him go for this one because he was getting very excited about this upstairs.
Right, so we actually had the same situation yesterday where Roccat played against Millennium. Exactly the same thing. 4 members from Copenhagen Wolves this time. They were in the bottom lane, they took the tower. Now, Creaton was in the top lane together with Jiri, and what happens here is Copenhagen Wolves decide to teleport Youngbuck up to the top lane because now they force Millennium to decide. Do we keep Jiri here to push down the tower, 2 members against the Trundle defending, or do we recall our support to the bottom lane so he can defend the next tower? If they kept him up there, they could have taken the tower, or they would have lost the second tower because there were still 3 members from Copenhagen Wolves pushing. What they did, they recalled, defended the tower, and instead Youngbuck and Airworks, they picked up first blood on Creaton up in the top lane, defended the tower for quite a long time, got some farm on Youngbuck. So it's a very smart play because Copenhagen Wolves, they took, I wouldn't even say the chance, they decided to do this move here, and then they put Millennium in a situation where they quickly need to decide, do we push the tower, give up another one, do we just recall, what do we do here?
What do we make of the rest of the game then? Because they had an early lead, the Copenhagen Wolves, but Millennium were able to fight back.
Yeah, Millennium actually, as Deficio pointed out, Copenhagen Wolves needed time to build up. They got caught out in one of the fights. They tried to go for it. It wasn't enough. We actually do have the replay on the screen as well, which was the Millennium fight, which really went very well for them.
I mean, yeah, if we just pull it up on the screen, the fight itself, the key thing, so we actually do the Dragon one now, which was one of the points you talked about earlier, where Copenhagen Wolves, they need to flank around with Evelyn to start the fights. And also they need items to build up. This is very early in the game. If you notice Kauta down in the bottom of your screen on the left side, Blaze Rune King and a Ruby Crystal and then Dawn's Blades. That's it. He's not tanky at all. So if you roll the clip now, we see how when the fight actually starts, Copenhagen Wolves are not strong enough with that come to fight here. And as soon as this, notice Cotnex, he's beautiful engage onto Woolite. As soon as the AD carry is gone, that is it. Airwalks, he won't be able to flank, he's forced out of the fight. Woolite now here, gets kicked into the team. This of course is their main point. He goes down very, very fast. And even though Kautat lands a beautiful knockable ultimate here, he doesn't have the damage yet. He doesn't have the Infinity Edge yet. And the rest of his team are just too squishy and too weak. So they lose the fight and they were in a bad position from the start.
But then later in the game, obviously, when they have built up their items and their strength, it is very easy for the Copenhagen Wolves to do good in team fights. And we actually have an example of that as well. You can pull that replay up on the screen.
Yeah, so second replay, of course, is the big turning point in the game here for Copenhagen Wolves, where they pick up the ace. Airwalks, he moved the entire way around here. Normally, if you want to push down on a lane against Evelyn, you put some pink wards behind you or on the side of you so you can try and spot her flanking around. Millennium, they didn't do this time. So Airwalks, you could just walk the entire route around them, and then if you roll the clip. Notice also how summoners on the right side here from Millennium are down. Curb has no flash, his hourglass isn't completed yet, so he's an easy target. And here's the best thing Copenhagen Wolves do. They split up the damage. They know Curb is dead already just from Evelyn going on to him and the rest of the team helping. So Kautar and Woolite, they actually go straight towards Creaton, knock him up, and also kill him instantly. So both carries die as soon as the fight starts, and of course there's nothing then Millennium can do.
And tanky Graves, maybe Woolite putting a
very
case
manly
in why Europe have been picking Graves quite a lot there, but he went very manly, as you mentioned. He went deep for that kill.
Dashed right into them and just destroyed people.
Man mode, absolutely. And a win for the Copenhagen Wolves. Now, it's always nice to listen to you guys, but we also want to listen to you guys at home. And at the start of the show, we asked you to head over on Twitter and tell us which European LCS team will surprise us the most this split and why. And here are some of the answers you've been sharing with us. The first one is from @Mr. Kaio. Alliance, of course, they were good without a coach, and now they have 2. Monty would be proud.
I mean, it's a good point, because it's what they need. They need to fix the map movements, the rotations, because they are great individual players. All of them are great to have on your fantasy team. I myself got a few of them. Thank you very much for yesterday's points. They are perfect players to have individually. So as long as they can rotate around the map, they could be one of the top teams, or will be one of the top teams.
And we'll see them in action in just a second versus the Super Hot Crew. The second tweet is from @GGJimbo. I don't know. One, I think the underdog team Copenhagen Wolves have performed very well this split because of their new underrated lineup with Airwalks and Woolite, and we just saw it.
Yeah, absolutely. We just saw Woolite. Woolite has actually performed very well. Copenhagen Wolves have pulled out their third great AD carry. Woolite, of course, we saw in the Challengers scene. They had Reckless originally, then they had Forgiven, of course, in there, and now they pulled out Woolite, who seems to have fitted very well into this team. He's been performing brilliantly. Of course, Airwalks alongside him seems to have fitted in well. We just heard from Cowtide herself. He's like, well, there's a lot of work to go, but it's looking good. They just took down Millennium, who were 2-0 yesterday.
Absolutely great eye for talent there at the Wolves. This third one is from @_X_Soul_Reaper. I think Millennium will be the team to surprise us the most. Since Cotnex joined the team, they have been on a rampage. They still did good in this game, and of course they were 2-0 yesterday, so not to take anything away from them.
No, of course not. It would have been perfect before the game to say 2-0 and everything. Still, it's a very strong start. They look a lot stronger than the last split here. Cotnex has been a great addition, especially to, it seems to be the shot calling. And I recall them telling me he's actually making a lot of calls when it comes to especially team fights. And it's one of the things where Millennium have been a lot stronger now in this split. So I'm really enjoying watching Cotnex play. And I think Millennium, again, as long as they keep practicing, as long as they keep playing solo queue, they can remain a very strong team.
We should also point out Kevin on that team. You know, he was solid. Oh, yeah. He's been a solid player for a very long time, and now actually his team is starting to perform. We saw him there. He was shining through, 7-3-10 or something at one point. He is pretty much one of the top laners in Europe right now.
Absolutely. Well, thank you guys for those responses. And remember that you can always chat with us and your fellow LCS fans at LOL Esports by using that hashtag LCS. It's time to head into our next match, so let's send things over to Joe and Quickshot at the desk.
Thank you very much, Shox. We're on to Game 3 as Alliance prepares to take on the Super Hot Crew. Yesterday, the Alliance had a bit of trouble in the early game against the Copenhagen Wolves, struggling to counter their lane swaps and tower play early on. However, as the game played out, it was clear that Alliance had the superior map positioning and team fight calling, and to be honest, the superior decision-making from Alliance in the late game allowed them to go on and win it.
Yeah, completely true. You know, Alliance really did play patiently. I think is the best way to talk about it. They waited until they hit their item thresholds, which allowed them to force objectives. Froggen was playing Ziggs, and in our post-game interview with him, he specifically talked about how the explosive expert was going to be a champion that would work wonders for him in team fights. He wasn't wrong. He ended 3-1-8. His Mega Inferno Bombs helped secure multiple towers before Alliance won the game. He wasn't always using it for kills. It was for damage and for zoning. Now, Alliance are a team that have come into the summer split with a lot of expectation on their shoulders. I think yesterday they showed good teamfight calling, pretty good late game play, which was not something you would have said of them in the spring split for all of it. But their laning phase in the swaps was not optimal. So there's still definitely an area of their game that needs work, that they can grow and even improve upon.
And on the other side, the Super Hot Crew had some teething problems, I think we can say, with their new lineup. Ziggs got through for Millennium, we know how that ended, and it was one of the big stories of the game as Kerp just dominated Selfie in the mid lane with 2 very early kills. Aside from a couple of decent team fights, the Super Hot Crew were just generally outclassed, I think, from the day one table leaders.
Yeah, it's true. Super Hot Crew were outclassed and outplayed. They were bullied in the game. You can't take away from them they managed to win some key team fights late, but you know, they held out for 55 minutes, and that was the greatest thing that they really accomplished, I'm afraid. It was in part due because Millennium were unable to close, but you do have to give some credit to Super Hot Crew. They dug deep, they won their fair share, did what they needed to in some fights, and nearly turned the game around, but it just wasn't enough. The problem just came from individual mistakes. Early game misplays to late game decision making, like not bursting down Baron, you know, giving that one away to Kerp. Selfie on Twisted Fate didn't get off ultimates. He was interrupted by Kerp, so his positioning and his decision making wasn't ideal. Impaler didn't get going in Lee Sin. It just went wrong early on. He tried to focus the bottom lane, look for ganks. They just didn't yield results. He lost farming time, he lost pressure, and he never really recovered. So I'd like to see him on a different champion and maybe not trying to force something so hard.
Well, with the addition of We Will Fail and a new coach, the Super Hot Crew is really hoping to improve their game this split. And while Froggen sees a lot of similarities between the two teams, Selfie and Crew believe they need to shut down both Alliance's mid laner and Shook to stand a chance.
I believe Superweek Crew will do better at the beginning of the season since they have like a new support and a new coach, so it will help to motivate them.
Well, last bit we went 2-2 and we've been scrimming them a lot, and I think right now we are better than them.
We already know how they play, they already know how we play, so I think we can both do really good plans for each other and just see who outsmarts each other really.
I mean, it's gonna be a good match because it's against my former AD carry from Lemon Dog, so it's gonna be fun.
I think they're making a lot of like steps to improve, so I don't think they'll end up in relegations like last bit.
When they swapped Selfie for moves in the last season, they had a lot of problems after laning phase. They pretty much didn't have a single clue on how to actually play team fights out, how to play the map out, which gave them huge problems in securing wins, even though they played really well individually. I think that's the same kind of problems we actually have as a team, so we match pretty even up against each other.
Shook is like doing so much for Froggen. He's like always putting pressure on mid. There's no way Froggen is gonna lose mid lane probably because Shook is always there. It's like Froggen cannot lose mid. It's like it's impossible.
Gonna give my all, and if we win a game like that, it's gonna be good for us.
Interesting words from Selfie there, who plays in the mid lane for the Superhot Crew, saying Froggen doesn't lose mid lanes. It's impossible for Froggen to lose mid lanes because Shook's always there. That doesn't bode well for this matchup.
It doesn't, and strong words all around. I mean, Froggen basically calling out Superhot Crew and saying they got this wrong, they got that wrong. I think WeWillFailer has got a little bit of a emotional investment in this game as well. He definitely wants to get some revenge, so we'll see how it plays out.
Get some revenge on his old AD carry. I can get my words out, I promise. So guys, let's check out the starting lineups for our two teams. On the blue side, we have Alliance with Wicked in the top lane, Shook in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, and the duo of Tabs and Nif.
And of course, on the red side, it is the Superhot Crew. Mima up top, Impaler in the jungle, Selfie in the mid, with Mr. Rolls and WeWillFailer as the AD carry and support.
So let's talk a little bit about Champion Select and what we can really expect to see from these two sides.
So LeBlanc is a consideration as far as bans are concerned for Selfie. Maybe Yasuo as well. It is something that Millennium did yesterday. It worked in their favor. Banning Alliance, I think target banning a player is not the best way to go. I think all of them have pretty solid champion pools. You could argue you could force Wicked onto something maybe a little predictable. Maybe. But what I'd like to see from Superhot Crew is them picking champions that they don't want to deal with for whatever composition they want to run. So if they want to just get rid of champions that would disrupt their playstyle, I think that's the key for them.
Well, we'll see if Wicked's Irelia actually gets through the ban today, because that's been a big focus for a lot of these teams. First ban out of the gate is actually Rengar, aimed straight in there at Mima. We know Mima to be a phenomenal Rengar player, and a lot of whispers of Rengar really coming back into strength. We also see Kale taken away here by Alliance, and on the other side, Kassadin, pretty standard red side ban we've been seeing the last couple of days. Jax also taken away by the Superhot Crew.
I'm going to keep ranting about first banning Kassadin on the red side. I like to see it as a third ban, see if there is any possibility of baiting blue side into banning it. But as you said, it is completely standard. LeBlanc is still up and available. We've seen Froggen playing it many, many times in the past. Irelia is still up as well. I think Wicked is just praying that it doesn't get banned, at least according to the camera for the time being. But a lot of talking on Superhot Crew. They're not sure where they want to go.
Final ban, Twisted Fate, and what will the Superhot Crew ban? Finally, it's going to be Twitch, so Irelia does go through. We'll see if Wicked goes for that one. Looks like they may be looking to secure Tabs and AD carry early on here in the picks. Solid first pick there with Lucian.
Yeah, it's something that Alliance continue to do. We've seen first pick Lucians like throughout the playoffs all the time in the LCS. It was the rage. It was also first pick yesterday. When Alliance were on this side, they first picked Lucian and followed up with the Lee Sin lock-in. So there's the possibility of Lee Sin, if it's not taken away by Superhot Crew, to be picked up by Shook, and we'll see what they decide to prioritize.
On the side though, it's Thresh here for WeWillFailer, and Mima gonna get his hands on Shyvana. So, what will Alliance go with here next for their second and third round picks? Shyvana, Thresh, two pretty standard first and second picks over for Superhot Crew.
Yes, and it gives you already an indication. Shyvana can do well in the 1v2s, can split push if given the opportunity. We've seen just how effectively Kevin was playing Shyvana in the previous game. I like the Thresh pick. It's the first time we're going to see WeWillFailer. He played Leona yesterday. Had a few good plays, but unfortunately his team fell behind. So when you're playing Leona, you were all in. And if your team can't back you up, it's difficult to turn things around. Thresh is a champion that can do that. Land the right death sentence, land the right lantern gank, and all of a sudden, you know, you can help your team put them in a better position. So good lock-ins, but we're not revealing anything from either comp or either team this early.
Yeah, we see Lulu there, the choice for Alliance, along with Lee Sin for Shook. So again, as you said about not revealing anything, Lulu could be in the top lane with Wicked, could go in the middle lane, hell, could end up even being support.
My gut is saying support. Alliance as a team very seldom first pick a mid lane unless they really feel, I mean, I can remember a first pick Yasuo in the spring split, but it's not something they do all the time. Having the versatility is very important because now Super Hard Crew have to guess. They have to make a prediction, where's it going to go? Let's assume probably not Wicked. I think, you know, I would be more inclined to think it's going to be Nif or Froggen. And this is where all this deliberation is coming from. This is a very slow pick and ban phase. Neither team are going, you know, super hard and super quick because they're reacting to what their opponents are locking in.
Elise was locked in here for Impaler in the jungle, and they're going to take Draven as well for Mr. Oz. Always good to see a bit of Draven.
Well, you're either a Draven player or you are not. And nor am I. Mr. Oz, he pulled it out in the spring split. He did a very good job on the champion. The scary thing for Impaler, he's 5 games played in Elise, 0 victories. So he played it a fair amount in the spring split. He tried to, but it never amounted to actually securing him wins. And it's going to have a similar problem that the Lee Sin did earlier, or did yesterday. If he tries to force ganks and tries to force situations, he's going to be putting himself behind. Super Hard Crew have given themselves the opportunity to counterpick whatever this mid lane pick will be from Alliance, and we'll see. They've got 15 seconds to decide who they're going to lock in. Ziggs is still up. It's going to be Lulu if that Leona does get locked in, so it's looking like a pretty standard comp, a little bit of everything. There's Engage, there's Poke, there's Disengage, you know, Leona and Lee Sin, they can do both jobs. So Alliance, a very well-rounded, balanced team composition right now.
Of course, Wicked getting his hands on Irelia, a champion that's been banned a lot against him recently. A champion which he's professed his love for many a times. So, final pick here then for the Super Hot Crew. It's not going to be Poppy, I'm afraid.
I don't think it will be, and LeBlanc is going to be a difficult lock-in because Lulu can deal with LeBlanc early on. The shields and the wild growth prevent it being blown up. Twisted Fate was banned away. Selfie's played Fizz in the past, but I don't know if he's going to be brave enough to challenge, you know, Froggen's Lulu if he wants to go that route. So, big questions now for... I mean, he could default and go Orianna. You've got ball delivery systems with Thresh, with Elise, with Shyvana if they jump in there, and it's something he's defaulted to when there isn't an optimal counter pick, I think is the best way to explain. So let's see what he's going to go for.
Well, switches away last couple of seconds here to Yasuo. So that will be the mid lane again, and really Yasuo rising to popularity here so far in the summer split of the European LCS up against Froggen's Lulu.
Assassin versus quasi-support. Similar situation to the previous game. If Selfie can get aggressive early, he can bully Froggen around in the early stages, but thanks to the wild growth in the shield and the fact that Lulu can Glitzer Lance and turn Yasuo into a Munchkin, I don't know if there's going to be kill threat later on. Yasuo was banned against Selfie yesterday, so we need to keep that in mind. He is a Selfie player. Super Hot Crew have got a pretty good pick composition. Land some CC, you can blow somebody up. Alternatively, they also have split pushing power with Yasuo and Shyvana, so there's tools for them to make use of, and it's up to Alliance to disrupt.
See if the Super Hot Crew can pick up their first victory of the season here. Floundered a little bit yesterday, weren't really able to ever get a grasp on that game. Alliance, of course, weren't without their problems against the Copenhagen Wolves yesterday either. So see how that one all works out. And of course, you guys have been picking who you think is going to win these games over on lolesports.com. So let's check in and see how these ones are adding up. 91%, a whopping vote for Alliance.
That is the largest percentage that we have seen this split yet. Out of the 7 games that we have witnessed. And yeah, fan favorites. I mean, at the end of the day, that is what this vote does boil down to most of the time. Froggen did have one cautionary note in the pre-game video where he was saying that the mistakes and problems that Super Hot Crew had were mistakes and problems that Alliance also had. So we'll have to see who manifests these mistakes the most, because if you can take advantage of them, obviously you can win games.
Heard from Impaler as well that these two teams went 2-2 in the spring split. They practice a lot together as well, so they're very familiar with how each other is going to be playing these games. We're going to find out how it all goes. The Lions take on the Super Hot crew here. Our second day of Super Week. Still a whole bunch of games to go throughout this week. Of course, another 4 games to go after this one. Actually, that's a total lie. 3 games to go after this one. 4 including this one. There we go. Cover my back on that.
So not too bad, not too bad. Shook is a little shaken up at the moment. He forgot his trinket. So 30 seconds on the clock. Not going to be able to make use of that tool. As realized it and backed away. And I think we're going to see defensive starts. Neither team is making any sort of movement towards their opponent's side of the jungles, but there is always the opportunity for a late invade, so let's keep our eyes on how this one plays out.
Currently sat complete line on both sides of the map, and even if Alliance had something planned for level 1, Shook kind of
whiffed it.
Whiffed it, yes. That's the right terminology, I think, to use for that one. He is back now in position, though, as we see Tabs and Mr. Rolls having a bit of a dance, swinging the axes, swinging the pistols, and there is a ward down from Tabs, which will have been spotted by Mr. Roll, so they know it's there. Meanwhile, Mima and Wicked having a dance on the top side as well. Looks like we're going to be in for a fairly standard start.
And thus far, it looks like we're going to have straight head-to-head lanes. So it was just the previous game, Copenhagen Wolves Millennium, that traded back and forth a little. We'll see who's going to come out ahead in the skill matchups. It's going to be interesting, although as I say that, it does look like Nif and Tabs may be moving towards a lane swap. Maybe late invade. We'll keep our eyes on how that develops. But, you know, Alliance, you would consider them to have a higher individual skill level in each respective role to the Super Hot crew. Just experience and being involved and how long the players have been around the scene. We'll see if it manifests. If they do go for this lane swap, who's going to get ahead? Because, of course, Nif on Leona, it's a bit more difficult to get tower damage and push the wave out as effectively as a Thresh can. So we'll see how this works.
No doubt about that one. Impaler here just going through his jungle with the help of Mima. And in the mid lane, Yasuo versus Lulu. Lulu, of course, in the hands of Froggen. Selfie got himself the Yasuo this time around. Actually going in there for a little bit of harass early on. Actually took more damage from the minions than he dished out.
Yeah, we'll need to keep our eyes on how these level 1s are starting off, because today we've seen a lot of top laners and junglers, you know, buddying up with their jungle and going around to clear their own camps. And the only reason I highlight that is, you know, 4.6 and 4.5, they were pushing into their opponent's jungle and stealing the camps away that way, you know, going for the tower pressure, 2v1, 3v0s, 4v0s, etc. So this is an evolution that could stem from the trinkets being earlier and can also stem from the additional damage reduction on the bottom towers. The damage reduction is boosted by 10 to all outer turrets. It's up to 30 now, so it is more difficult to get those early towers down. Regardless, it looks like 4 members of Super Hot crew will be meeting up in this bottom lane. They will be bumping into Wicked and Shook if Wicked and Shook opt to defend.
Tabs and Nif also pushing up on that top side, and there is Wicked going to be spotted out. So this is going to be a big push from the Super Hot crew. Actually, Mima going to TP away to the top lane, so he's going to try and keep a hold of that turret as well as he possibly can. Actually, Wicked TPing up there as well. So from what was just a 2 versus 0 turned into a 2v1, and now a 3v0 as Mima actually leaves the lane.
So they should be trading towers. It looks like Wicked is doing probably the smart decision here. He's stealing away the double golem, so grabbing himself some additional golden experience to just get that marginal lead over his opposite number, Mima. Towers will be falling around about the same time, so an interesting start to the game. And this is something that we as spectators need to keep our eye on, is how the teams are going to evolve this low-level, level 1 and early game decisions with the trinkets, with the towers, and with the pushes. Towers should fall in this wave, and it looks like it'll be the same in the bottom, so even Stevens thus far.
Even Stevens, both lanes just letting those minions go down to the turrets as well before they end up finishing things off. Tab's doing that perfectly well.
Middle lane, Selfie.
Oh, Selfie is surely going to go down. Shook taking a lot of damage. Ignite ticking away. Actually will survive there thanks to the shield coming out of Froggen. Impaler actually going to try and get involved with this one, but Wicked there as well. Can't chase on through. And in the end, Selfie surviving just about.
Manages to outlast that Ignite tick. The tower dive from Alliance obviously not paying off. We didn't see the setup for that dive, but Selfie, I think, very lucky to get away. He's relying on his passive shield to stay alive. Nif does not have Ignite, so let's see if he stands. That's a great wind wall.
Oh, wind wall coming down. Impaler, though, going to take all the damage, and they've walked away from it. We will Failure coming around the side. Actually, Impaler repelled there right at the end. Didn't have anywhere to actually go with it, so he just kind of went up in the air and went straight back down again. No kills, though, but very, very close.
Yeah, very close indeed. Alliance the first ones to make the moves. They responded to the tower pressure in the bottom lane, I think, quite well. Wicked used his teleport to get up to the top lane, but only after Mima had channeled his teleport. So the cooldowns are a little disjointed, but he made the decision once he had that information. They traded towers in the top and the bottom lane, and Alliance instantly responded by sending pressure to the mid lane. The gank didn't succeed though, so Alliance unfortunately don't gain anything from it, but you do have to give them props for trying, and it's just a proactive approach to the early game.
Selfie back now into that lane, got himself a man sector first, so looking to stay a little bit longer after all the harass that Froggen's put down onto him. The 10 CS lead has opened up for Froggen in that middle lane. You know, we have Wicked and Mr. Rals. Wicked's going to take a lot of damage if he's not careful. Actually picked up a Doran shield as his first buy there, obviously after starting with that Doran's blade from the get-go.
Yeah, we'll have to keep our eyes on Mr. Rals as well, see how many stacks he gets of that adoration, and how quickly he can cash it in. It's quite interesting when you look at Draven, because you ought to assume he's a very aggressive champion in the lane, which he is. You want to get those spinning axe damage down, but you actually don't want to kill anybody early on. You want to build up those adoration stacks and get a nice big chunk of bonus gold once you are ready. So as it stands, AD carry in the bottom lane for Super Haku. Mr. Rals has been CSing. He's marginally behind that of Tabs, but Alliance have had a lot of map movements. They've had multiple members of their team in this red side of the jungle for Super Haku. They were pressuring top, now they were pressuring red, and now they're stacked in the middle. So a lot of mobility from Alliance, and they've caught Impaler.
Impaler taking a lot of damage. Good Cocoon comes down. There is Selfie actually going in. Shuk taking a lot of damage. Didn't get the wild growth onto him there as well. As Nif tries to go in, stuns up Selfie, and again, so much damage done, but no first blood.
Not this time round. And Lulu functions in a similar way to Kayle against assassins like Yasuo. We've seen Yasuo, oh no, they've caught We Will Fail almost caught We Will Fail. And the moment somebody gets caught by that last breath, if your wild growth timing is quick enough, you just instantly mitigate all of the pressure and all of the presence that Yasuo has. So Shuk's going for the invade, he wants ready, get it!
Nicely done there. Stolen away in the end with a Q, and actually Smite was
it's too early.
Missed. Yeah.
It was just too early. That's actually a worrying sign. You know, Impaler was off his game yesterday. He didn't do well in Lee Sin. He's already had one or two questionable moves this game already, and not smiting your own red buff. When you know the damage, you know exactly. It was stolen by a Sonic Wave, so I think Impaler a little unlucky. We're going to start off with the Dragon. With the Spiderlings, they can tank up the Dragon quite effectively, and there's no one from Alliance to contend. So this is smart play. This is very good information, or very good calling from Super Haku to realize there's no one from Alliance that could challenge, and they grab a very early Dragon.
Yeah, nice call. Puts them ahead in gold, albeit just by 300-400 or so at this stage of the game. So early lead in there for the Super Haku, despite the fact that they are struggling in this mid lane. AD carry a little bit behind as well there, 80-74. Tabs having the lead when we compare the two ADCs, and Tabs just been sat in this top lane the entire time, farming away.
Got himself up to 82 CS, he's got a BF sword already. Mr. Rals is keeping up in CS, so that we do have to keep an eye on that. And I'm actually very impressed with Alliance's early game. They've been in Super Haku's face multiple times. They have not lost out in CS, but it has been at the cost of both Wicked and Mima. By the 10-minute mark, considering how early these two respective champions could have been in lane CSing, they're at 34 and 44 CS, which is pretty low numbers. I think top lane is at 10. The average sits around 52 to 55, so they're behind the league average at 10 minutes. And we'll see who's going to have a bigger impact once the fights start, because Mima's Dragon's Descent can be very disruptive if it hits multiple people.
Right now, both teams just going back to having a bit more passive farming. Actually, Mr. Rals headed towards the top side of the map here, so trying to get in lane against Tabs. That should keep them ticking around about even. We will fail in the meantime, realizing there's not much thing to do apart from get some good vision down, and we'll get 2 wards in the Alliance jungle there. So nice little bit of warding for him. In fact, Super Hot Crew here gonna start congregating with 4 men, maybe gonna look to push down this turret.
They've got a lot of support, but thanks to the culling from Tabs, they don't have the minions anymore. So, you know, Tabs just wisely defends at the cost of just 1 cooldown. So Super Hot Crew trying to make something happen. I think they've got a little bit of vision to play with, and they'll know that blue buff will be up in the not too distant future. So maybe with the wards that Super Hot Crew placed at the right now, they will be looking to invade and go for steal.
Let's have a look from that one. The wards were put down by We Will Fail just a few moments ago there. And interesting little start here. Obviously, already seen the first dragon of the game going down. A turret apiece is where they currently stand. Also, a lot of damage done when we look at those mini fights in the mid lane, but still, up until now, no first blood being recorded for either team. And Shook, expecting that the Super Hot Crew were actually going to come in for another push onto this top lane, did move through with anticipation toward the top side of the map, but actually, no one even going to be there. The duos have backed away, picking themselves up. The Golems and Impaler's already down on the bottom side of the map.
I like the fact that Super Hot Crew instantly backed away. They realized that they didn't have an opportunity, or they didn't have a way into that tower, so just go back to the lanes, carry on farming as best as you can. Selfie's gone a slightly different route on his Yasuo build, got early Berserker's Greaves and Vamp Scepter, so he's going to be delayed in terms of hitting that scary power spike, where we like to see the static shiv and then, you know, maybe Blade of the Ruined King or Infinity Edge or, you know, another damage item, because we're 3 for 3 today on Yasuo games. Every game we've casted has had a Yasuo, and this is a slightly different build from the norm. We'll see if it works out for Selfie, because all of the previous Yasuos have taken time to scale, have taken time to get to a powerful point.
I think part of that just needed that Vamp Scepter to actually stay in lane then. It's Froggen completely bullying him out. There is Shook. And Tab's actually moving over with Nif as well now towards that mid lane once again, maybe looking for a bit of action. Is Impaler going to come across? Nif going to be able to lock him up. There is the repel, but he's got nowhere to go except onto the lantern. Gets him back to safety.
Solar Flare was just too early. Nif, had he delayed that or tried to time it for the repel or something similar, maybe that would have worked out. Unfortunately, Impaler was able to get away quickly enough, and that obviously allowed We Will Fail his good positioning with the lantern to get him out cleanly. So that's already a positive play from We Will Fail. He saved 1 or 2 lives with that lantern. So good start, but again, it's all about Alliance. They are the ones making the aggressive plays. They are the ones trying to disrupt Super Hot Crew. So we'll need to see where the first play from the Super Hot Crew stems from. It's been a farm fest. Tabs has got a minute advantage in CS. But other than that, it's pretty close in all aspects. Don't forget, Super Hot Crew did take that first dragon. So it'll be respawning in a minute. We'll see if they want to go and try sneak it away again, or if Alliance will try contest.
Alliance had no vision, as I seem to recall, so we'll see if they've actually got the timer down, and it's Mima going to jump in aggressively here on towards Wicked. Shook was just a little bit further back. He'd actually come down to that lane to see if he could get in there, maybe for a possible gank. That wasn't really on the cards for them, though. And now we see the team starting to move around about that dragon area. Already a pink ward down in the brush, but Impaler stood on a ward himself.
From a stats perspective, Mima was always going to win that fight. With a Giant's Belt and the bonus armor and MR that he gets from his ultimate, it just makes it exponentially more effective. In addition, he had a Blade of the Ruined King, so the slow, the lifesteal, the attack damage. Wicked's got nothing completed yet but his boots. So, still working himself towards the makings of a Trinity Force. He will also need more time before he becomes scary. So Dragon's up in 20 seconds. I'm pretty confident Alliance had vision of the pit. So I think they should see the icon up on their minimap. And it's just going to be up to Super Hot Crew to see how they play it out. They may not be as brave anymore because Alliance have got a little more powerful. There is a teleport available from Wicked. So it is risky unless they know where their opponents are. And for the time being, there's a few questions.
Dragon has now spawned in. That ward that caught Impaler a little bit earlier on is still in place there on the curve bush. So Alliance know that that dragon is going to be up and available to them. They've got 4 men around that area on the map. The question is, do they want to try and get themselves in there. As I said before, both Mima and Wicked have got teleport available should they need to be called in. And Alliance can simply play the positioning game here and say, okay, if you go towards Dragon any further, we're just going to keep pushing mid.
Yeah, and Superhot Crew have to be careful if they start Dragon. They run the risk of getting hit by the Solar Flare and then a multi-man knockup from Wild Growth. That amount of crowd control would seal the deal in a team fight. They've caught Nif!
They've caught out Nif. Will they go on to him? There is a hook landing as well. We will fail it. All in the middle of the team. The knockup coming around as well. Ultimate comes down, and actually everyone going low with Nif in particular. Finally, the first blood will land. That will go over towards Selfie. Shot will fall as well. Looking good here for the Superhot Crew. Can they finish off tabs? There is the knockup. That's surely going to seal the deal, and it will go over to Selfie. That's a 3-0 for the Superhot Crew, and they're going to get the Dragon as well.
Very, very well executed by the Superhot Crew. They landed the crowd control that they needed to without being affected by the Solar Flare, without being really negatively impacted by that Wild Growth. The fight actually took a very long time to conclude because of the fact that there's not a massive amount of damage across the board. You know, Selfie's Yasuo ultimate didn't really do a lot. Take a look at this. He's going to catch a few members, and it doesn't really burst anyone down. To be fair, the Wild Growth also came instantly afterwards, so that does play into his favor. And Mr. Rolls, he gets 690 bonus gold from the kill on Shook. It's about to pop up, plus 300, plus 690. 1,000 gold from that kill. And obviously just the chasing potential was very, very good. So well-executed team fight from Superhot Crew. They initiated, they caught the CC at the right time. They made the first play, and that's why they won it.
Interesting to see how they left that kill over to Selfie as well there. Mr. Rolls could have definitely had that away himself if needed, but as you said, he got a lot of gold for that kill anyway, and that's actually giving him now Bloodthirster, Brutalizer, and the Avarice Blade as well. So a little bit scary is this Draven moving forward.
All of those stacks have been cached. He's going to start stacking them up again. So this is a similar situation. Superhot Crew will be happy to play passive until Dragon's up. Now Mima is in a little bit of trouble. He's losing this badly, actually.
Yeah, Wicked actually already did get him low, forced the ultimate out of him to escape from Wicked, and in the end, just showing that Wicked having a good time up in this top lane. Got himself a little CS lead, not quite up to getting that Trinity Force finished off, although he does have the Zeal and the Sheen already picked up for him, so he's not going to be too far away from picking up that Trinity Force as a whole. Some other items that have come in here, the themes that was done earlier on from Froggen is now joined by a needlessly large rod. His opposite number, Yasuo for Selfie. Static Shiv is done with the Cutlass in there as well.
Yeah, and something to point out regarding that duel between Mima and Wicked. Wicked, of course, has got his Heat and Style, his W, which will be dealing true damage. So, there you go, Draven. So that's obviously going to help mitigate the defensive stat that Mima gets in Shyvana. 75 true damage per auto attack because it is at max rank. That is obviously where Wicked has already put all of his points. So the longer those fights go, the better the chances of Wicked actually winning it, because you can't mitigate true damage, you can't reduce it. And that's probably part of the reason why Mima ran away. He also didn't have Dragon's Descent available to him. So we did see in that mid lane a little bit of picks. Superhot Crew with a small gold lead, a few thousand gold at the 20-minute mark, but they're far from being in control of the map. It's still Alliance pushing, roaming in the jungle. It's Alliance moving around, not Superhot Crew.
And Alliance are now moving in towards that middle turret, and well, the ultimate from Mr. Rolls thrown out. I said no, he's going to get rid of that minion wave so that you can't actually stick around. He's actually just finished off the Ghost Blade there.
It works in his favor when you consider he's going to be sort of run down by Wicked, run down by Lee Sin. If he can get the movement speed increase from the Ghost Blade and step out of a Solar Flare, I think it's quite a smart move. It also benefits him. Every single stat that Ghostblade gives you works in favor of Draven. So, good pickup. I actually like it because of the fact that if Mr. Rolls gets caught up or locked down at all, there's very little protection outside of really Thresh. He's got to be the lantern. He's got to have a good box. Got to have a good flay down to really peel and protect Mr. Rolls.
Another item coming in there. Wicked has now finished off that Trinity Force, so could be a few more problems for Mima, although he himself now has the pretty much that Sunfire Cape finished off. Got himself the Chain Vest and of course that Giant's Belt from a little bit earlier on as well. Blue Buff was just secured on the Superhot Crew side of the map. Froggen also got his just a few moments before that one. If you look at the CS, actually there's a bit of a total starting to work up here for Tabs, actually, in the lead over Mr. Rals, who's still trying his best here in this mid lane, trying to get back up, really, to compare himself there with Mr. Rals, but basically because of that kill that gifted him so much gold, he's still 1,000 gold up.
And the 2 dragons as well, so the global objectives being in favor of Superhot Crew. If Superhot Crew can continue to control the Dragon Pit, that will be a definite way to put themselves in a strong lead in this mid-game. But Alliance won the mid-game yesterday against the Wolves. Alliance fell behind a few thousand, and once they actually lost a very bad team fight at 23 minutes, and then Alliance decided to get on the same page as a team, and they started winning fights. So it could be a similar situation. You can't discount them because the lead is not big enough to really say, look, Superhot Crew are definitely ahead, especially when you look at CS. They're behind now in every lane except mid.
And that one is very, very close still. Did see the Blade of the Ruin King actually finished off for Selfie as his second item, so interesting. Most of the Yasuo players that we've seen over the last 2 days have gone for that Blade of the Ruin King second. We've seen a couple of Trinity Forces as well as that second item as well. Right now, Alliance actually letting the Superhot Crew move around that middle area and actually stalking through Superhot Crew jungle here. They're going to try and set something up. Pink Ward going to be spotted out by Superhot Crew, and in the end, Alliance just circle around and back away.
Wicked is the man to watch as far as Alliance are concerned, because Mima cannot split push against him. Mima's losing this trade, you're noticing, every time they fight. Selfie, if he picks a fight with Wicked one-on-one, I actually think Wicked may be able to win that one. He doesn't have a sustain after. Oh, Mima's in trouble.
Yeah, Mima's in a lot of trouble. The dash comes in, flash as well. Has he got enough damage? No! Mima gets away.
Manages to use the Bilgewater Cutlass. That was very well played by Wicked, though. He just straight up 1v1'd him, managed to use the dash from his Q as Mima was flying away. Unfortunately, didn't get in range close enough to secure the kill. But until Superhot Crew can deal with Wicked, they can't split push. Superhot Crew need to be able to 1v1 Wicked before they can start playing the map and getting control, which is what their team comp can do very well. Tried a Dragon for mid turret, and this could be another very big team fight. Dragon's Descent into Last Breath, that's what the initiation tool could be.
Well, Mima is going to be stepping forward. Selfie going to go through with him as well. Here comes We1Failure from around the side. They're going to have to fight here. Alliance ulti's coming in left, right, and center. Wild Growth actually used on Tab. Nip managing to lock up everyone, but it's Wicked that actually falls first. There's a great kick coming in. It'll secure the kill onto Mr. Rose. We1Failure goes down. Tab's also picked off there at the back, and that's a 3-for-2 in favor of the Superhot Crew.
Yeah, Superhot Crew didn't get the damage quickly enough onto the carries. They focused on Wicked. He was up on the front line. Even though they trade 2 for 3, Superhot Crew are going to get a tower out of this as well, thanks to the fact that Selfie and Mima saved their ultimates. Selfie in particular saved his ultimate for quite late in that fight. Managed to get it down when it was the most important. Another big team fight, another one that Superhot Crew end up winning. Alliance was split. I mean, they didn't have the best focus. The Wild Growth was good, and this is where the Last Breath comes in. It was onto Nif and Wicked. But you'll see Froggen untouched. Tabs, he survives for so long, he actually shuts down Mr. Rolls himself. And had Superhot Crew killed either Froggen or Tabs quicker, that could have been even more in their favor. But at the end of the day, they still won the team fight.
Well, Alliance starting to lose any grip on this game, although hesitant to say that after what we saw yesterday against the Copenhagen Wolves. I think that was about 6,000 gold at one point, that game, that they were in lead 4 or 6, one of those two. A big lead either way that they managed to claw back. This one is in a similar region for them, 4,500 gold. Currently the Superhot Crew lead this, and well, not quite catching We1Failure as intended, I think.
That Zenith Blade fight just quite wasn't enough for the kill.
Wow.
And We1Failure managed to get away. I'm actually impressed with We1Failure's Thresh thus far. He's had pretty good plays, he's landed a few death sentences, and, you know, he was coming into the Superhot Crew. He replaced Mixer, who, in my mind, had a very good laning phase. But Mixer's mid to late game, he often was out of position and maybe overzealous and over-eager on his initiations. We1Failure gets away with his life in that situation. Maybe just going to be a little more cautious for the rest of this game. And Superhot Crew, again, just biding their time, trying to build up power. With Selfie going for the QSS as his next item, again, he's delaying that hard-hitting insta-give power spike but it does allow him to get out of the CC that, you know, stun from Wicked, stun from Nif, slow from Froggen as well. So it's a trade-off, I guess. He can do more by removing the lockdown.
Cap done there for Froggen as well. While we're on the topic of items, and going to be seeing a couple of randoins come in the way of Alliance as well. Wicked and Shock will be the two to pick those up. While we're on the items with Alliance, Tab's also got himself the Trinity Force finished off, of course, second one now on their team. Almost forgot the name of Trinity Force. Freak would literally have my head for doing that. And Super Hot Crew actually moving down towards the inner turret there in that mid lane, but not actually catching anything. Froggen, meanwhile, chasing Mima out of position there as they come down through the river, and they may just clash heads here. The Super Hot Crew inside of Alliance's jungle, taking away the red buff.
If I were Alliance, I'd be scared. They've lost the last two major team fights that have taken place, and unless Alliance really land their CC effectively, Super Hot Crew have got a lot of damage sources that have built up. So right now, Super Hot Crew pushing the bottom lane. Mr. Rolls is clearing out the minion wave, and nobody from Alliance has responded yet. There's no teleport on Wicked either, so this is going to be a lot of damage in this time. It might go down if they stick around.
I think it may just do as well. Nif actually is finally coming in to try and stop that one from happening. Froggen in the middle of the map, kind of in no man's land for what's actually happening here on the map. He's going to have to start moving around. In fact, he's pushing himself up through that mid lane here and may even be able to get himself some free damage. Meanwhile, Wicked has taken the inner turret in that top lane as well. So even though it's the Super Hot Crew making the move towards this inner turret in the bottom lane, it's Alliance that are actually picking up turrets.
It is. Froggen is going to get a lot of damage on the inner turret. He's decided to back away now as Mima has moved himself into lane. Isn't going to be able to interrupt it. Oh, had the option to Dragon's Descent, but now Froggen might get caught out.
Yeah.
That little bit of gusto, he needs to run north. He's got wards, he's got vision, he can make it out cleanly. There's a lot of movement speed that he can give himself, so he should be fine to get away.
And Selfie did finally come through. Froggen's like, nah, you're not going to be able to catch me. That's not a thing that's going to happen. So let's have a look at where we stand. About to hit 27 minutes into the game. Both teams with 3 turrets apiece. But it's the Super Hot Crew with that superior dragon control, 6-2 leading kills as well. They're currently leading the way when it comes to gold. Still sat at a 4,000 lead as we see the recall coming in. It managed to stop Mr. Rose. Solar Flare goes down. Shouldn't happen, really.
It really, really shouldn't at this level of play. And that's just unfortunate. It might happen again. Not this time. It's just unfortunate. Mr. Rolls was convinced half a second would have been the difference, and gets caught out, gives up a kill. So 1, 2, and 5. My fantasy team will be unhappy with that death. And I do want to say Super Hot Crew, they played aggressively. They pushed the bottom lane, they pushed the mid lane. Unfortunately for them, Alliance got ahead early on. Wicked is already very scary. He was pushing the top lane out, he got that tower uncontested, and now they're trying to focus him down.
Speaking of Wicked, actually it's a great cocoon from Impaler landing over the top of the wall. Meanwhile, we do see that Mima is pushing on the top side of the map, but it's all about Dragon here. Alliance in position. They're going to take it faster than the Super Hot Crew can react certainly to the Dragon, but the Super Hot Crew are pushing mid.
Yeah, they might lose towers. Super Hot Crew have backed away from the mid lane, realizing they don't want to be collapsed upon. They only had 3 members there, and if you'll notice, Mr. Rolls is behind. So Alliance going to be trading Dragon for tower. It is a 28-minute Dragon at a higher level, so it should be getting close to its max value. So I think Alliance will get more gold out of the trade, but obviously not having that tower to fall back to is very, very important. If Super Hot Crew do stop playing the split push game with Shyvana and the Yasuo, it's an easier lane to get down to the inhibitor turret now, because obviously there's nothing left standing, nothing in its way. Bottom lane also, tower went down, so Super Hot Crew a tower to the good when compared to Alliance.
Looking strong, that's for sure. Also searching, of course, for their first win of the season. It's only their second game, though, so, you know.
Gotta start somewhere, Joe.
Gotta start somewhere. I think I was looking for a story that didn't really exist at that point after only 1 game played for them. But there's more wards taken down for the Super Hot Crew, keeping a good control of vision when it comes to the Baron Pit. And Tab's actually pushing up this mid lane. This could get interesting if the Super Hot Crew decide to try and flank around the backside of them. As it happens, they don't know. Mima actually did just go back home, pick himself up couple more items. Going to play to the Ruin King now. Randuin's will be finished fairly soon as well.
So something that we haven't touched on or I haven't highlighted regarding the team comps, the way these team fights will play out. We'll talk about that in a moment as Super Crew have actually started the Baron. It's going down quickly, but I think they'll need to peel and fight. They will need to peel and fight. Shook and Wicked are arriving. We will fail us, trying to protect.
Put down the box, but there is the Baron already going down. They're going to go in for Shook. Can they hold him down? Yes, they can. Surely it's Mr. Rolls that gets that kill. Oh, not quite landing onto Froggen, but the Super Hot Crew rushed down the Baron before they could get there. Credit to We Will Fail Her for really zoning and keeping the Alliance away for so long.
Decisive play from Super Hot Crew. They rush Baron. We Will Fail Her made the call, or whoever the captain is that said, I will stop them. I'll put the box down. I'll put the play down. You stick on Baron. You stick on Baron. Hey, they learned from yesterday. They stuck on Baron. They didn't run the risk of giving it away. So now Super Hot Crew have got a 5,000 gold lead. They've a numbers advantage, and they're going to siege down this mid turret. They also have their key ultimates available, a numbers advantage, and they're going to siege down this mid turret. They also have their key ultimates available, with the exception of the box. All of their damaging spells are still there, which is very good for them.
And still pushing on through here. That is the final turret outside of Alliance's base that was left standing. Puts them up 6-4. Cocoon landing on towards Tabs, and that's a max range hook. Will it follow through? Yes, it will. Throwing all the ultimates in. Tabs going very low. Wild Growth actually keeps him alive for quite a while in this one, but they're also very low. And Selfie, he's trying to mop up the kills. He's going to get at least Wicked. He gets the knock up onto Froggen, but they don't follow through. They should take the inning though.
That was very good skill shot. Impaler lands the Cocoon. We Will Fail Her follows up with the death sentence, and connecting the CC allowed them to find the picks and find the kills. They've got another tower down, the first inhibitor of the game, and they're going to back away. One of the keys to the Super Hot Crew's comp is it synergizes so well with each other, and because their skill shots are made easier when your opponents are jumping into your face, the point I wanted to make earlier, Irelia, Lee Sin, Leona, they want to get close range, they want to be clumped together, which just means Yasuo, Shyvana, Draven have an easier time of landing their ultimates and their AoE spells. Super Hot Crew did a great job. They found a pick onto Tabs. They found just a perfect skill shot that has completely given them control. With Baron and Super Minions, it is now their game to lose.
Definitely is. We've seen bigger games, I guess we could say, lost. Couldn't get my words out there either. Bigger leads lost is what I was trying to say in the past. We'll see how the Super Hot Crew go. We heard from Frog, and he said it himself, that some of the problems that they have with those late game calls and decision making is a problem for the Super Hot Crew as well as Alliance. However, I have to say, the Super Hot Crew, when it came to the Baron and the push there down towards that bottom side and the fight, they were very, very decisive. There was no messing around there or any real hesitation to get things started.
I concur. In comparison to their performance yesterday, much more on the ball, much more active in making decisions. It's actually reminiscent of Gambit. Gambit yesterday, not on the same page, not making plays. Today, absolute monsters. And it just feels like the whole of Super Hot Crew their thought processes are aligned, which makes you go, this must be a scrim composition. These must be champions that the team has played online, has played together in the past. Selfie yesterday looked somewhat lost on Twisted Fate. He struggled in lane. He lost 1v1 against Curb multiple times. Now on Yasuo, he's 4-0-4. He's out-CS'd Froggen, and he's just doing a very, very good job at being in the right place and getting the right ultimates off when they're needed. So Super Hot Crew now sieging. Super Minions will be pushing in the bottom lane. There's no minions there to slow them down. So let's see if any CC can land. If Super Hot Crew connects with something, I think they'll go in.
I think so as well. Well, they've already done it once, so if they land the right hook here onto the right person, actually Wicked got chunked down by Mr. Rolls. He is doing incredible amounts of damage. They've actually sent Tabs away here to clear that bottom lane, so that gives them the opportunity to force their way in on the top side of the map. It's going to be Mima who actually has to tank that one up. hook from We Will Fail and the Cocoon both missing there as Wicked again gets hit by Mr. Rolls and again loses a ton of health.
Yeah, Super Hot Crew keep chunking the tower down. While they are stacking up, it's not a 5-man stack. So Nif is being very cautious on that solar flare. He doesn't want to use it. There are super minions now going to the Nexus turrets. This is the point where Super Hot Crew have to engage. They've caught Shook. They haven't got in yet.
Don't go in there, but they do see the Cocoon landed there on towards Frog, and they're focusing the tower already down to half HP. That's a nice little push. And look at the base itself. The Nexus turrets are going to be hit on here by those super minions. They sent Tabs actually back to do that one, but now the fight starts. Mima using his ultimate to back away from that one. Baron just timed out. Alliance might see a chance here.
Yeah, a lot of damage got put down onto Mima. He is the very, very important front line for Super Hot Crew. So I think it's smart of them to back away. We do see those super minions being cleared out by Tabs in the bottom lane. So Super Hot Crew unable to crack the defense of Alliance in this occasion. They will grab themselves a dragon, extend that gold lead further. Realistically, probably set up for Baron. I mean, they made an incredibly good call earlier, stuck to it, got the objective, got some kills, and then followed that through for even more. With a 9,000 gold lead, see if you can repeat it.
Well, Alliance pushing out as far as they possibly can. You can see that Tabs approaching the halfway point of the map, just trying to keep those waves away from the base here. Stop the likelihood of the Super Hot Crew being able to push through on more than one front. Baron coming up in just over 1 minute's time. And that's going to be a bit of a magnet, I think, for the Super Hot Crew coming into it. Alliance are going to have to challenge for it.
They should have challenged the previous one, but they had no idea what was going on. You know, just very good decisive play. And it's actually something Super Hot Crew's done twice this game. The very first dragon, they just took uncontested.
Yep.
Alliance weren't there. They had no idea it happened. The first Baron, by time Alliance knew it was going on, it was too late. So the Super Hot Crew have been one step ahead of Alliance in the bigger picture. But it took a little while to get there because Alliance did have a pretty strong early game, did have pretty strong rotations through the laning phase. So now with 36 seconds before Baron is up, there are pink wards in the pit. Super Hot Crew know they have vision control. As long as Mima is pushing the bottom lane, there is always that threat that if Alliance initiate a fight first, they have Wicked with them, and Super Hot Crew will need to wait for the teleport.
Stepping forward there, the hook not quite landing. Cocoon does land onto Wicked, but they don't seem to want him as the initial target. But here comes the teleport. Mima going to be joining the party. They've managed to catch up Froggen. He's going to take a big blast. Wild Growth will keep him alive. Shook trying to get Mr. Rolls out of the fight. Did a decent job of it, but now they chase in. Nif's the first one to fall. This could very well be the last fight for Alliance in this game. Wicked will be chased down and finished off. Selfie gets that one. 2 men down here. The Super Hot Crew going to push.
They're going to be able to get 2 inhibitors out of this deal. 2 kills. The fight went pretty well for Alliance at the start, but unfortunately, they don't have burst damage. They don't have somebody to just destroy somebody instantly. And because of the fact that Super Hot Crew had the time to get the support they needed, they have burst damage. They have a Yasuo that's melting. They've caught Shook.
They've caught Shook, and he's probably going to die for it as well. Self, it is that finishes off that one. First Nexus turret goes down. Tabs trying to hold them up from the back, but Mr. Rolls in a 1v1, absolutely destroying him. They've gone fairly low on HP now. They've lost Yasuo, and the Cully comes through. That's going to give them 2 kills. Impaler will have to flash away. Miner will go down to Tabs. Disaster maybe here for the Super Hot Crew.
Definitely, no doubt about it. Super Hot Crew give up 4 members of their team. This opens Alliance up to the Baron. There is enough members alive, and Froggen's gonna keep chasing Impaler. Changes his mind when he realizes Impaler's gotten away, and of course Baron is something they can secure. So the rest of Alliance should pick this one up. Impaler can't contest, he's too far away, too low, he won't get there in time. Over-aggression. Super Hot Crew felt they could have gone for the win, stuck around too long, and through the prolonged fight from mid all the way to the base, they just got shut down, just gave up too much. So, at the end of the day, Alliance are going to grab themselves the Baron. They may even kill Impaler as well.
Yes, I believe so. Solar Flare coming in, the kill, calling from the side. It's not the kill in either. Impaler uses the repel to get away, but will he get chased down? No, again. Great max range Cocoon onto him. Meanwhile, down in the bottom lane, those super minions going to have to be cleared out.
Yeah, so there are super minions in middle and bottom. So even though Alliance have Baron buff on their side, they need to deal with all of the map control Super Hot Crew have earned. There is this window where Super Hot Crew now need to... They actually have the option of picking a fight. They have a 10,000 gold lead. even though Alliance has Baron buff, the gold lead should give them the strength, the item lead, to pick those fights. But Super Crew have struggled at the sieging stage. They haven't actually been able to crack those towers of Alliance when Alliance have been defending as a whole team. So let's see how Super Crew do this. I mean, the only option available for them is to go top lane, wait for Super Minions to get into the base of Alliance, and then try sieging tower. But they have to do something different to what they did previously.
Oh, Mima is a hero and TP's into the base. Not going to happen though, at least for now, because there's no ward in there for him to actually TP into, and his teleport is on cooldown. So,
but you're planning ahead, Joe.
I'm planning ahead. I'm planning ahead.
So Super Crew, they have that ability, they have the opportunity to them. Super Crew still also have a lot of base to get through. So even if Super Crew lose a terrible team fight or lose a few members in Alliance's territory, it takes a lot longer for Alliance to get all the way up and really push down the base quite as heavily as Super Crew have done to Alliance. So that opportunity is there. But they can't run the risk of getting climax. They cannot run the risk of losing everybody. And that's great work there by Tabs. All of the damage from that piercing light is just clearing those waves pretty effectively. And once Froggen gets there as well, there is pretty good wave clear from those two champions alone.
Alliance setting up a little bit of a trap here, off to the side of the wall. There's the scan coming through. Waiting for Super Hot Crew to actually step out. Wicked goes out of the base there, but still a danger. Hot comes through, they manage to catch Froggen. This is going to be the fight. Ulti's coming in. Froggen's going to go down. Wicked's the next target in this one, surely. He's trying to run away from things and tanking up quite long here. We will fail himself has fallen low. Shug will be the next focus, and surely now, like dominoes, Alliance are going to fall. There is another one onto Wicked. Selfie gets that one. Nif being a bit of a boss there as Selfie goes down to the tower in the end, and now Tab coming out of the base, getting cocooned up. He's going to fall as well. There's the ace. The Super Hot Crew going to push through and win.
They find the key skill shot, locking Froggen up. They blow him up, and the Super Hot Crew, the 8% that believed in the Super Hot Crew, are going to be elated. It's the 11th win of the year in the LCS in total, their first of the summer split, and that was a very good performance.
And against an Alliance team that looked pretty scary yesterday, certainly in the mid and late game against the Copenhagen Wolves. And again, I have to draw the parallels to Gambit from day one, where they looked to be almost non-existent when it came to the result of those two games. Super Hot Crew looked very, very good today.
Very impressed. The Yasuo pick for Selfie, that is my favorite champion I've seen him play. If you look at Selfie, you look at him, LeBlanc, Fizz, Twisted Fates, he's Orianna. That was a phenomenal performance on Yasuo, and very importantly, when the team fights happened, Super Hot Crew had incredibly crisp calling, incredibly crisp focus, and they convincingly beat Alliance in the team fights.
And the synergy was there as well. We already talked about Yasuo with the Copenhagen Wolves, that there wasn't much.
No, you had a
in terms
Trundle
of the
pillar.
knock-up, right?
Like, Trundle pillar, great.
This team had it all though. He could choose his targets easy because Mima just piles on in, and then he says, okay, I'll pick my targets.
The only target they couldn't have displacement was Elise. Draven's stand aside. Thresh has got his flay, has got the ability. Mima, when he dives in there with Shyvana, the Shyvana-Yasuo combo is what we've seen the Chinese teams doing at Intel Extreme Masters World Championships. And it was great. And when you look at Alliance's composition, the majority of the champions want to be clumped together. They want to be grouped. And that's just like, well, perfect. Let's hit you with multi-man displacements and let Yasuo dive in there as well. So very good play from Super Crew.
Let's talk about Alliance for a moment here, because as we said, yesterday's game was not won during the laning phase. This was a tough laning phase for them once again. I mean, they had really good early signs. So a lot of pressure onto middle, as the Super Hot Crew actually predicted from that one. Selfie himself said Shook is going to be in that mid lane, constantly trying to help Froggen get ahead.
Shook brought the rest of the team as well. I mean, we've seen Wicked trying to get in there. We've seen Nif moving up there from time to time as well. I really like the way Alliance handled their early game. I almost feel like they put so much focus and emphasis on their early game and their decision making. It came at the expense of some of their maybe communication and team calling. Their heads appeared to me at least to be in the laning phase. And once we got to those team fights, Super Hot Crew just had much better organization. And they did it yesterday against Millennium. 44 minutes into the game, Super Hot Crew were just like, hey, we can win this team fight. Let's go for it. We're like 14,000 gold down. Screw it. All in.
just randomly turned up and things worked out for them in that one. I mean, the decision making, I pointed that out during the actual game itself. The move, that's such a decisive move to say, Baron, we go for it, we stay on Baron, we will fail, it does all the zoning work, we take it down before they even get there. He threw the box down, Alliance couldn't get in, Flay came in as well, and they couldn't push through it.
So yesterday, Super Hot Crew were like, Baron, let's go. And Kerp steals it. It ends up, if they had secured that Baron, there could have been a win for them. Today's Baron call was much better. So what this tells you is that whoever is making the Baron calls is either doing one that's a little risky, and it paid off once, didn't pay off the other time, or alternatively, today their heads were just a little more in the game. It is something we'll have to watch because there's a whole bunch more games, and Baron can win you or lose you games.
Well, great win for the Super Hot Crew, and we have Shox and Deficio with Super Hot Crew's Mr. Rawls with them after that match. So let's check in.
Thank you very much, Joe. We do have Mr. Vale here with us after that fantastic win for the Super Hot Crew. Talk me through picks and bans, because yesterday, obviously, not the best start for you guys here in Super Week. What did you change going into this game?
This game, we wanted to have Roccat and Irelia because we are really comfortable with playing Shyvana against it. And then we wanted to pick a Draven because we knew that they would either ban or first pick Lucian, while Twitch would be banned from our side. So I had to pick up a new AD, and it was either picking Graves or Draven. So yesterday I spammed Draven in solo queue to prepare for it.
So when do you actually pick Draven? Like, when is he a very strong pick, and what is it Draven brings to the table?
Well, Draven obviously have high damage, and he's a very snowbally champion. So if you can get early kills, you will destroy everyone. And I got 1 kill, I got 700 gold, which snowballed me a little bit, but not really that much.
And then also, you built Ghostblade as your second item. I assume that is simply because, again, you got the kill you needed, it's a great snowball item. But wasn't it a little bit risky? Also, you didn't even upgrade your boots, you were very immobile, you didn't have the extra HP for Trinity Force when you're against like Leona, Liseno, Irelia, all these champions who could jump you.
Yeah, it was very risky to go for it. But we were ahead, and our comp we had to snowball, so I thought the humans would be way better.
Talk me through Selfie's performance as well. He did very, very well today, from a 2.8 KDA yesterday to an 8 KDA today. What was it in your team comp that made him do better, or was he just less nervous than he was yesterday?
Well, I think Selfie is still choking a little bit on the stage, and picking him TF is making him able to take decisions by himself, and that's something he has to do, and that he couldn't really do that yesterday because of TF. While today he's on his most comfortable champion, Yasuo, which we didn't even expect to get.
What about We Will Fail It then? Your new support, of course you're laning with him. What does he bring to the team, and how is he to play with?
Well, Fela is talking a lot more, and he's making the team way more happier. And yeah, it's way easier to talk about things, while with Mixa it was a little bit awkward.
They also had a great hook at the end there to close things out. Congratulations, always a pleasure,
Thank
Mr. Vale. We need to take a short break, but we'll return with the second half of the day and 3 more LCS matches, beginning with SK facing the Copenhagen Wolves. Keep it right here.
Landing on towards Tams, and that's a max range shot. Will they follow through? Yes, they will. Throwing all the ultimates in. They've gone fairly low on HP now. They've lost Yasuo, and the colleague comes through. That's going to give them 2 kills. Impaler will have to flash away. Minor will go down to Tams. Hot comes through. They manage to catch Froggen. This is going to be the fight. Ulti's coming in. Froggen's going to go down. Wicked's the next target in this one, surely. He's trying to run away from things.
What we want to accomplish is to establish ourselves as one of the top teams, and that's only possible if we are able to like get top 3 and go to Worlds. I feel like this split is going to be a lot harder than the last one, since everyone wants to go to Worlds and it's going to be all on the line whether or not you go. Before it was more like I want to qualify for the next split, and now it's more like we have to earn the top 3, otherwise we won't go to Worlds, and that's basically the dream of everyone. So there is no like thing around it. Our goal is top 3 and that's what we have to achieve.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the European LCS live here in Cologne, Germany. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and alongside me is Martin Deficio Linger. And next up is SK Gaming facing off against the Copenhagen Wolves. SK Gaming had a great spring split with their new roster, finishing first in the league and of course second in the playoffs. During the split, they had a 3-1 lead over the Copenhagen Wolves as well. Yesterday, of course, SK Gaming faced Fnatic in the opening game of the day, and despite a troubled start, they did come out with a victory.
Yeah, so SK Gaming, they fell behind early to Fnatic's pick comp, but managed to outplay them simply on the map. Quick decisions led to towers, led to dragons, and everything went just in favor of SK Gaming. And whenever Fnatic made a mistake, they would just get punished for it, and it simply opened up the entire map and everything for SK Gaming to take mid and hip first, and then they took the Baron later on. And that's the thing, SK Gaming yesterday looked exactly like the team we saw in the last split. The laning phase in the early game were weak, but their map movements and late game teamfights were as strong as we have ever seen them. And if they can improve this early game, they can become an all-around great team. Because again, the early game, it was the problem earlier today.
And if you look, though, earlier today, as you said, they had a lot of problems in that early game. And it was a very different matchup against Gambit.
It was actually also a weird match. Because we talked about it.
It was back
afterwards.
and forth. It was crazy,
back and
crazy
forth.
game.
Gambit got very far ahead early on because SK picked some weak lanes, especially the bottom lane was very weak. They didn't want to try and help it out, so Candy Panda fell far behind. There was no wave clear. Everyone was full physical damage. And it simply meant once Gambit got ahead, they should have just been able to close it out without losing any team fights. Due to some bad positioning, good fights from SK though, they got back in the game, but it wasn't enough again because the comp full AD against 5 Randuin's Omens or 4 of them in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, there's no chance really towards it. Or armor damage, as I call it. For some reason, attack damage, of course, is what I meant. Yesterday, of course, we saw the new lineup for the Copenhagen Wolves in their first official LCS match against Alliance, and earlier again today versus Millennium. Against Alliance, well, they ran a very different team composition that we saw them running in the spring split. However, against earlier on today, they looked very good.
Very, very strong game from Copenhagen Wolves. Again, their early game lane swaps is something Copenhagen Wolves are very good at. They were one of the few teams in the last split to actually lane swap very often, so they know how to play these small lane swaps and how to play the skirmishes, and it's something they use really well to their advantage. They team fought it a little bit too early in the game. I mean, they had Yasuo, they had Trundle, they needed some time to build them up. Once they got the items they needed, once they got the good engage coming in from Cottonex, from Airwax, everything worked out for them. They won the team fight, took the game. So they keep building these comps around going to the late game, and it can end up hurting them in the early game if they face a team who's very aggressive and then simply snowball out of control for them. But as long as they can survive early game and get to this late game point, the team fights for them are very strong, and also the comps they build are very strong.
You know, they did have some very fancy tactics earlier on as well in the 4-0 split pushes, so we're going to keep our eye on that one as well.
Yeah, for sure. It's the thing about Copenhagen Wolves and the lane swaps. They know how to play them correct, so they can start a fast push, and then they just teleport to the other lane and put you in a position where you need to react very fast. Otherwise, you're going to lose 2 towers and gain nothing from it. And it's what they do so well, and it's what teams like Alliance, for instance, have issues with. So once Copenhagen Wolves, or once the other teams in the league hopefully catch up to this lane swap, Copenhagen Wolves won't have the advantage anymore, but they're still actually looking very strong teamfight-wise. With the new players here, Woolite as an AD carry is impressing me a lot. He's doing well in pretty much every single fight, and also Airwax, of course, as a jungler. It was his engage on Evelyn in the last game where he finally managed to get around, flank around Millennium, perfect engage onto Curb, kill him instantly, and then Copenhagen Wolves won the fight.
Well, let's check out the starting lineups, of course, for these teams. Over on the blue side, it is SK Gaming. That means Freddy's in the top lane, Sven Skeren in the jungle, Jez is in the mid lane, Candy Panda as AD carry, and N-Rated in support.
On the red side, we have Copenhagen Wolves, Youngberg's in the top lane, Airwalks is in the jungle, Kautar as the mid laner, Woolite on AD carry, and Unlimited is the support.
So Picks and Ban's going to be coming in just a moment, and as we mentioned, Copenhagen Wolves, some very strange team comp yesterday. SK Gaming, a little lackluster earlier on today. These teams, they both have analysts, they both have coaches. What do you think they would have, information they would have fed into these teams coming in, especially for this game?
Well, so first of all, SK Gaming will look at the early game, see what do Copenhagen Wolves like to do in the lane swaps, how do we counter it, what do we do against it, and also they need to look at Kautar and Yasuo. I mean, do we want to bend away, do we take it for Jesus? We'll see.
It's definitely his strongest champion right now. We just saw Selfie have a fantastic performance on it as well. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, Picks and Bans underway, SK versus Copenhagen Wolves. Trundle being taken away, actually from Youngbuck. Both Freddy and Youngbuck, of course, played that one to great success. Youngbuck did play it in the game earlier on today versus Millennium. Aatrox, again, I aimed at Freddy's champion pool because he's played that twice so far already in the summer.
And he's actually been very strong on Aatrox, of course, and it seems to me also Youngbuck don't want to deal with something he's not used to playing against, because Aatrox is not exactly a pick you see too often. And for Youngbuck here, he doesn't play it himself. He might not know the matchup properly, and that's also one of the reasons they can band away.
We'll see whether they target towards Sven Skeren or Airwax, of course. Pull that Yorick jungle. It's a champion that he's ran quite commonly, apparently, over in the solo queue. We'll see whether he does manage to pull something like that out. Leona has been taken away from Unlimited, both in Rated and himself. Play that one quite often, but Twitch, that's a ban we expected. That's almost becoming commonplace now.
Yeah, Twitch is so strong in this current patch, in the current meta. He can do so much, sneaking up on you, pretty much even start teamfights as an AD carry, and his damage output is insane. But I really like this Leona ban over here from SK, because Unlimited, he's the main engager for Copenhagen Wolves. Pretty much every single time he plays someone like Leona, he plays Annie, he will be the guy to start the fights, and he does it so well. Copenhagen Wolves as a team, when they don't have him on something where he can engage, often actually just don't know how to start fights, and it hurts them quite a lot.
The last two bans was casted in, as Trevor's been harping on about the fact that, you know, force the other team to ban away Cassadin. That's what's happened. SK Gaming banning that one away from Cowtard, and Aurelia, the final ban taken away from Freddy.
So a lot of bans targeted on Freddy, but yeah, Jax was left open. So you ban away two of his champions, and you give him, at the moment, one of the strongest. But this is Copenhagen Wolves saying, we want to make sure we either get the Jax or we get the Yasuo. So we're going to leave both of them open here and put you in a position where you need to decide which one do we want, because we will get the other one, and also we'll get Lee Sin, who is one of the strongest junglers at the moment.
Yeah, Cowtard on Yasuo, he will be very happy with that. He's got the displacement, of course, from Lee Sin as well, so already got a setup.
Just the combo itself between Lee Sin and Yasuo here, they can instant kill targets in a side lane if they walk out there. Someone is trying to one-on-one defend against the split push. Lee Sin joins in, one kick, ultimate is on, armor penetration, everything, and you just destroy people. So very, very strong start from Copenhagen Wolves. They did give up the Jax, however. They had to do it to try and get these comp here. Could be risky with the Jax.
Interesting for SK Gaming. So they've gone with Evelynn Lucian. Thresh was available. Didn't go for the Thresh Lucian combo.
Well, and Rated doesn't actually play it.
No, it does not a great deal, if at all.
It is very rare. If we have even seen him play, it might have been in the start of the last split. He doesn't actually play the champion, so decided to not go with it. Instead, to get Lucian. Also considered one of the best AD carries here, so it's a very solid pickup. So far for SK Gaming, it's very standard, but it's very, very strong, because you can have Lucian in the mid lane, wave clear, he can provide a lot of siege potential onto the towers, and then you have Jax split pushing. Evelynn can roam between the lanes, join Jax up in a split push, turn the fight around. So SK Gaming for now, with the champions they just logged in here, can really do some serious late game split pushing.
I was just about to say, let's see which way Wollart's gone. He's played Cogmore and Graves so far, played Graves to very good success, very aggressive as well in the last game when he played it against Millennium. It does look like he's going to have a Lulu alongside him, although no, that would be Youngbuck playing in the top lane.
Could be Youngbuck in the top lane, could of course also be support Lulu. He played it yesterday. It didn't really work out for him.
No.
I mean, there was a lane swap early on, so he didn't get to bully in the laning phase, and then once you got out the laning phase, he actually didn't do too much with the team. He couldn't split push, he stayed with the team, but teamfight-wise, he didn't bring enough. We need to see what he can do today, because they're going a bit of the same style, where you give Youngboy this top lane, Lulu, and then of course you want to put Kautal on the Yasuo mid lane. It also means for Yasuo he can go full damage, because you got the wild growth from Lulu to be the tankiness of you.
Well, he may have angered Enrated, I'm not sure. He's looking like he's going to select.
Oh, it's great. If he's learned to play it or starts to play it, it would be great for SK Gaming, because Thresh overall is a fantastic support.
Well, Thresh is currently being hovered over, as is Kale. For Jez is in that mid lane. We'll see whether he sticks with it. Has tried to go with the Assassins to varied success. I think it's safe to say it's not worked out, but a long-range farmer. Not too long a range, though.
I swapped away. Come on.
Trying to bait you, trying to reel you in. N-rated switches back across the Morgana.
So the Kale pick, at least, together with Morgana, how do you counter something like a Yasuo jumping on you? How do you counter a pick comp? Well, you got intervention, you got Black Shield to stop the CC, you got intervention to stop all the damage. So just by locking in these two here, teamfight-wise, as long as they don't get knocked up with the target Kautal is jumping towards, they counter all his damage, they counter his ulti. Very, very strong for SK Gaming. Again, the wave clear with Kale, with Lucian here, Morgana with the Black Shield, so you can safely go into the wave and actually clear it without being afraid of being kicked back by Lee Sin or take a lot of poke from someone like Lulu. It's going to be very strong for them. The knock-up as well, going to be destroyed by the Black Shield. And then, of course, you just have Jax split pushing all day long.
And, well, or more importantly, when a team fight comes on, you may have an invulnerable Jax jumping into
Oh, that's even worse.
Yeah.
That is even worse. If they want to go for full, like if Jax just go full offensive here, they don't care about Candy Panda dying in the back line, or he needs to survive by himself, and Jax just go ham onto the team of Copenhagen Wolves. Could be a possibility as well.
Well, we talked about Unlimited going with engaged champions. He's locked in Zyra as the support champion, who we saw actually
yesterday
coming back
as
to
well.
life in All-Star as well in Paris, and of course yesterday.
So with Spell Thieves, she's very strong, or she's strong in the laning phase. She's good against the likes of Morgana. She's good against the likes of Thresh here. Because again, you put up the plans with Spell Thief, you do a lot of early game damage, and as long as you avoid a binding, you're gonna be fine. Your issue is you're very squishy. So one binding, Lucian can all in you, and there's a high chance you will die. And also, she works as disengage. It's what she does best. She can help Woolite stay safe in the back line, and also she provides a knock-up, of course, for Kautar. Some synergy with it. Copenhagen Wolves, however, might end up lacking damage. When we go into the late game team fights, if you look at all the damage on the side of SK Gaming, you have Jax, Kale, Lucian, even Evelyn late game will of course be more tanky, but still she will do some fairly decent damage. Copenhagen Wolves might just simply end up not being able to kill anyone.
Well, we'll see how it works out. Let's check out your votes from LOLesports.com, where you've been letting us know who you think will win today's game. According to the numbers, you've picked SK Gaming by 85%. We'll see if that plays out, of course. Super Hot Crew only had 9% of the vote in the last game, and they pulled out a win over Alliance.
Looking at the comps, however, I have to agree with the votes. I think SK Gaming won this Champion Select. I think the combo wall is very strong. They have strong team fights, a good wave clear. Of course, they need to survive here. I wouldn't even say they need to survive the early game, because it's not even a bad comp early game-wise. Yes, laning phase, straight laning phase, Copenhagen Wolves should be stronger. Lulu should beat Jax in the early levels. Graves is a good pick against Lucian, also in the early levels. So we need to see if SK Gaming, who's normally weak in the early game, can win it.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 4 underway. SK Gaming as the blue team up against the Copenhagen Wolves as the red team. Of course, Copenhagen Wolves coming into this game off the back of a win over Millennium, whereas SK Gaming went down in Game 1 to Gambit. So in terms of momentum, maybe the Copenhagen Wolves will be coming into this one with some renewed confidence.
I think there's just one thing we can agree on. Europe, you can never predict who's going to win. I mean, Gambit yesterday looked terrible. Today, all of a sudden, they looked very strong, beat SK Gaming, who looked terrible today. So it's impossible to say, just looking at the teams, what's going to happen. I predict 8-way tie.
So SK Gaming peeking. Are they going to try and get on towards anyone? Dark Binding could land, of course. Little stealth run from Svenska, and may go in there. Dark Binding does get fired off, does not find its target though on Airwax. He backs away. They're going to get a binding, a ward in towards the bush. And this is the difference. I mean, level 1, we've seen a number of different plays. Some have been purely defensive, some have been overly aggressive, and this looks like it's going to be a simple red buff exchange.
Yeah, trading buffs. What you can do now with trinkets as soon as they are active from 30 seconds is you can always ward your own buff and then invade on the enemy. So you will always have vision if they're going towards your buff. And SK Gaming had a ward earlier on the red buff. It's of course already ran out, only lasts for 1 minute. So they saw Copenhagen Wolves warded. They know there's a chance Copenhagen Wolves will run from their blue buff to the red buff, and they just end up trading buffs. More importantly, SK Gaming, they get the lane swap, exactly what they wanted here, because they want to get Jax away from this Lulu early game. They want to make sure Jax won't get poked and can just pick up some farm once the tower is gone, pick up some farm with the jungler, and get a few levels, and then he can actually start once he hits the level 5-6 point to duel the Lulu. So that's simply why they want a lane swap.
They have got the buddy system going in that jungle area just above us. On the raids, that will be, of course, Svenskeren and Freddy. Meanwhile, Kaltard, he's taken some abuse from Jez's.
And very early, Jez is fast pushing. Whoa, Youngbok took a lot of damage. Not sure how he got caught out of position here. He knew
Flash
SK
burn.
Gaming would be up in this top side. Binding must have landed for and raided or something. Even better as well for SK. They get Freddy away from Lulu. They also get the Lucian and Morgana away from this Graves Zyra lane, which is a very strong lane, where both Graves is good against Lucian, and Zyra is good against Morgana.
Aox is now coming back across to the blue buff, did steal away the red buff. His own red buff actually in his half of the jungle has not been cleared out. They took and left one of those tiny little lizards in there, and does mean, of course, the timers will be a little bit off on the red buff. Freddy is going back in towards that top half of the jungle. Is he going to maybe look towards making a play in the mid lane on Kaltard?
Seems so, at least. He's level 2, he can jump and stun him. Here we go!
Counter-strike on, it's going to land perfectly. No! Kaltard just stepping up the side there, and Jez is not really following through on it either. I don't think he believed either.
He didn't have to, actually. They forced the flash, it was all they needed to do. They wouldn't have the damage to kill Kaltard so close to the tower. Wisely enough, Jez didn't try and flash after him and ignite. And Raided now is down in this mid lane.
Yeah, because the top lane has been left empty. They've actually gone for a 4-man stack, the Copenhagen Wolves down the bottom here. You can see Freddy and Svenskeren actually in the jungle. Aox desperately trying to steal away this large golem from them. Now Enrated's going to join them. They're going to try and protect this tower, so it's going to be a 3v4 down in the bottom lane.
And Raided, though, still a bit away. He won't be able to provide any kind of wave clear, so they're actually going to give up this tower to Copenhagen Wolves. No, the wave is going to die here, so Copenhagen Wolves need to back away from this one, and then next time the wave come in, they will be in position from SK Gaming side to actually defend.
Binding does not quite land. It will be back off cooldown shortly, but Copenhagen Wolves will step away. This is, of course, buying lots of free time in the top lane for Candy Panda, who is actually behind on Warlight at the moment in farm.
So Candy Panda up here is able to freeze the lane because Youngbok, I just, on my second screen, went all the way back to the start of the game. He actually walked up to the minion wave and started pushing it towards SK Gaming. So when they went up behind him, they forced the flash away, and also the wave was pushing towards SK Gaming. So Candy Panda just been freezing it for pretty much the entire duration, and it's also why SK sent multiple members bot lane out to defend, because of course Enrated has absolutely nothing to do here.
Jez is in the mid lane, he's got Aox coming behind him, he's going to manage to pan across towards him with that ward safeguards onto it. Doesn't really worry Jez at all. I think he just simply healed himself, got that little speed boost and walked away from that one. No flash burn.
So we actually see now bottom lane, the two top laners with the supports. Kaltard going aggressive onto Jez, trading some damage back and forth.
Remember, there's no flash available for Kaltard, but he has got exhaust if he wants to go for it. And the AD carries are in the unusual position in the top lane at the moment, but Freddy taking some damage, taking a lot of abuse actually there from Lulu.
And this is actually a good move for Copenhagen Wolves, sending Woolite up to the top lane so he can push the wave all the way out so he will reset. He needs to be careful though, Svenskeren is here.
This is the danger of two AD carries. They are pretty much left alone. Svenskeren is going to come around, Woolite's in trouble. They're trying to go towards him, he's going to flash through, nice. Hits it nicely, and had to use the heal as well, so both summon the spells burn.
Nice flash, also nice reaction from SK. He knew he would be very, very far up the lane, so instant the gank from Svenskeren. He needs to be careful now.
Waiting to assault him in the bush. He's managed to catch on towards him. He's got eyes, managed to follow through. Jez is there now, puts the slowdown and Aox forces him away.
A lot of action here early on. Both teams moving around the map quite a lot. Mid laners though, farming in here. Kaltard, even though his flash was burned, is keeping up in farm. Both of them though, they're not actually looking for kills here in the laning phase one-on-one. It's more when it comes to the big team fights.
Teleport used by Freddy to get back down towards that bottom lane. Has got himself a second Doran's Blade as well as another health pot to try and keep his farm up with Youngbok. You mentioned that they'd be having problems early on, and you can see obviously N-rated and Unlimited running protective duties. Kautar going on towards Jezza. Jezza's with no mana now, so he can't really turn this fight around, even if he wanted to. Still hanging on to that flash ignite though.
And he's just staying in the lane because he wants to level 6 before he even thinks about recalling. And of course, his intervention doesn't cost any mana, so he can still use it in case Kautar goes on to him once he hit the level 6 point. Woolite though, he returned to the top lane. This Sin just gonna recall, don't even want to try a gank. Candy Panda though, quite a lot of farm he picked up, can now recall and should be able to get a BF Soldier.
Yeah, Woolite should be able to catch that back up with this gigantic wave, which is bookshotting his way through, so he's going to clear all that out. Only though, because he went back early, could get that Vampire Acceptor and boots, whereas the BF Sword has just been picked up by Candy Panda, and now he's making his way to the bottom lane.
So SKA Gaming is again the team who decides the swaps here. Now Freddy, of course, teleport is on cooldown, so you have to recall to base and run all the way up to top lane, so he will lose out on some farm, especially because Woolite is actually fast pushing the wave. Notice here, Candy Panda actually decided not to go for the bottom lane because probably the teleport was down from Freddy. He's gonna lose a wave, but still, actually the only 2 CS ahead now, so Woolite been doing a very good job as well farming.
Yep, managed to clear that wave, shove it back in towards the tower. Candy Panda, as you mentioned, is back in the top. So, Freddy warding out Dragon. Don't think that's going to be used anytime soon. 7.5 minutes gone in this game, and the buffs are starting to respawn and be picked up. Remember, the red buff was delayed. Blue buff just respawned for SK Gaming. You can already see Svenskeren making his way there for Jezus.
And this is actually pretty good for SK. They get a lot of farm on the AD carry. They get a lot of farm on Jax. Even though he's going to get poked, he can still pick up the farm with the black shield from Enrated, so he can feel safe. He'll get CC'd when he actually goes in for the minions, and also he can continue to farm the golems every single time, come back to the lane, pick up some farm. And it's all SK Gaming wants here in this early game. Get as much farm as possible on Freddy so he can start split pushing, get him the Blade Rune King, get him the Trinity Force, and he's going to become a monster, which nobody from Copenhagen Wolves can do anything against in a one-on-one.
Top lane troubles once again. Woolite with no summoner spells available this time. It could be a 2-man dive. You can see Svenskeren, he's going to get spotted out by that tower. Does manage to get the damage down this time around. Woolite goes down. The tower onto Candy Panda is not enough. And first blood's picked up by SK.
And they're really abusing the fact that Woolite is stuck in his top lane by himself. And also he's 1 level behind Candy Panda, but a lot of damage in this bottom lane here.
Yeah, continuing to punish Freddy there. Ewoks is coming around back in towards this mid lane on towards Jezus. Has not hit level 6 yet though, so can't kick him in towards that tower. Still only at level 7. First turret the first turret of the game goes down for SK.
Good play by SK Gaming. Candy Panda, he was free to just push the lane in because Woolite can't duel him one-on-one because he's behind. And therefore Svenskeren with an easy gank just walking up there. Freddy's very low.
He's going to go for him. Freddy is low, like you said. He gets caught out there. Counter-Strike is about to run out, and he pulls straight in for it. Hooks him away, but gets caught with the Dark Binding. The tower doing the damage. Can he safeguard away just in time? Wild Growth used to save his life there from Youngblood. You can see Jezus, he's going for this one. He's going to try and come around. He's got Flash Ignite available. If he can get some vision on Ewoks, he's going to turn around. Unlimited's going to be the sacrificial lamb, I feel, here. He's got nowhere to run here. Dark Binding catches on towards him. Jezus eats this one for free.
Perfect for SK. They did lose the tower, however, because Airbox was down there. They got a lot of damage onto it beforehand from Copenhagen. It was early in the game, so it was fairly low. Could at least pick up the tower. Had to sacrifice Unlimited at least. And it was a very important kill onto Jezus, because, again, we talk about how strong SK is in the late game. Get kills on your carries here. It is perfect. They don't even mind giving up a very low tower. Also because they traded for the tower on the top lane earlier.
So SK Gaming 2-0 up and just over 1,000 gold in the lead. Now that the towers are starting to fall, we'll see how they start to play this one out. Of course, the Copenhagen Wolves predominantly used to have issues as they hit the 15 to 25 minute mark. They generally did pretty well in the lanes, whereas SK, they generally did not do well in the lanes. The fact that they are slightly winning out in lane phase may well be a big worry for the Copenhagen Wolves.
Well, it was a smart thing by SK with the lane swaps. It was everything they needed because they had the weaker lane. So as soon as they got the lane swap going, and with Youngbuck who then pushed the lane up in top early on, Candy Panda could just freeze it as long as he wanted. Now they're pushing onto this mid lane because there's no wave there from Copenhagen Wolves.
3-man move on towards it. The tower will fall. Svenskeren catches a kick, but it will not get followed through. And SK Gaming starting to play by the numbers now as this bottom turret starting to take some punishment from Jezus.
Yeah, really playing the map here, keep moving members around. Fred is in the top lane pushing all by himself. Youngbuck, he's down the bottom lane. He's gonna come up there and join in. Both have teleport in case a dragon fight should start.
Yep, as Jesus keeps pushing the wave in, Svenskeren and Rated are going to come around. And Rated spotted by the ward coverage. Pink ward goes down.
Oh, get away,
That will
man.
get cleared out. Unlimited. What is he doing around the tower? There's a minion wave there. Jesus takes a couple of unnecessary hits, but it doesn't matter. They have more than enough damage to take him down. Intervention is available, but didn't get used by Jesus.
Unlimited managed to do everything in his power here to just lock up the members of SK Gaming. He got the ult, he got the root onto Svenskeren, so he was just stuck under the tower. And even if he got the intervention, with the remaining Copenhagen Wolves members arriving, he would probably die anyway.
Yeah, I think he was just out of range, actually. N-rated, though, trying to intercept and interrupt this dragon. Meanwhile, the red buff being taken away by Freddy in the top half of the Copenhagen Wolves jungle. Woolite, again, running defensive duties this time to prevent Jesus on that final outer turret for the Copenhagen Wolves. Flash being used again by Kautar. That's Freddy jumping in again on towards him. Those summoner spells are not lasting long for the Copenhagen Wolves.
Oh, second time Freddy forces the flash away from Kautar. It's been a little bit annoying, I think we can say. I don't think Kautar likes him very much at the moment. They do actually now start the dragon because, again, ultimate is gone from unlimited. Woolite as well is on cooldown, Kautar is on cooldown, Airwalk's on cooldown, everything is gone except for Lulu's ultimate here from Copenhagen Wolves, so they wouldn't be able to contest it, and also they were pushed all the way up in the mid lane.
And while that dragon was happening, Kautar used his ultimate on Candy Panda, didn't take him down though. Candy Panda managed to dash away from that one. There was Airwalks in there as well, so 2v1 and Candy Panda walks out alive while the rest of his team take down that dragon. Teleport back to top lane, Freddy running defensive duties, and actually he's got over that initial study phase, I don't know whether the slow phase.
The weak phase of Jax.
The weak phase, and now of course with that Bilge Wall and Cutlass almost complete, he's going to start hammering down those minions.
And he also stole the red buff, and he didn't have to teleport to the dragon because SK Gaming were in full control, so he could use it to get back the lane, pick up all the farm, and now he can just continue to push. At this point here, it's very scary for Youngbuck to even get close to him, because if he gets jumped here, he's going to flash away. So he's going to be basically just trying to wave clear, and then waiting with his teleport, which is still up. And they also saw Freddy teleport to the tower, so they know it's down. This is why Copenhagen Wolves can try and make a play on the map, because they know Youngbuck will be able to join in.
Jesus takes himself the blue buff. Svenskeren now making his move towards the top. Look at the damage on that turret. Just a breath of air will take it down. Candy Panda has moved back down here with N-rated in support. They're pinging heavily on towards Kautar, and I wonder if that means they're going to try and make a play. Remember, there is no mid turret. And at the moment, Svenskeren is looking for blood, but Awax is doing the same thing. The problem is he's being spotted out by the wards.
Spot out. There's no tower, however, for SK, so they need to be careful. Svenskeren, though, he's just staying between the mid and the top lane. In case something happens in one of the lanes, he can quickly join in. Of course, there's no vision on him. Now they're going to spot him at the tower. He's getting some damage. Listen is coming in towards the mid lane. What can he do?
Oh, he's going to try and go for it. Kautar, though, does manage to sweep in. Ultimate used on Jesus. Has got intervention available. Uses on himself. Gets a quick turnaround on towards Airwax. He will get the damage down, and Jesus, despite being kicked away, gets the kill down on Airwax.
1 second was all Airwax needed here to pick up the kill. He would have been able to execute with his Q. However, he was the guy to go down. A kill now for SK Gaming, and Freddy up in this top lane is just pushing away.
Oh, they're not done yet. They're going back on towards Kautar. Doesn't have his ultimate. Has the wind wall available, but he just goes straight into the cleaving arms of Jesus. Meanwhile, Freddy, he's going on towards Youngbuck. Has he got the leap strike? Doesn't need it. Uses the flash. Gets himself a kill for SK. It's now 6-1 in their favor.
And this is one of the reasons this Lulu pick in the top lane is so risky against the likes of Jax, against your Shyvana, because if you don't get the one-on-one lane early, you will never get to use your power, your lane bulliness. It means as soon as you swap back, Freddy's just going to be so much stronger than you are, or Jax is going to be so much stronger, and there's nothing you can do. You're under the tower, during the entire fight here, Freddy was under the tower, and he still managed to kill him.
Beautiful rhythmic thud of Freddy on Jax, beating down the towers. So now 3-1 in favor of SK Gaming in terms of towers. The first inner turret of the game going down. Dragon going to be some time yet, so SK Gaming maybe going to look at making a play. That bottom tower almost certainly will be the focus. It's on next to no health, and Rated is desperately trying to keep them, zone them away. I think with this wave, they may well push in. Yeah, Woolite already backing away from this one. That's going to be the fourth turret of the game for SK.
We're also going to see the Hurricane build for Jesus. Again, he built it yesterday as well. And it's such a strong build at the moment because, again, it works on unhit effects. So your Nash's Tooth is going to do damage to people around him. Of course, your auto attack is going to spread out. Your Spellblade from Mastery is going to spread out. Svenskeren, though, want to catch out at least in here. Airwalks backing away. we've seen some fights in this mid lane, always gone in favor of SK.
Yeah, well, we said it in the previous game up against Millennium when, of course, Kautar was on so he needs a little time to get going. This time they're going to go for it again. They've got 3 members, though, and Svenskeren, he's going to try and get away, but he's going to get locked up. Teleport comes in. Freddy's going to join in. Counter-Strike is running. Catches on towards Kautar. Invulnerability being used on him as well. Kautar goes down. Youngbook's going to focus down. Freddy manages to get the kill on towards him. Jez has also picked himself another. Unlimited has to flash away. Everybody from the Copenhagen Wolves is running scared right now. The dark binding catches, and Woolite gets dropped down by Candy Panda. Jesse is going deep on this one. He gets himself another kill, and that was a 4-for-1 to SK Gaming and 1 turret. The second will follow.
And SK Gaming was simply so far ahead. Freddy just teleported into the middle of everyone from the Wolves, but he's so strong. Intervention as well. Picks up 1 kill. The rest of the team joins in. It's even with the jungler being dead for pretty much the entire fight, and yet they just pick up kill after kill. Take the tower, take inhibitor. 17 minutes in. And we talked about also how strong the late game comp is from SK. Things are looking very bad.
There we go. You can see this is what we talked about. The danger of a teleporting Jax. Unvulnerable. He just jumps into the team. They all focus on him because you all get drawn to a teleport.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they're just waiting. They're saying, we are multiple members here. We're coming. We can fight him. But he comes in, he gets intervention, stuns the first target. No ulti on Kautar. It's already been used. And then Unlimited, of course, Woolite completely out of position, so they're forced to flash away, and then just another beautiful binding from him. Been a few this game. Very good bindings from him.
Fantastic stuff. Oh, Candy Panda caught out. Now they're going to dive towards Kautar. Kautar will go down once again. It was a 1-for-1 exchange this time around, but the Copenhagen Wolves are having to back out because he's Svenskeren coming around the side. He's on towards Airwax, managing to try and get in there. Dodges out nicely from the Stranglethorns there. Sorry, the root coming down, the Grasping Roots. Youngbook now is going to be the sacrificial lamb. He goes down. Wild Growth not enough to save his life, and SK Gaming, they're in danger of rolling through the Copenhagen Wolves here.
Yeah, the Copenhagen Wolves, they had to try something, went for a kill in the mid lane to see if they maybe could take a tower, because they desperately need some gold here. SK are just so far ahead, however, they can respond to it. Now they start the Baron, the pink wall is there, so no vision from Copenhagen Wolves. They should know it's happening, and that's also why they're moving towards it. Can we see a steal?
Baron inside 20 minutes. Oh, Unlimited jumps on, pounced down, taken out. No problem there by Freddy. They do back out of the Baron, but now they're going for Woolite. Jezis is around the side. He's going to dash out of that one. He's got the support of Kautar, but they're simply floundering right now. SK Gaming are running amok in the Copenhagen Wolves jungle.
And they can keep doing this for the entire game now. They are going to be so strong. Just spot him out. Walked away from him. Hurricane is clear on him. Look how he's 6-0-3. If you have Jess on your fantasy team, like I do, you're a very happy man at the moment.
Well, we'll see how that feeds out throughout the rest of the tournament. Of course, there's a lot of games to go through the summer LCS. 28 per team, 128 I think it is in total, something like that. So long time to go, even with anyone with a fantasy team that may be doing well, maybe doing badly. Nevertheless, the Copenhagen Wolves are looking in serious danger of losing this matchup. SK Gaming started off strong, and you know, we talk about how often SK do manage to bring themselves back if they lose the lane phase, but when they win the lane phase, that's a scary time for any opposition.
Oh, 100%. And they've just been extending the lead by good rotation as well when they went to the mid tower, because they knew there was no wave there from Copenhagen Wolves. Moved in there with multiple members, took it, went for a dragon afterwards. They've just been very good at using the lead to take objectives and just extending it. And every time there was a chance of a team fight, they took it and they won it.
Well, the bottom turret is going to be the next focus target. 4 members of SK Gaming here, while Jezis single-handedly pushes the top wave in, and that's actually against Kautar once again. He's going deep on this one. Will being used, does manage to stop the slow and actually takes the tower hits. Svenskeren waiting just off the side to see if he can catch an individual out here, maybe catch a slowdown. Youngbook's taking bursts of health down to half hit points. He may be the focus. You can see the culling coming out. They're going to put that damage down. Here we go. Svenskeren coming around the side, and Limited caught out. Youngbook goes selfie. Is it going to be enough to catch him out? No, it's not. He's going to use that Wild Growth. It will save him. But again, Freddy just motors on through the team. Kautar now in trouble. Jesus has used the intervention on himself. Kautar had to force that one out, but SK Gaming are just taking anything at will.
You can ban all the top laners you want against Freddy, but if you give him Jax and then pick a Lulu against it, it's not gonna work for you. Copenhagen Wolves, even early in the game, they saw SK invade on the red buff at level 1. They knew the lane swap would happen. They would have swapped around in time. They didn't, and now they're getting punished for it.
Confident Jez is coming through, taking down your AD carry and your support all in one. It's a 2-for-1 deal right now, and SK Gaming are just taking everything they need. Kautar's trying to come in onto Svenskeren, but they just don't have the damage available. The inhibitor turret goes down, the inhibitor will follow, and SK Gaming, well, they could roll on through the base right now.
Please get every single inhibitor down. The wave up in the top lane. It's going to come to the tower. They can join in with it or play it safe. Back away a little bit. Svenskeren is fairly low. Very low on mana at least. So he's going to back away. And SK Gaming, happy enough taking 2 inhibitors.
It's 8-1. 21.5 minutes into this game. 18-3 in kills. It is a gigantic gold lead. And well, you just need to look at some of the stats for SK Gaming's players. 0-0-11, Dark Bindings being landed left and right by N-Rated. 8-0-3 for Jezzers. I've never seen him playing so confident in the LCS. And you got to think back. This team was pretty much, it was brand new coming into the spring split. They came back from 3-2 in the spring promotion tournament. They managed to finish top of the league. They really turned it around, joined together as a team. And you just saw that 14-17 or something crazy stats for Jezzes. He really has turned it around from basically the new player we saw in the LCS last spring.
Also, he started out being very nervous. He said it in interviews, I was nervous, I didn't want to make any mistakes, so I decided to just stay back and farm. All of a sudden now, he feels a lot more confident. SK Gaming as a team, they know how to play. They've been doing it for the entire last split, and it's what they're using now as well.
Well, they are one of the only teams that have used a sports psychologist, and it seems to have worked wonders. Airwalk's in trouble. He just gets cleaved down by Jezzers. Make that his 10th kill. And now Svenskeren, he's in amongst the players. And Limited's trying to run away, but you can see those hate spikes just burning through his hit points. One more hit will do it. Svenskeren tries to follow through. Kautar's going to get caught out. Jezzers gets himself another kill on the board. And SK Gaming just cleaved down the final inhibitor turret, and the inhibitor follow. 9 towers down, 20-3. SK Gaming no doubt in control here and will finish the game.
And SK Gaming simply punished Copenhagen Wolves for a weak early game, and that's why they're winning.
And fantastic performance here from SK Gaming. There's going to be the first Nexus turret down. The second one will follow. Intervention does get used now just to save the day briefly, but SK Gaming are working down the final Nexus. Oh, they want some kills. They got themselves picked in their own fancy teams maybe, who knows. You can see that's going to be the Nexus going down. Freddy picks up a death. People won't be happy with that one, Freddy. You were at 8-0-2. But nevertheless, SK Gaming take a confident victory here in game 4 of the day.
And they simply had an answer to everything Copenhagen Wolves tried to do. When Copenhagen Wolves sent Wula to the top lane to push out the wave against Candy Panda, they just sent Svenskeren up there instantly, ganked him, forced his summoners away. Candy Panda then returned to the top lane, pushed the wave into the tower. Svenskeren joined up once again. This time there was no summoners on Wula, ganked him under the tower, killed him, easy peasy, took the tower as well, extended the lead. Meanwhile, Jax in the bottom lane was just farming away, getting some levels, get towards the Cutlass, then he went top lane and nobody could stop him.
That game didn't even reach the 24th minute. That was probably the quickest one we've had in the summer so far. I'm pretty certain of that one. Dominant performance by SK Gaming. They're now 2-1 in the league after that defeat Gambit earlier on. They really have looked fantastic. And, well, I mean, where did Copenhagen Wolves go from there? Because they had a great performance earlier and then just been decimated.
Well, again, we talked about how SK Gaming, they won the lane swap here because they're weaker lanes. Copenhagen Wolves have the stronger side lanes at least. The top lane and the bottom lane would be stronger for them. They need to win early mid-game with the comp they had because they would be outscaled by SK Gaming. They spot out SK Gaming going into the red buff. They have time to swap around to the top lane. They don't. And also Youngbuck decides to push the wave at level 1. Get surprised because they walk up behind him from SK Gaming. The wave is now going to be pushing towards SK, so Candy Panda can freeze it forever. And Youngbuck has to flash away. He can't really do anything now. He can't join in for any fights or anything because there's no flash. He's very weak at this point. Picked up 0 farm, of course, or maybe 1 CS he got from pushing the wave. So just basically the level 1 was terrible for Copenhagen Wolves. They fell so far behind from the level 1. SK Gaming took control of it.
Complete contrast to the Millennium game.
Exactly. And then, of course, Jess is in the mid lane. Due to also some very good ganks. Every time Copenhagen Wolves tried to do something in the mid lane, Svenskeren would be there, or Freddy would be there to turn it around, and then Jesus would get some kills, and everyone, actually from SK, would just get kills left and right, get all the farm they needed, get all the objectives they wanted, so they just got so far ahead so fast, and they just force team fights.
And that is one of the problems now with the new KO build, effectively. Once you start getting ahead, once you get those kills on the board, there's not really much stopping you. I mean, what, 10-0-4, 249 CS? Dominant performance from Jesus.
In this game, he could have built whatever he wanted because they were so far ahead. But with the build, and with Lichbane, he actually bought here in the end. You also hit Lichbane on all the targets with the Hurricane because it's on-hit effects. So once you get ahead with this build, as long as you can get in a good team fight, don't get CC'd, you can just destroy everyone.
Well, fantastic performance by SK Gaming. We're going over to Shox on the stage, who is standing by with Candy Panda.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Candy Panda, fantastic performance from you guys here. Talk me through the game from your perspective, because from our side, it was pretty clear, very one-sided in favor of you guys.
Yeah, they made it pretty easy for us to push our comp into them. Like, they didn't really give any resistance, and we kind of outsmarted them in the lane swap, where I got like 3 levels ahead of the Graves. That was huge. And then they just got out-rotated, I guess. So, yeah, it was... I don't know, they didn't give much challenge. It was, yeah.
Well, the difference couldn't be bigger than what we saw in your game versus Gambit earlier. What did you kind of alter going into this game specifically?
Yeah, so like the meta changed. We went at All-Stars where like the lane swap, where you don't 4-push, like instead you just defend and you roam with the support. Like we weren't used to that. And other stuff is in the meta, like we didn't train much, so we're a bit inconsistent, I guess. So, I don't know, we were just not secure with the setup we had. We couldn't get the picks we wanted. And then we just lost in the early game too much to come back.
But still did very well here in this game. Obviously, your goal is to make it to Worlds. Already a very strong team. What do you still have to work on in your eyes to definitely make it to Worlds and do good there?
I think we will definitely work on closing out the games quicker. That's the main point we will work on in the next weeks. And in general, just be more consistent. Yeah.
All right, well, good luck with that. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
And we're going to head into the jungle in search of buffs and have a small break. But when we come back, the Super Hot crew takes on Roccat. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I got one.
OTP. We are moving from here. Can we still fight this?
Yeah.
We're coming from the side.
Kill the Yasuo, kill the Yasuo.
I'm coming,
Look, Lulu. Grace and Tara, and Tara.
Is he stunned?
Down here.
I jumped over,
Get them all.
Binding.
Nice. Take the tower,
Oh my god. I still have heal.
Get up. Good job.
Nice.
Roccat is a team with good synergy between the soul laners and the jungler. They're a team that can bring out the weird picks. Sadly, last split we were the ones that they used those picks at, like the Pantheon, which surprised us a lot. We never expected to see a Pantheon, and yeah, we got stumped because of it. So it's gonna be weird to see if they have anything new to pull out, and if they have, we have to be really good at reacting to it.
Hello again and welcome back. We're going to break down SK Gaming's win over the Copenhagen Wolves here with Joe and Quickshot. First thing I want to talk about is the team comps. To me, the Copenhagen Wolves comp reminded me a lot of what they did yesterday in the first game. Quite squishy.
Yeah, the core elements are the same in terms of the support, the Yasuo, as well as the Lulu top. They swapped out the Yorick and the Kog'Maw for something a little more standard with the Lee Sin and the Lucian. But unfortunately, Graves rather, but unfortunately, it didn't matter. Copenhagen Wolves never got to a point where they could get their team to synergize. They never got to a point where their team fights mattered because they just fell behind after the laning phase had ended.
I'm still not sure about the Lulu pick either for Youngbuck. I think that when we were discussing this yesterday, that Youngbuck's champion pool and what he specializes in are those bruisers. Now, that fits perfectly in the meta right now, and I'm not sure why they're almost trying to crowbar the Lulu into it, where it's, for me, obvious that he could perform better, in my opinion, on something like Trundle, Shyvana.
Very good point. And then once we got into the game, though, both teams seem to have a very clear idea of what they're supposed to do in that early game when it comes to strategic decisions.
So the first thing to note is that this is the first game Copenhagen Wolves have not gotten advantage from lane swaps. Deficio was very, very adamant that Youngbuck pushing out the wave at level 1 was a massive mistake. He got ganked, he lost his flash. It gave Candypan a lot of freedom to play with. And that set things in motion. The thing is, SK Gaming traded blow for blow. They traded towers, they repositioned correctly, and it's the first team that's been able to hold Copenhagen Wolves back. We mentioned earlier today when Copenhagen Wolves were playing against Millennium that they could create an advantage, but then they couldn't hold on to it. Now they couldn't even create one against SK, who in my mind is probably one of the smartest strategic teams in the European LCS.
That game was, I mean, Deficio said it himself, won and lost really right at the very start of it, because once that kind of team starts getting rolling, well, we saw by the scoreboard at the end that you just don't stop. I think 23, 24 minutes game, and it was a steamroll after those mistakes were made.
Absolutely, and we have a very good example of that is when it came to team fights, SK was just too far ahead for the Copenhagen Wolves. You can pull that replay up on the screen. I think it is around the Wolves area. If it goes up on the screen, it doesn't. It was very convincing, Trevor.
It was very convincing. So this is the replay. 16 minutes in, 6,000 gold lead already. 4 towers to 1, 6 kills to 1. Let's roll the clip out. And you'll notice Svenskeren and Jezz, they start off by trying to make a pick on Coutard. But it backfires and Jezz is bailing out. What we noticed in the sounds of the game, though, is SK were very clear. Freddy just said, I'm teleporting. The next call came in from Candypan saying, I'm coming from the right. And from there, it was just super clear communication on SK's side. They knew they had the numbers, they knew they had the support, and they knew they were strong enough to win this fight. So they just run down Copenhagen Wolves. I personally was very impressed by just the decision making. Jezz was bailing out. He's like, look, I'm sorry, Sven, you've been caught. And one call later from Freddy just saying, I'm teleporting in. And instantly, Jezz goes back in. That fight started with like a 2v4. But because of communication and because of how far the SK were ahead, that they'd accrued themselves the safety net, they won it convincingly. And that was every single fight from that point.
I think that's like a really important thing about SK Gaming that a lot of teams don't have. We sometimes listen to the sounds of the game and it's 5 guys screaming over the top of each other trying to figure out who they're going to go for next. And as you said, calm, collected. You don't need to scream at those points. You only need to say what you're going to do at the right point to get it effective. And that's what I think a lot of teams need to work on when it comes to communication, is to be clear and be calm, mostly.
Yeah, absolutely. SK Gaming showing the competition what they are made of. And speaking of competition, things are heating up as Quickshot's Vuvuzela lovers are taking on Joe's Banana Kings this week in the Fantasy LCS. As a reminder, you can build your own squad of League of Legends pro players and take a team to victory. Fantasy LCS allows you to assemble a dream team from European and North American players to compete in a league every week. Head to fantasy.lolesports.com where you'll find everything you need to know about creating a league, drafting players and chasing wins as you earn points based on how your players perform in the actual LCS every week.
So just for the record, the majority of my team is European, so I'm currently kicking Banana Lovers' butts. And Jez has just scored me a boatload of points, so thanks, bro.
And I've got 1/3 of his points already, and I've only got one
That was before Jez's. That was before Jez's, so I'm way ahead.
Wait till North America starts.
Didn't you kind of forget that you could pick North American players?
I'm thematic, okay? I'm thematic, maybe.
All right, well, the players are ready for our next match, so let's send it over to D-Man and the Fish Show.
Thank you very much, Shocks and guys. It is time to get our next match underway between the Super Hot crew and Roccat. The head-to-head during the spring split was very much in the favor of Roccat at 3-1 after some very decisive games. Yesterday, Roccat suffered a defeat at the hands of Millennium, but managed to turn things around with a dominant victory over Gambit.
Yeah, and the first game of the week for Roccat against Millennium didn't go as planned. They misplayed the map and they gave Millennium both the first Dragon and first Blood. And once they fell behind against Fizz and Jax, there was nothing they could do. And Millennium simply just won the game by split pushing and catching out Roccat.
However, of course, Roccat looked a lot better against Gambit in that last game of the day. Great coordination with early gank set up Vander's Leona and, of course, overpower on Twisted Fate.
Yeah, I mean, Roccat, they quickly built a big lead, and while it took them a while to finish the game, they were never in danger of actually losing it. And I really, really need to highlight overpower on Twisted Fate. Nick, he didn't put any pressure on him, which simply meant that overpower could just teleport around the map like he wanted to, set up kills left and right, and it worked for him. Have to say though, he got granted pretty easy double buff early on.
That headset, up close and personal with that camera, that's for sure. Super Hot crew, well, they played their opening match against a resurgent Millennium. They held out for 55 minutes, but eventually fell after disastrous decisions at the Baron. I think you saw that one with the big plays earlier on. Of course, earlier today, they faced Alliance and took them down. They just seemed more like a team than they did yesterday, and that was due in part to some great gameplay on Selfie's part.
I mean, he really played well on Yasuo, and it's been his main champion. It's been banned pretty much every single game against Super Hot crew. Alliance decided to leave it open, figured, you know, we can play against it, we can deal with it. He went 8-2-8, and he was just so strong in the fights. However, though, against Millennium yesterday, Selfie, he played Twisted Fate for the second time since the spring split, and he just didn't start the game well. Early ganks and pressure from Kerb's Ziggs meant that Selfie just never got going in the early mid game. The times he tried to gank, Kerb would just interrupt him. So the entire tactic for Super Hot crew of camping the bottom lane, it failed. And that was just, I mean, yes, they almost got back in the game. Then there was the Baron, big miscommunication. One person, not going to say his name, he's on your screen, decided to do a lot of damage to the Baron. The rest of them decided to stop. So miscommunication, Kerb stole it.
Yeah, you could say it was a gamble that didn't pay off.
I think we can agree.
So let's check out those starting lineups for our two teams. Over on the blue side, it is the Super Hot crew. That means Mimer's in the top lane, Impaler as the jungle, Selfie in the mid lane, Mr. Rals as AD carry, and we will Failer now as support.
Now on the red side, we have Roccat, Sasus in the top lane, Yangas is in the jungle, Overpower as the mid laner, Celavan AD carry, and Vandalife on support.
So we are about to get underway. Pretty sure we're going to see a ban for Selfie, of course, on Yasuo.
I think it would be pretty smart.
That's pretty smart, but of course LeBlanc was played very well by him before.
Could be a ban as well. I mean, Roccat, they can go in and say, we want to target Selfie in the mid lane. He's shown on a few champions, he's a very strong player, but on a lot of the other champions, like we've seen him on very different, like Ryze, we've seen his Twisted Fate as well in the early game was against Millennium yesterday. It wasn't good.
And you know, we also saw in the Alliance game the first Rengar ban against Mimer. Of course, Mimer is a big Rengar player, has been for a very long time, but never once had the opportunity to play it.
Very true, and it was buffed recently, and it's actually very strong, especially also in solo queue. There's a lot of Rengar-only players.
He's not played it much in solo queue. I actually had a look. As soon as I was like, it's 4.7, Rengar's good in this one. Check out Mimer quick. No, he's not been played. He played it twice and like lost both games.
So the thing is, one of the things about him, if he plays Rengar, he's so good at knowing when to roam around the map.
Yeah.
So what he can do is he will push the lane out, and then he's just going to roam to the mid lane, and all of a sudden he just pops out of stealth, instant kills you as the mid lane, and you're like, I have no idea what just happened.
Well, you could also have the Orianna alongside him, maybe the Stealth Bomber action. But, of course, we've had Twitch bans in there a number of times. Mr. Rales, of course, pulling out Draven this time around. Are we expecting anything towards him?
Just the fact he actually plays Draven, again, he played in the last split, shows his champion pool. I remember when the season started, when the last split started, people were like, oh, he can only play Caitlyn and Lucian. That's all he plays. Then he pulled out Twitch, then he played Draven. A lot of different champions, Jinx all of a sudden. It just shows he can still play all these champions. And if you target bans towards the bot lane or towards the AD carry, you'll have different things to pull out. And the Draven pick, it worked for him because they ran this pick comp here where they just wanted a single target burst. And once he actually got ahead, he built a Ghost Blade, really snowballed out of hand. And we will failure on support. He looked very, very strong in the last game. He landed hooks left and right here. And his Leona yesterday actually was pretty good as well. So I've been impressed about him, with him so far.
Well, picks and bans are about to get underway in just a moment. We'll see how it goes. So, first ban will be coming in just a moment. It's going to be on your screen. There we go. The teams are ready. We are ready. Let's see how this Game 5 will go. First ban coming in. Super Hot Crew will be laying that one down. It is Ziggs. No surprises there. Overpower has played that one. And there is the ban on Yasuo. Expected that one.
Don't want to take any chances. And Ziggs been banned away. Overpower's been using it quite a lot. He was one of the first people also to actually build the jungle item on him, on Ziggs, and just farm the jungle and the lane for the first 25-30 minutes. And all of a sudden you're just so strong. So banned away from him. Been a key pick for him actually.
Well, Evelyn's being banned out there, of course. That's a Jankos favorite. There is the Twitch ban. No surprises on that one. We kind of expected that. And be interested to see what the stats are for Twitch. Definitely high, 90% plus, I think, on the ban rate for him.
For sure.
In the summer LCS so far, of course. We are only in week 1. We are only, I think we're at the halfway stage now. That's his game.
We're
5.
No, we're further.
No, we're at the halfway stage of Super Week. We've just passed it, actually.
Yeah.
You're up. Last game was halfway.
Anyway.
Math not the strongest point. Thresh being banned out there, taking it away from Vandalife, 80%. Yeah, it's on the screen.
Don't worry.
Thanks for pointing
Don't
that
worry.
out. But
Don't
actually,
worry.
I wasn't sure whether these bans were still from Spring, because I know week 1 we're talking a lot about Spring, so whether they're about this, I don't know.
It's from the Super Week. Twitch wasn't banned last, but it's okay, Lee. It's fine. I'm here to help you.
I'm glad I've got you alongside me. Jax has been banned out. Well, we just saw him going huge in the last game. So, first pick, what will the Super Hot Crew use for this essential pick? Has been typed in. It's Kassadin that was left open and locked in for Selfie, and a big smile on his face for that one.
So they get Kassadin. We need to see what Roccat will respond with here. Of course, leaving Kassadin open, you will expect it to be first pick. So you need to have something ready. You're getting it in exchange for giving this very, very strong first pick. Sure, there's also quite a lot of counter pick options, at least for Overpower, where he can try and destroy Selfie in the lane where he's been weak. Selfie as a laner has not been the strongest. It's when he gets out of the laning phase he starts doing work, not in the laning phase.
We're going to see maybe Elise being locked in for Jankos. Jankos had a bad game in game 1 up against SK Gaming, I want to say. I'm trying to think who they played. Yes, so many games to get
Millennium
to 1. Millennium, of course it was. Yes, that was the bad game they lost against Millennium. But up against Gambit, he had a monster of a game. 3-0-8, I think he ended that one. Zaza's locking in Leona for Vanda, so they do have full engage. We're not going to see Syndrome.
It's very risky, at least, against the likes of Leona, because you're so easy to just be locked down in the engage. But it's actually a champion for Vanda, which worked out really well for him. Last split, he didn't actually play it too much. He said, my Leona is not good enough yet. I will need to practice it. Clearly, it's been working out for him now. And also Elise for Jankos. Been one of the junglers here. He was actually one of the few junglers who kept playing Elise throughout all the nerfs, and he still plays him.
So Shyvana locked in, a happy mimer there. So he seems fairly happy with his choice. Of course, Mr. Rala's also getting Lucian back to the old faithful for him. It's the champion he played the most throughout the spring split.
So pretty standard for Super Hot Crew. Of course, Shyvana. The great thing about Shyvana is she can perform so many different roles. She can engage the fight, she can split push, she can be this mega tank in the front line. And also her laning phase is fairly decent. She's not the strongest, but she's not the weakest either. So she has a lot of versatility as a champion. That's why as a top lane she's such a good pick. And of course Lucian, talk about it every time. One of the top AD carries.
One of the very best AD carries. AD carry is still not being selected by Roccat so far. We did have Graves momentarily shown. Looks like it may well be Trundle for the top lane for Zazas, though, up against that Shyvana. And we're seeing whether Overpower is going to lock in Orianna in the mid lane.
So Overpower going for a very strong lane here, and Kassadin, with his low damage in the early game, won't really be able to poke the Orianna because of her shield as well. And he can then return the damage. A lot of focus on auto-attacking the Kassadin every time he tries to pick a CS. So Overpower here, picking a very, very strong laner against, of course, Selfie on the Kassadin, and then Trundle in the top lane. It's the standard, at least here in Europe, counter pick towards Shyvana, because again, she gets the extra armor and magic resist. You steal it away from her, you become very strong yourself, you're going to be stronger in the early game as well. And once you get the Blade of the Rune King, you can really start split pushing against her. So Trundle, very, very strong pick, and Zazus, of course, played it quite a lot.
Well, speaking of standard counter picks, we do see Morgana locked in once that Leona's on the opposite side. Lee Sin also being picked up for Impaler. Well, wasn't convinced by Impaler's Lee Sin yesterday. We'll see if it's improved overnight.
I'm a little bit scared of the lack of crowd control coming in from Super Hot Crew. Yes, okay, they can land the binding or the ultimate here from Morgana, but that's actually about it. So it's going to be hard for him to lock down targets of Roccat. It's going to be hard for him to deal with a Trundle running in your face. He's pretty much going to be 1v1 against Mr. Rales and nothing to really stop him. And it could be a big issue for them. However, when it comes to the late game points with Kassadin, with Shyvana, they can try and focus on split pushing a little bit, and then once they actually get a kill in the team fight, they can chase, because Shyvana is very mobile, Lee Sin of course, and Kassadin, he's one of the best champions in the game at just chasing after kills.
And then Graves of course locked in the final one for Sullivan. It's a champion we've seen very often here. You can see 50% of the pick rate already in the LCS, but only a 25% win rate.
Yeah, again, Graves as a pick, he's a fine AD carry, especially in the early game. If he gets to lane against Lucian, he will do really well. He's very strong against Lucian in the lane. But when it comes to the late game points, due to the low range, due to the fact he's more of a burst AD carry, it falls off for him. He can't really burst down a tank. Like Shyvana jump in his face late game, he won't be able to have the same amount of damage, and that's where he falls off.
Well, it is time once more to check your picks on LAsports.com. And it looks like you've chosen Roccat by 84% to take the win. Of course, it was 85% for SK Gaming in the previous matchup, so I think they're doing well so far, the voters.
Yeah, I mean, Roccat in this game, very, very strong teamfight comp. If they get onto him, land the ultimate here from Overpower, pull them together so Selavar can fire away all his AoE burst onto them, they can do a lot of upfront damage. And then at the same time, you have Engage from Vander, you have the Peel coming in from both the Elise and also the Orianna to help Selavar stay alive. And then you have the Mega Trundle, Mega Tank in the front.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to get underway for Game 5 of Super Week. Day 2 here in the European LCS Live in Cologne, Germany. Super Hot Crew playing as the blue team up against Roccat as the red team. And they are ready to go. We're seeing, actually, it looks like Overpower forgot to buy there, so he's had to go back.
Well, again, level 1-wise, obviously, Kassadin doesn't exactly bring too much to the table. Morgana, however, is a very good support. It seems for now, though, Super Hot Crew just want to spread out, scout every single entrance. They can, of course, already put the wards down in case they want to go for a late invade. So far, though, both teams seem happy just staying back.
Well, we will fail has gone with that Spell Thief's Edge on Morgana, who wants to try and get some of those fights going. Meanwhile, as you see the Relic Shield coming out for Vander at the moment. And it's looking like neither of these teams wants to go for any invade. It's going to be a standard face-off in the mid lane river.
So if we do get the dual lanes down the bottom lane here, what we need to remember, of course, Black Shield will stop all the crowd control from Vander, so it's a very good spell. Morgana is a very good pick against Leona, especially when it comes to team fights. But in the laning phase, there's room for outplay from Vander. He can engage on one target, bait out the Black Shield, and then instantly switch over to the next target and stun lock them down. It's what they can do to set up a gank. Overpower almost interrupting Selfie.
Well, he did actually hit him. Selfie took a hit from that clockwork wind-up of Overpower. Managed to pull him back.
And notice this here, Flask, and also Selfie also just recalled to buy an extra potion. He got the Flask. He's expecting to get a lot of poke in his lane here, so he wants to be able to sustain early on, get the levels going, because Overpower wouldn't even surprise me if he ran attack damage rune to armor penetration to just harass with his auto attacks again and again onto Selfie.
There we go. Blue buff start for Super Hot Crew on Impaler, and that is a red buff start by Jankos. Meanwhile, bottom lane, this is where we want to see Mr. Rales getting engaged quickly with the Zenith Flame from Vander. Vander taking a big burst of damage though, because he went in with all 6 minions still standing, so they instantly all turned on him along with Mr. Rales and We Will Fail.
A lot of action here early on. Of course, there's no Black Shield from We Will Fail. It won't be able to stop the engage from Vander. They are going to even the lane out, however, so they should be hitting level 2 on the next wave here. About the same time, I mean, they just need to get a few more minions, and it's going to be hard, at least for Roccat now, to push it out.
Early aggression, of course, with that soil being picked up. They don't need to be worried about that Dark Binding landing. Vander, though, once again going a little too deep on that one. Taking a big burst of damage, having to chomp his way through that health.
And in the mid lane, just check the runes here. Overpower is actually running mixed penetration, at least in his red marks. I believe it's red marks. So a lot of damage now onto Selfie here with his auto attacks.
Taking a beating. Jankos coming down towards the bottom. He's got level 3 already. Level 2 hit by both these bottom laners. He's going to go round the tri-bush, it looks like. Mr. Rales. Not sure if he spotted him out there. No, don't think he did. You can see Jankos going to come around. If he can land that cocoon, he will be first blood. Surely does not come through. Zenith Blade doesn't land either. Dark Binding was repelled away. Missed already, though. Well, Roccat do back away.
Super Hot Crew's bot lane were just sitting, waiting for something to happen. As soon as he saw the cocoon, Instant just dashed away, didn't want to take any chances. Even though Impaler was nearby, could have joined in. If they'd baited out a fight, would have been too risky though, so decided not to go for it.
As you mentioned, Selfie was expected to take a beating, and that is certainly what is happening, trying to build up that shield every time he gets that poke out towards him, and Overpower not putting the damage down. At the moment, he's bullying him forward, and that's actually a back from Selfie. I'm not sure if he's going to bait that one. I think he is, but we can see Mr. Rales once again getting locked up. Dark Binding does come through once again, turning the damage back around. Mr. Rales taken low though.
A lot of damage. I would actually like to have seen the Black Shield from We Will Fail at level 2 to stop the engage here, because Venda has been so aggressive early on. He has the level 3, however. Now we have the Black Shield.
Dark Binding once again, and again that Tormented Soil doing the burning damage on Sullivan, and he sticks around for a little bit longer, but again the mid lane now seems to be the focus target. Selfie getting aggressive on Overpower, Impaler getting locked up by that cocoon of Jankos goes in towards him. Selfie's going to join the party, hasn't hit level 6 though, so he can't manage to Rift Walk and try and catch on. Jankos has got the repel, instead has to flash on through.
Q.
And the Q does not land. Meanwhile, you can see Celebar, he was taken very low down the bottom. Super Hot Crew starting to come out on top in these engagements.
Yeah, Celebar took 2 bindings in a row down here in the bottom lane, so well done by We Will Fail, forcing him away from the lane. Even though Roccat were actually the aggressive part earlier and got a lot of damage onto Mr. Rales. Good bindings from We Will Fail.
Selfie's got to be aware that there is someone waiting in the wings with Overpower that low. It's going to be a dive on Zaz in the top lane. Impaler comes around. He does manage to come on towards him, but he does get away with nice flash there and a lot of tower damage on towards Mima. They can't counter it, and it may well be the tower. Zazas will back away. Impaler could try and land the Sonic Wave. He does. He goes in for it. Is he going to get enough damage down? The burning from the red buff will not be enough. Jankos was there to back him up.
So Super Crew didn't pick up the kill. However, they forced Zazas away from a very big wave that hit the tower here. So he's getting denied a lot of CS, a lot of experience, and Mima is far ahead than Impaler.
Oh, Impaler goes straight in, gets a good burst down. Mr. Raleigh is going to get caught out. Trying to block him back there.
They can push it now.
Impaler backed away. And now, as you mentioned, they can push on towards that tower. Teleport from Zazas back towards the top lane to protect and clear that mini wave.
So quite some action here. Of course, Rockat's bot lane's been very aggressive in this game, and also a very, very smart dive up in the top lane from Impaler. They didn't have to use any summoners to get out alive, and even though they didn't get the kill, still deny a lot of CS. So smart move, making sure Mima here in the early game, he can actually survive it and get past the annoying point where Trundle can trade really well with him.
Tier was picked up early, of course, by himself. He has to try and stack it as quick as possible. Meanwhile, we did see We Were Failure and Mr. Riley going back, as well as the AD of Celebat. So you can see both Vampiric Scepters being picked up. They had to go back earlier than expected, I think, for both those AD carries, because it's been so lively in terms of aggression. Still only level 4, and they've come for what, 2-3 fights already.
It is definitely the supports carrying the lanes here. They're the ones with the engaged bindings from We Will Fail, of course. Vander lashing on to Lucian as well, but Overpower taking some damage. Selfie is level 6, Overpower is only level 5.
Trying to go aggressive on towards him. That shockwave will come out soon though, and Selfie's got to be careful he's not caught out. There it is, level 6, tries to go for it straight away. The attack damage pulls the shockwave back in there. Rift Walk away from Selfie, the ignite down, he's got him! Overpower will get first blood here. Is he not going to be quite enough? Tried to get some lifesteal, tried to get the shield, but it wasn't quite close enough.
So Selfie stayed around here, around Overpower, but as soon as he hit level 6, it was too late. And he actually decided to Rift Walk towards the minions, so he was still in range of the ulti from Overpower. So very risky play by Selfie.
Oh, sidestep from We Will Fail. Didn't even realize it. Jankos was in that bush. Now he'll put the ward down. Got away from that cocoon without knowing it.
Still though, a lot of damage been trading back and forth down here. Again, Graves, one of the reasons people love to play this, is very strong against Lucian in the laning phase, and it's what Roccat is really using to the full advantage.
Well, Zenith's Blade came out a little late with the Black Shield there on Mr. Rala, so the stun actually went through. Blue buff will be gifted across the Selfie. He absolutely needs this one now that he's one kill down to Overpower, and that's not something you want in a straight up 1v1, no help from the jungler.
No, I'm still not sure. He could either, of course, take the safe route and just jumped over the wall early on, or he could have flashed the shockwave from Overpower. He knew it was going to take a lot of damage. He delayed the flash, and then Overpower could just flash after him, ignite one auto attack. So Selfie playing very risky in the lane, still doing fairly well on farm at least.
Maybe confidence a little too high after that previous game on Yasuo.
It's been his issue. The laning phase has been the issue for Selfie. Twisted Fate yesterday against Curb on Zex, it was the same thing. He was very low, he would run in and try and stun him because Impaler was coming, and he just ended up dying for it. And
try and make the biggest of plays.
He wants to make the big plays for sure.
Trying to be the faker. Make the faker playmaker, not quite enough for him. Mr. Rales once again locked up. Zenith Blade catching on him. We Will Failure has held the Dark Binding. And Roccat knew that one, that's why they didn't go too close to that tower.
But again, Roccat, every time they engage, they take very little damage. I mean, there's only a few hits onto Vander and he can back away safely. He's going in again.
Again, Zenith Blade back on towards him. Dark Binding this time on towards Sullivan. He does manage to put the bookshot down. Mr. Rales taking very low on health once again though.
It's actually, yeah, the ultimate here from Sullivan just straight away in the face of Mr. Rales. He couldn't get close enough to get the full damage from his Q, so he just used the ultimate to at least get some of the poke as well onto Rales. He's level 6 now, same goes to We Will Failure.
Mimer in the top lane takes some burst damage from Zaz as he was trying to farm between those two top towers. He's actually going to continue on around there and maybe take those golems as well.
Mimer's been doing a very good job up in this top lane. Of course, again, with the help from Impaler, where they denied some of the CS from Sarsos, he's been keeping this lead and now just farming away, trying to draw some attention.
You know, it's funny, we all normally talk about when there's a Leona, it's like how passive they're probably going to be in the opening 6 levels. Vander's been anything but passive, that's for sure. Going in every single time that Zenith plays up off cooldown, diving in towards Mr. Rales, and it's been causing him problems, and you can see in terms of farm, Sullivan is miles ahead.
Yeah, he still needs to stop getting hit by these bindings because he can take a lot of damage for it. But the thing for Vander here, he knows he's so tanky and Morgana has so little damage in the early stages here, and generally in the game as a support, so he feels confident just going in again and again, because even if he gets binded, he won't die from it. And that's why he can just keep engaging fights, and that's why some players really like to play Leona into Morgana. I know Crepo is one of them.
Well, at the moment, Selfie is the one that's having problems in this mid lane. He's falling behind in farm, bottom lane falling behind in farm, top lane is the only one winning out. They're going to go in towards Overpower. He's not too worried about this, sidesteps everything there. Well, just walks away, didn't need to burn any summon spells.
Binding onto Silver here, is he just baiting it out? Didn't just actually start going, here we go!
We Will Fail is going to be the one aggressive upon this. Mr. Rales that they wanted though. There's going to be the Solar Flare going down. We Will Fail pops out, the ultimate is going to catch up towards one. It will be Vander. The culling comes through, but Jankos manages to block all of that out. Now Vander's going to get caught out. Double tap coming up from Mr. Rales.
Aggressive.
That was very aggressive, and it would have been the death of him if that Zenith Blade landed, because it would have took him in towards tower range.
At least he would have to flash away instantly afterwards, but Roccat now pushing on to the tower. Very low on mana from both Subar crew members here. Selfie, he needs to roam down and help them.
He's motoring, he's going to get caught out. No Cocoon landing on Mr. Rales. He's not going to get close enough. The ward was in the right place at the right time to spot him out. Meanwhile, this mid lane actually, while that's all happening, Impaler actually going for the invade on towards the wolves.
He's getting some counter jungling in. The ganks from Impaler, the ganks from Jankos as well, to be honest. I mean, we haven't really seen the junglers in action too much. They haven't picked up any kills or assists. Just been farming away, showing a few times, then backed away when nothing actually happened from it. Overpower though in this mid lane, still farming away. Impaler once again around him.
Overpower this time around, may have to use that flash. He gets punted away, the ignite goes down. Impaler manages to land on him again. One more hit, there it is. Impaler gets himself the kill and the first for the Super Hot crew.
There we go, first jungle gank, which really worked out. Nice setup by Impaler, kicked Overpower back here, and there was just, if you don't flash the kick instantly, it's too late to flash afterwards, because Impaler can just follow after you and finish you.
We're taking some damage from Zazas there as he clubs at him with that. I don't know what actually it is, a club other than using that. It's an ice thing.
It's what we use in Denmark to find our wives.
That may well be the truth, who knows. Mimer right now though in this top lane has a small CS advantage over Zazas. It's going to be working well for him. It's going to be about 20 CS once his wave goes down. Zazas should be able to claw his way back. But again, Shyvana was expected to kind of do well in that lane. Sullivan finally taking down the first turret. Of course, had a big CS advantage. It's a 30 CS gap over Mr. Rales. Something you don't ordinarily see.
Yeah, very, very unusual, at least for Subar crew, to be losing the lane, but it's what we talked about. Vander and Leon has been doing such a good job against Will Failure, and of course the great pick into the Lucian. And the top lane, just to go back to it, Normally, you actually see the Trundle do really well early on against Shyvana. And then Shyvana, once she gets to like level 8, 9, can actually start fighting back a little bit onto the real late game where Trundle again will take over. This time around though, Maima's just been doing a really good job from the start. And he's also going straight for Bladed Rune King. So both of them going the same items here. Will be a little bit squishy. Impala though, going aggressive onto Jankos.
Yeah, managing to land it and keep on going aggressive on towards Jankos, doing the damage. Oh!
Baited.
Defensive ball and Shockwave baited in. They know that that's on cooldown and they're going to go happily to the red buff.
Forcing away the cooldown, teleport used by Sus in the top lane as well. Could go for dive onto him. There are 2 members here. Ulti is up here from Impaler. Selfie can join in. Scary for Sus.
Well, they're not going to happy.
Backs away though.
Maima's happy to keep this farm going as long as possible. I think he's doing a great job.
They didn't have to do it.
Going. Yeah.
Didn't have to do it. Just playing it safe, farming away. The minion wave died pretty quickly as well after teleport from Sus. So didn't go for it. Just back to the lane. Selfie can pick up his blue buff now. Starting to again, he's keeping up on farm really well. He gave up 1 kill, yes, but he's at least been farming well and set up the gang as well for Impaler.
Well, it's only standing just 14 minutes in at 1 kill apiece and 1 turret down, despite being a fairly active opening start to this match. Both AD carriers now got themselves the pretty much majority of the first Bloodthirster item. Meanwhile, of course, the mid laner Selfie, he's always going to be a little bit slow to get going because he has to get that tier built up, the catalyst for that Rod of Ages. Meanwhile, Athene's was picked up by Overpower, so he's going towards the standard Orianna start there. And the top lane as well, Blade of the Rune King being worked on by both of them.
And we simply need to see, once we get to the big team fight, how Super Hard Crew wants to play them. Roccat, it's pretty standard. You want to engage, of course, with Vander, and then you jump into the face of them, you put the ball on someone from Overpower, you land the ultimate, and you have this wombo combo of AoE and a lot of damage in the face, and Grace will be there with his damage. Everything just piles on the Super Hard Crew. But Super Hard Crew, they want to get on these longer teamfights where they can chase around, especially with the Kassadin, with the mobility of Lee Sin, Shyvana being very fast. So they want to have longer teamfights. Want to disengage it first and then go back in.
Oh, the Cocoon on Selfie actually lands from Jankos, puts some good damage down towards him. You saw Overpower coming in there. Pink Ward was picked up by We Will Fail. It hasn't placed it yet, but I believe this may be the beginnings of a potential Dragon start for Super Hot Crew. Impaler caught out, does manage to safeguard away. Jankos is going to continue through. The Ignite is not going to be enough to take him down, and he will be safe for now.
Teleport is on cooldown for Stasos. He's still in the top lane. Ulti's gone from Overpower here. Roccat, they can't start Dragon, they have to back away. They do it, they back away. Mimas will show himself in the mid lane. So Super Hard Crew preventing a potential Dragon start from Roccat here. Very smart play, and Overpower, he tried to get a kill so they could start it. Didn't work for them.
Make some sort of play, some sort of pick. Didn't work out, as you mentioned. Selfie continuing to keep that farm going. You said he's actually doing a pretty good job at keeping relatively close to Overpower, despite being that melee champion, despite a range. Big advantage for Overpower, despite being a kill down as well in a straight-up lane matchup. Celebrate, he's a little bit out of sorts on his own at the moment. No support with him, so he's going to be careful he doesn't get caught out of position, giving happy gold to We Will Fail as he strolls through the tormented soil there.
But Super Hard Crew could have forced a Dragon, because again, teleport was on cooldown from Stasos. They saw him teleport to the tower. They could start up the Dragon 4 members, have Mima teleporting down to join them, and therefore force the 4 members of Roccat away from the Dragon. Instead, they've just been staying in the lane, and now it's actually Roccat starting the Dragon, and Super Hard Crew is way out of position because the bottom lane just recalled.
Yeah, great awareness from Roccat there. They completely knew. Oh, Impaler, he's caught out. There's a ward there. Are they going to go for all towards him? They're not going to lock him up and say they're going to stay away from that one. Roccat, great awareness of the fact that Super Hard Crew just taking that time to back away in the mid and bottom lane.
But still, Super Hard Crew should not give up this Dragon to 3 when they had the teleport advantage. Now the teleport is ready for Stasos. He's going to lose his tower, however. He knows he's just going back to the golems. Don't want to risk getting dived by Selfie.
Yeah, you can see Selfie up there, Mima's there, and Impaler just off at the side, actually on the red buff right now. He's going to keep around the side there. Took it away last time, of course. Vander just running guard duties. Doesn't get caught out though, didn't go too deep. The rest of Super Hot Crew waiting around to see if they can try and make a play. Mid lane being pinged out towards Overpower, so Super Hot Crew just playing it safe for now.
Just playing it safe here. Actually, it's been quite some action, even though there's only 1 kill for each team. I mean, seen a lot of ganks trying to happen, seen a lot of action in the lanes, and now We Will Fail will be engaged on.
Support face-off, Black Shield's not going to last long enough, he's going to get stunned up, but he manages to get away, flashes out of the solar flare. The 3 members of Roccat are left wanting for that kill.
So the superior vision control here for Roccat means they could try and get a pick, forced away the flash, of course. Mid lane though, taking some... Not even gonna take any damage, because mini wave and of course Kassadin can't really push the tower, Lee Sin can't push the tower either. Jankos needs to be careful though.
Selfie going blind into that bush. You kind of knew Jankos was coming around, but that was dangerous play. And you Shockwave failed back there. He actually got drawn back towards him. Oh, he's got him towards the Baron. The Baron turns around, hits him. Zazas is there to finish him off. Pillar of Ice goes down in Impaler. It may be enough to slow him down for the Zenith play. Can he lock on towards him? Zazas is not going to get close enough. And he will back away, but that was the kill on Selfie nonetheless.
So again, very risky play by Selfie. You just said it yourself, he jumps into a bush, there's no vision for him, happens to meet Jankos in there. It looked all planned that he was going to try and catch him out, but Jankos, he saw him coming in, landed a cocoon, and now teleport in his mid lane.
Well, it's going to be too late, that tower's going to go down. There we go, now Mimer's in all sorts of trouble. He's caught out as 4 members, he's dived in towards them. Roccat actually quite happily running away from this one. Coming around the side, Mr. Ral has managed to pull the Culling down. Vander manages to take all the damage. Is it going to be enough? The Ignite goes on towards him. He does manage to go down, but look at the turnaround from Roccat. Is it going to be enough? Salavar, quick heal comes out there. It does keep him alive, and it's another 2 kills for Roccat.
And a huge team fight for Roccat here. First of all, they got the tower in the mid lane, and then the fight here. Super Crew again. They go over-aggressive. They keep chasing for these kills, and Roccat can just turn it around. They won't be able to take this mid tower here because there's plenty of wave clear for Roccat.
Selfie desperately trying to search for a kill, trying to get something going. Instead, they're going to have to make their way down towards his bottom. They could take this turret if they headed down there, but let's check out this fight.
Yeah, so again, Mr. Rales, he's far away here, so it's only 3 members from Super Crew in here. Teleport comes down, tower is already gone. The ulti here from Mime actually pushes people away from the stun of Weeble Failure, and yet they keep chasing. From here on, they don't have to keep going. Impaler jumps under the tower. Easy stun for Vander, and now he's dead. That's it. Salavar, he's a man. He goes very aggressive. Actually gets landed by very good binding. Get hit by good binding from Weeble Failure. The heal though is enough to keep him alive. And again, Super Hard Crew, they over-chase.
Flashed out of the Tormented Sword just at the end there. Not too sure whether it would have killed him, but better to be safe than sorry. I think Darian may well have approved of that play from Sullivan. Manly play.
For sure.
Just calling Candy Panda earlier on. So, Selfie at the moment, he's really trying to make himself relevant in this game. He's got to try and work his way back in there. Yeah, as you mentioned, trying to make the plays a little too eagerly.
I'm not even sure what his play was beforehand when he jumped into the bush here where Jankos was waiting for him. Because, yeah, he could jump in and ward it, but you don't even need to just ward it from a distance. You don't have to jump into the bush and face check potentially someone from Roccat. So
well, and the problem is, of course, on the new Kassadins, when you do jump in, that the mana cost of jumping back out, and of course the cooldown is quite big now. It's not the same old Kassadin of old, and with him doesn't have flash available, it is going to be a problem. Mima up against Zazas, both have themselves the Blade of the Rune King and a Giant Spell. Ninja Tabby was picked up by Mima, whereas Zazas, of course, went for the Mercury Treads. But it seems that those two are fairly close in their levels right now in terms of engagement.
Yeah, again, Blade of the Rune King on both, so focusing on the ability to split push against each other. We need some tankiness, of course, on Sasus before he can really start to duel, because he's been behind all game to Mimar here, and there's been a lot of pressure on Sasus actually in this laning phase, and Mimar just happily staying around. One of Force fights again, but this time there's a red buff on Trundle.
He's a level behind at the moment, as you said, red buff on him. He did get a kill and 2 assists in the previous engagement, so in terms of gold, I believe they are actually pretty even. Yeah, just a couple of gold between the two. You can see it's around about
couldn't be much
gold.
more.
Yeah, couldn't be much closer, really. Well, it could be 10 gold closer.
Yeah.
But 50 seconds on the Dragon, that will certainly be the next focus target. But you can see Super Hot Group, they want to take this bottom turret. They are currently pinging on the top of Impaler's head, and they may try and catch him out here as he goes looking in towards the Roccat jungle.
And also just in general, look down in the jungle here of Roccat top side. A lot of wards. They're making sure nobody's going to get caught out here. Down the bottom side now, Vander is there. Put up a ward of the blue buff as well to see if Super Hard Crew want to try and set something up. So the Dragon coming up here at least, they need some wards in the river, but everything behind them is carefully warded and they can see everything happening.
Good vision coverage right now, Roccat. And they are playing very defensively in the field, despite the fact they are 4-1 up. They are playing like a team that's behind, honestly, because they want Overpower to get going. Salva, though, he's playing pretty aggressive. You saw him dash in towards Selfie there, so he absolutely feels he would win that fight.
So Roccat is waiting for Sasus to become stronger than Mimar, and also they're playing for the team fight, so they want objectives they can fight around. And look at the Sasus here, a lot of damage onto Mimar, forcing him away.
Yeah, No Blade the Rune King used by either of them there. Dragon is up. That seems to be the focus. I think it was Mima that just wanted to run away and make his way down the river. Instead, Zaz put a good bit of punishment down on towards him, so he's going to be coming into this fight around about 1,000 hit points down.
And if Roccat can stall out this Dragon here, then Zazas will be able to take the tower up top lane. Super Crew needs to start it instantly or start pushing somewhere to force a teleport, otherwise they're going to give away a free tower.
You can see Zazas in that bottom corner beating away the turret. Super Hard Crew going to try and take the time to get the middle turret, but the minion wave was wiped out instantly, and Roccat, well, they've stolen the march on Super Hot Crew here.
Yeah, I have no idea why Mima ran away from the lane, and then Super Hot Crew were not in a position to either take mid tower, start up the Dragon, to do anything. So now he's just going to return to the lane, giving up the free tower, unless he felt like he couldn't even hold the tower against Trundle.
Well, there's even going to be a chunk of damage on towards that inner turret. Now you can see the pink ward's going down. That inner turret down half the hit points. He's thinking of finishing it. Well, that was just a terrible play by Super Hot Crew, simply because now the Dragon's going to go across the Roccat, and well, Super Hot Crew have just let Roccat take it.
Steal it?
I don't think he's going to go for it. Is he going to hang around? I don't think he will. No, and that's a second Dragon for Roccat, and well, that was a swift turnaround in fortunes for Roccat. They've managed to build themselves up a giant build. Mima does go for it, pounces in on towards Zazas. Blade of the Rune King popped by Zazas, but not by Mima.
And the thing is, Roccat don't even have to do anything special. Right here, it's actually Super Hot Crew handing pretty much everything over to them. Oh, do you want to take my top tower? I'm just going to run down the river, and then we're going to run back after you just killed my tower. I mean, Sasus was like, okay, I'm just going to take your tower. I don't have to do anything special. The Dragon as well. Roccat starts the Dragon. Super Hot Crew is not in a position to stop it. They want to try and steal it. Roccat, however, they knew, okay, we stopped the damage now. The Sonic Wave is on it. Not going to do the same mistake Super Hot Crew did yesterday with the Baron.
I think they were expecting a more concerted effort on the mid lane tower, because you can see Overpower, everyone was there ready to defend, and they were just like, well, I've hit the wave, not doing anything about.
And you're going to need your AD carried in.
Yeah.
Mr. Alice wasn't in the mid lane to push the tower, so Overpower just walked in, instant cleared the wave, and their Kassadin, their Lee Sin, and their Shyvana was like, oh, we're all melee champions, fine, we're not going to get any damage on the tower, and just going to back away. And damage already done, a lot of free gold for Roccat, and they took full advantage of it.
Well, Selfie has now finally got himself that Ceres in place and Rod of Ages. Meanwhile, of course, Overpower, you can see, has got that Rabadon's Death Cap along with the Athenes he had earlier, and the beginning of either a Zhonya's or a DFG. We'll see which way he goes with that one.
Should be a Zhonya's.
Yeah, I would assume it'd be a Zhonya's. And that's a problem for Super Hot Crew, because they've taken so long to get Selfie going. He hasn't been able to pick up any free kills, hasn't been really picking up any assists, because there simply has only been one kill in the game for them. That may well put him a little bit too far behind. Jankos gets a quick burst on Impaler. He's feeling confident Impaler on Lee Sin, you feel.
Yeah, I mean, same goes for Selfie, of course. They're trying to make some plays. They're trying to find these small fights in the jungle, but Roccat every single time just punished them for them, turn it around. And we actually see Mima. He went straight towards the bot lane, didn't want to go back to the top lane here because they want to send Selfie up now to get some farm, and also Mima against Trundle. He didn't really want to go for the duel. We've seen it going back and forth. Sasus been the guy now winning out on it.
Well, with 26 minutes gone, we're already past the point that SK Gaming had already beaten Copenhagen Wolves in convincingly, honestly. But Roccat at the moment have a big advantage. We will fail as the focus target there. Black Shield was used on himself. Roccat not successfully landing a gank this time around. Zazis, he's going to head back down the bottom. Mima will get himself that bottom turret with this wave. Zazis is simply cutting off the minions.
So this time it was actually Super Hot Crew to pick up a tower. There was teleport on Zazis. He could have teleported down to the bottom lane to try and defend it. However, he didn't want to use it when Mima still had his teleport up, so he couldn't get in a disadvantage later on. That's why they gave up the tower. And again, they try and rotate him around so he's in the same lane as Mima, so they can duel each other, and also they keep the teleports the same place.
Super Hot Crew did manage to clear out the pink ward coverage that Roccat had built themselves on the Baron. They have still got one in the Death Bush there. Well, this is happening. We can see Zazas once again shoving back down that bottom lane. Just clearing out the farm, and the Super Hot Crew, they want to try and get some of that ward coverage cleared. That's what they can see. Super Hot Crew Selfie going in already with the Black Shield on. Prepared. They expected someone in that Death Bush.
So Roccat now could actually group up 4 members in the mid lane, keep Sasus to split push, and start pushing down and force Super Hot Crew to either engage in a team fight or just try and hold the tower, and therefore Roccat could take control of the map, get in the jungle of Super Hot Crew, start warding it up, get full vision control, and dictate the map. For now, though, just been farming around a little bit. I'm not sure if they're waiting for the hourglass on our overpower before they really want to start grouping up and forcing team fights. But they are strong enough, also because they are ahead, to at least force something and get Super Crew in a position they don't want to be in.
We've seen Xaxus and Mima poking at one another now and again, but still not too aggressive between the two. Nobody really sure of who is the stronger. Impaler spotting out, clearing the ward there. Found a thought about it, going in with the Zenith play, but instead I think was given the shake from Jankos, didn't want to follow through. Pink ward again being cleared out by Super Crew. This time Impaler may get locked up. You can see Sullivan putting some good damage down towards him. It's half the hit points shredded off Impaler in just a couple of quick bursts.
Yeah, pretty good damage. Vander was waiting with his ulti. He wanted him to safeguard first, then he could ulti and at least force a flash away. He was too far away, however, so he didn't actually use it. Now, Roccat grouping in the mid lane. Salvador, he just recalled to base, so he won't be able to join the team. And Selfie staying around his bottom lane. Mima can try and bait out a fight, and then Selfie will join in.
Well, I think
he just got spotted by the minion,
I think either he got spotted by the minion or Xaxus was aware of it because he was just thinking, well, why is Mima suddenly being aggressive? He hasn't been for a very long time. Mima has built himself a good CS advantage over Xaxus, but as we mentioned earlier, that's countered by the kill and assist. So, slow game this time around, 29 minutes gone, just 4-1 in kills. It was a pretty open start, of course, with a lot of aggression going between the two teams, but not a lot of kills. Items starting to stack in here. You can see Selfie. Oh, hello!
The ward in the Baron pit.
Baron started off by Roccat, but as you mentioned, that ward tucked away in the corner. It won't get spotted out by the pink ward. You can see the vision not quite there. Super Hot Crew aware of this one. They're going to let it play out for a while until they go move in, and they're not actually spotted right now. Now they're going to move in.
And Jankos already down to 50%. The rest are, here's the teleport coming!
They're going to go in towards it. Jankos taken low, as you mentioned. He's going to be the focus target. Repels away. Quick call amateur. We will fail to get locked in. Roccat turning the kills around. Sullivan's still alive. He finally gets dropped down by Selfie. Jankos going around the side. Oh! Selfie's found himself two. Can he manage to get one of them? He gets one. Goes Vander down. But no, Xaxus is pounding on towards him. He gets himself the triple, but they get cleared out. Overpower's getting locked up. Wow. Can't get quite close to him. A great pillar of ice from Xaxus. Mr. Rales is waiting in the wings, and it was a 3-for-3. The Baron did not go to anyone despite being so low at the start of that fight.
And Roccat, they were caught inside the Baron pit here. Jankos was already down to 50%. Selva, he tried to dash over the wall. He actually managed to hit straight into the wall. So it was an easy target for Super Hot Crew to kill. Here's the replay. This ward here is so smart for Super Hot Crew, so they spotted, teleport to it. Jankos, he's solo. He needs to get out of the fight instantly. That's why he won't even be there to try and smite. Notice Selvar, he's gonna be the target for Mima here. He tries to dash over the wall just in a second and actually managed to hit straight into the wall, so he's an easy target for him to kill. In the back though, Mr. Ryan is to follow damage, and then Selfie, finally a big play for him actually pays off. Picks up a double kill, will die though from the very last hit from Xaxus.
But 3 kills is exactly what Selfie needed to get going. You saw Overpower getting away, that pillar of ice, pivotal there to keep them alive. However, Super Hot Crew, off the back of that, did take down the mid turret. They saw them take the dragon there in the bottom corner as well, picking up the blue buff for Selfie, and that actually pulls them straight back in there. Just a 2,000 gold difference between them and Roccat.
So basically just a mistake by Roccat placing the ping ward so they couldn't spot around the corners, and Super Crew noticed, therefore they could put a ward and make sure they would have full vision of the Baron pit. Roccat thought it was cleared, that's why they could start it with only 2 members, and it backfired for them. They are still ahead, however, and seems still to be focusing on this Baron here. At least want to now clear everything around it, make sure they have full vision control.
Absolutely want to make sure it's clear this time around. Lots of sweeping lenses being used. So, Roccat, despite having a lead, are struggling to get themselves any advantage built up over the Super Hot Crew. Still just 3 towers apiece, and all those inner turrets standing for both teams. And honestly, if you look at the map, none of the waves are pushing, no concerted effort, honestly, anywhere on the map.
And we need more pink wards, we need more sweeping lenses from Roccat if they really want to take full control of this Baron pit. They went in there, used both, or used one of them, and instantly, well, Super Hot Crew just went back in, warded back up, and Roccat didn't manage to do anything with the little mission. Could also be upgrading your sweeping lens from Vander's side, so that at least they can clear a few more wards with it.
Yeah, you can see, of course, that Super Hot Crew got themselves 4 of those sweeping lenses. Well, Roccat only have the 2, so Super Hot Crew are the ones that are looking to maybe be a little more aggressive in their play. Pink wards though being picked up once again by Vander, so we'll see that's probably going to get placed towards the Baron pit area. Selfie is backing up Mima once again here, hoping to try and catch out Xaxus.
They want to bait something out here, because if they can get a kill onto Xaxus here, 2 members can just push up towards the inhibitor, and the rest of the Super crew can stop the Baron if Roccat starts it. And here is the bait.
Oh, they went way too early on that one. You got to feel they're going to have to dive right into the tower. Only took down half their hit points, while the rest of Roccat do collapse in towards them. It is buying time in the mid lane, though, for Mr. Rales to try and push up towards that tower, which is why Roccat are a little unsure about how they can push across. It is buying time for Selfie and Mima. They're getting some damage down, but the rest of Roccat do collapse in towards them. Solar Flare's not going to be used just yet. They do manage to get the Zenith Blade on Mima, and Vander will just step away. It's time for Super Hot Crew to finally break the deadlock and take themselves the inner mid turret.
Yeah, so Celebar was back in the base when Roccat tried to start a fight down here in the bottom lane, so there was no wave in this mid lane, and therefore Super Hot Crew could just push it up. Mima was the target for Vander, but of course, he doesn't even care. He could even jump away with his ulti in case something should have happened. So good response here from Super Hot Crew, and now they're actually the one taking advantage of Roccat, sending too many members the wrong place.
So, items being picked up once again, everybody backs away. Warmog's being picked up by Xaxus. That's going to make him stronger, that's for sure. But still, also, Banshee's Veil was picked up by Celebar, so the AD carry getting himself covered off, starting to get a little bit worried maybe about Miss Selfie.
The only way for Roccat to deal with Selfie at this point is if they force something. If they group up and start pushing down somewhere and force Selfie to be there for a potential teamfight. Otherwise, he's just going to roam around the map. Every time Mima fights against Xaxus, there's a chance Selfie will join in and turn it in favor of Super Hot Crew. So Roccat need to be the team to engage somewhere, to start something, to start an objective. And this time, they learned, put the pink ward further inside the pit.
A little step further in there. Ooh, Impaler. Can't see them now. Now he can. Manages to get the Sonic Wave on towards Jankos, spots the rest of Roccat, and was a little unsure and wisely checked it first. Xaxus takes a quick Dark Binding, quick burst from Selfie. Selfie's starting to feel much more confident now. Of course, he was aggressive at the start, but this time he's got the power to back it up.
Starting to get quite a lot of damage here, and we all know how strong Kassadin is in the late game. If there's one champion you want to have in the late game, I think it's going to be Kassadin.
Well, I'd rather have Jax.
Yeah, okay, fine. We could argue. I like Jax too.
Jax has definitely seemed to work out well for Freddy in the last match. But Mima's getting himself a lot of free time in that bottom wave.
They want to do it again. They want to do the exact same thing here. Celebar is going to dash over the wall, join in to try and 2-man it. Mima is pushing so far up in this bottom lane. Super could know something is wrong here because Roccat was nowhere to see on the map, so that's why they're moving towards the Baron.
Remember, Mima got a lot of damage on that inner turret earlier on. You can see he's bursting it down. Now they've spotted it. Roccat trying to protect this one. There's the teleport. Is it a bait, though? Is it going to work out for them? You can see Mima coming in, pouncing across there. We will fail with the ultimate running. Vander taking low. He gets burst down. Jankos in all sorts of trouble. He's going to get locked up, tries to repel. Shockwave only pulling in Impaler. The Jankos is going to finally get taken down at the side, or will he? He will go down. Mr. Rales bursting down. Overpower's going to get picked out here. It's a double already for Selfie. Make that a double for Mr. Rales, I think, as well. And Xaxus the only man standing, and Super Hot Crew once again come out on top in the Baron fight.
And again, it's Roccat starting the Baron because they feel like it's the only option they have at the moment. And Super Hot Crew, they know instantly something is wrong. Go in here, 2 members are caught in the pit, the rest is out of position. And we will fail it once we get the replay going here. Notice him in the start of the fight. He flash binds onto Overpower, so he's forced to flash away and won't do any damage in the start. Notice we will fail it here on Morgana. And also notice Roccat how much split they are, like how split they are, so much out of position. We will fail it, landing a beautiful flash binding. Overpower now, early Outlast, and also needs to flash away afterwards. So he's so far done no damage in this fight. The first kind of damage now is when he throws in the ball. They're actually waiting in the bush a little bit. He's been out of the fight. The rest of Super Hot Crew can just clean up Roccat. They don't have enough damage to do pretty much anything to Super Hot Crew.
It took them so long to get We Will Fail down. It's on next to nothing, and then managed to hold out in there long enough that his ultimate procced off on 3 members of Roccat. So great fight for Super Hot Crew, and We Will Fail the new man, replacing Mixer, of course, who played last split, seemingly stepping up the game a little bit for the Super Hot Crew. And of course, another double kill for Selfie. Takes it to 5-3-2. It's exactly what he was trying to do earlier on, but now he's got the ability power to back it up. Now that Zhonya's Hourglass completed as well. Void Staff in there. Still yet to get his tier 2 boots though.
You don't really need them. Kassadin just jumping around. Of course, the Magic Pen could help. But it's just weird for me with Roccat. I mean, they were ahead. had a good comp at the moment. They could push down, force a teamfight when Selfie was still weak and couldn't actually join in for fights. If he jumped into your face, he would just be instantly bursted down. He didn't have enough damage to take out a target as well. And that's where they started the first Baron. The ward was there, Superweek spotted them, turned it around, got a lot of kills, got objectives, and now they tried again. Same thing happened, Superweek was there and just been winning the fights.
We can see the average game time is very much in favor of Super Hot Crew when you start hitting these levels. They are used to playing the late game, that's for sure. This inner turret was taking some damage early on. Selfie looking to try and get around the backside there. Has put a pink ward down, he's got Mimo with him. They are spotted out though around the side and they're going to clear that pink wall, but they do that at the cost of the inner turret, and Super Hot Crew going to continue keeping that pressure down on the inner inhibitor turret in this mid lane. I don't think they're going to make too much of an effort to dive in towards it, but now with 5 members of Baron, who knows?
There's also one of the points in the game where Graves becomes a lot weaker. Also, his wave clear is very risky because he needs to get so close to the minion wave with his box shot to hit multiple minions. So Super Hot Crew can pressure multiple lanes. As long as overpower isn't there to just instantly clear the first wave, they can get damage onto the tower, back away, go in for the next wave, get some damage. And it means they can pressure multiple lanes and always get some damage, and at some point they're gonna get the towers down.
Big late games are starting to become commonplace here in Europe, and Super Hot Crew no exception as they try and push down. This is going to be another inner turret gain, the 6th of the game for the Super Hot Crew. Mima's getting caught out by Zazas, but you can see he's quite happily taking a lot of punishment out there. Selfie actually went aggressive onto Zazas. Zazas having to get the shield from Overpower, go defensive. Pillar of Ice just annoying them more than anything. Not really doing a lot to follow through.
For now though, Roccat just trying to hold off. They lost every single outer turret, so the only thing they can do now is actually rotate between the 3 towers in the base, trying to wave clear left and right, and just wait for Super Hot Crew to start something. Or you can see Vander just try and engage. If Super Hot Crew is split up in multiple lanes, he tries to engage on someone and just go for the kill. If they get the kill, they can get some more time to farm up, or maybe even push out of the base and try and get some gold somewhere.
And you know, at the start of that first Baron fight, Roccat had about 4,000 gold advantage.
Yeah.
They're now 7,000 gold behind Super Hot Crew through simply 2 failed Baron fights and a bunch of objectives picked up by Super Hot Crew.
I mean, don't do Baron kits. It is very, very dangerous, especially if you misplace your pink ward and Super Hot Crew just punish you.
I think more the point is with these pro teams in a 5v5 environment, when they know something's up, they're not stupid. They know they're looking for the vision. There's like no one visible around the map.
Well, especially because Roccat had already done it once.
Yeah, it sends your spider spider senses tingling, and the fact that mine was like, guys, I am hitting this tower for free right now, check the Baron.
Yeah.
That is for sure. It's a dangerous, dangerous play to go for Baron in a straight up 5v fight unless you are going to peel, and Roccat didn't seem ready to peel. They actually wanted to take the Baron.
No, but they're also completely out of position.
Yeah.
You saw in the last team fight, Vander was in one place trying to engage. 2 members were still in the Baron pit. 2 other members ran in from the Wraith camp, so they were completely split up, and then We Will Fail with his flash binding pretty much forced Overpower to instant Hourglass. Flash away, did absolutely no damage in the fight because of this binding, and Roccat just lost the fight straight up. And while the first Baron, if everything was clear, there was no vision, could be a good idea. They could have picked it up because Super Hot Crew wouldn't have expected. It's still a risky play, especially because they didn't need it. They could have pushed up, forced something because they were stronger at the point.
Well, that's certainly a big glowing benches fail on Salavar there. There's a slight spectator visual bug there, but he's certainly got a big defensive orb around him nevertheless. We Will Failure has put up some good numbers so far. He's been flashing into the fights, honestly, and now he's got himself a Warden's Mail in there, starting to feel a little bit more confident. Salavar has been the one that's trying to burst him down. Of course, not too worried about those shockwaves. It's been working out for him so far. He's been the guy, as you mentioned in that last big fight, landed the Dark Binding on Overpower, flashed in towards him, put that ultimate down, and the Shackles actually went off on 3 members. So
also in the laning phase, I mean, when Mr. Alice took a lot of damage early on, it was We Will Fail who landed a few bindings in a row, so Salavar all of a sudden was forced to recall, and then Super Hot Crew could get some much needed farm in a bottom lane, which they lost, yes, but still, good bindings, made at least sure they could get some farm.
Well, the Baron is up in a minute's time. Dragon, you can see, in just under 1 minute 10. 1 minute 15 at the moment. It will be up. But let's see whether Roccat actually fancy this done. I'm not too sure if they will. You can see, obviously, it's showing that the Super Hot Crew do have Baron. They don't. I can assure you that it has run out. It's not sticking around forever. It is the Baron has just worn off. It's simply a spectator bug right now on the screen we're looking at. But what do we think here? Are they going to go for another Baron, or are they simply going to try and keep pushing? Because you can see in the bottom lane, Mima is continuing to keep that wave going. It's keeping Zazas busy. They may actually go for an engagement here.
So yeah, they're basically looking for a fight in the jungle. Here we go.
Teleport comes in. Oh, Jankos gets punted out. He's got nowhere to repel to. He gets caught down. There's the pick that we needed. And now Zazas, he's come to join the fight, but he's going to get separated from the rest of his team. He's going to try and run away, but you cannot escape a Kassadin. And when Mr. Rales is following you up on Lucian, he will almost certainly get your number.
I think you just tank this tower here, take it down, get the inhibitor, could even go for the bottom lane where the wave is pushing up as well. Get 2 inhibitors, go back towards the Baron, still plenty of time. Teleport was also used from Zazas. Super crew are in full control here. And they didn't even need to clear all the vision from Roccat. They were just actually running around in the jungle, and Roccat was there trying to ward up and just got caught out of position.
With the Sunfire Cape, Randian's Omen, and a Thornmail, you can happily tank that turret for days. And that's exactly what Mima did. Gets pulled in by the shockwave. They're not too worried about that one. Overpower now with that ultimate down. They're going to pounce in. Mima's gone a little too deep on this one. Overpower's going to be the focus target though. Selfie with the Zhonya's. Overpower with the Zhonya's. He's not going to get back out of that one. It's a double picked up by Impaler on his Lee Sin. There's going to be the inhibitor going down. And the Super Hot Crew, they're going to roll on through Rockat's base. It will be the Super Hot Crew taking victory here in Game 5 of Day 2 of Superweek.
So despite a weak start from Super Hot Crew in this game, they punish Roccat for their Baron attempt, turned everything around. Selfie got all the kills he needed. And then that was game over. Fed Kassadin.
And unlike Roccat, you know, the Baron was up, but they didn't feel they needed it. They simply got themselves a pick, and that's what they were looking for in that jungle. And the Super Hot Crew, well, finally get themselves a big win over Roccat, considering it was 3-1 in the spring. That's a very good start to the summer for the Super Hot Crew.
But we have to admit, we have to be honest at least, and say this was a game with a lot of mistakes from both teams. Early on, Super Hot Crew made a lot of mistakes on the map. Roccat took advantage of it. Then when Roccat had the lead, they tried to force the Baron again and again, and then Super Hot Crew just punished them, got everything they wanted, got ahead, the Kassadin got a lot of kills, and then the teamfight just went completely in their favor, and they managed to win the game. So both teams really have some things they need to work on here.
So Roccat, of course, had a great start in the Super Week in the spring. Not the best of starts so far in the summer for them. They've had a lot of time to, of course, practice. They've had no changes, whereas Super Hot Crew have. And this is something we were talking about coming into this Super Week. You know, the fact that the teams that have made roster changes have been practicing hard because they've having to test out their new players, looking for new players to fill the roles, fill their spots. Of course, WeWillFailer has, of course, filled one of those spots, so they would have been practicing hard. Whereas Roccat, of course, no adjustments. I wonder if they've maybe taken time, along with the rest of the teams. There's 5 teams that have made no roster changes. I wonder how hard they've been hitting it coming into the summer split, because it is just such a small break between the spring and the summer this time around.
And also sometimes what you need is a new guy who comes in and looks what are the current tactics.
Gives you the motivation.
Yeah, it gives motivation, of course. Mr. Rales in the interview said early on, he actually said, oh, WeWillFailer, really enjoy playing with him. He's very positive. We talk about a lot of things. We can work out our issues. It's a big improvement. And that's one of the things where WeWillFailer could have joined the team and said, yeah, so we have these picks we like. Be like, I'm actually not a fan of them. What about this, this, and this? And all of a sudden it can work out for them. Selfie playing some new champions as well. So as a team, getting a new player could often be a big motivation boost. We saw Miffy in the summer split. When he joined Lemon Dogs, all of a sudden Lemon Dogs just went up to be the best team in Europe because of one player joining in, new motivation, things started working out for them. Could be the same thing here for Super Hot Crew, at least for now. If they can fix some of their rotation issues, the teamfights are fine. We can admit the teamfights are good for them, but the rotations on the map are not.
You heard it here, ladies and gentlemen. Deficio says Super Hot Crew are going to be the best team in Europe.
Never said that.
Gotta be careful what
you say. They do have a Danish player, however, so
they do have
rank them up a little bit.
Player, that is for sure. Mr. Rales, of course, he's a big lad, that's for sure.
Yep.
So how do we rank Super Hot Crew, of course? All jokes aside, of course, they managed to get themselves a good victory here. We saw them taking down Alliance as well, so it's been a 2-0 day for them so far. That makes them 2-1 overall in the Super Week, actually on par with SK Gaming.
Well, what we can say for now, at least, is, again, Europe. It is so back and forth. One team will destroy in one game. Next game, they will completely just play terrible and just lose the game. So for now, only in day 2, we can't say anything.
Who knows? Who knows? A lot of games to go. We're going to go over to the stage with Shox, who is standing by with Super Hot Crew's Impaler.
Thank you very much, D-Man and Paler. Congratulations, another victory for the Super Hot crew. Did you have something to prove on Lee Sin today? Because obviously yesterday it didn't get off to a great start.
I didn't really have something to prove, but I knew the matchup that I'll probably face and I practiced it a lot. So I really knew what I had to do coming into the game. And from that, as soon as you know what you've got to do before you even play, then you've just got to execute it correctly.
Can you then tell us what the plan was? I'm guessing it's getting the Kassadin rolling, which didn't go as well in the beginning.
We really didn't expect to get Kassadin because everyone fears leaving Kassadin open on blue side. So when we got it, everyone was really surprised and was like, we've got to compensate for this weak lane with a strong early presence jungler. And I was like, yeah, I can play Lee against Elise. Jankos really prefers Elise, so I already knew the matchup what was going to happen. And yeah, that's what happened.
It seemed like both you and Selfie were very aggressive, trying to really make something happen at a point where maybe it wasn't possible yet.
Yeah, we're like naturally a really early aggressive team, so when we pick like a mid to late game comp, we kind of just go in anyway and we're like, oh, we lost. But yeah, after a while we calmed down and then we just executed the late game.
Yeah, you guys did very well. Of course, last split you came into it with not a lot of preparation, and now you had some time to prepare. Of course, a new player coming in. How will you try and level up the Super Hot crew so you can make it to Worlds?
We're working really hard with our new coach right now, and we're just practicing really hard. We're getting our schedule going. And yeah, as soon as that's all done, then we're going to go really hard and go for Worlds.
All right, well, a great start here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we have one more match coming. It's going to be Fnatic versus Alliance after the break. What a matchup it's going to be, so stay tuned.
Are you on camera? Do pose, do Korean pose. No, you gotta do this one. This is what Impact 2 does.
Tries to go for it straight away. The attack now, he pulls the shockwave back in there. Riftwalk away from Selfie. The ignite down, he's got him. Overpower will get first blood here.
Yep. The rest are here to tell them we're coming.
They're going to go in towards it. Jankos taken low, as you mentioned. He's going to be the focus target. Repels away. Quick call out there. We will fail to get locked in. Roccat turning the kills around. Sullivan's still alive. He finally gets dropped down by Selfie. Mimer's got a little too deep on this one. Overpower's going to be the focus target though. Selfie with the Zhonya's. Overpower with the Zhonya's. He's not going to get back out of that one. It's a double picked up by Impaler on his Lee Sin.
Welcome back, everyone. We have one more match today. But first, let's talk about Super Hot Crew's win in that last game versus Roccat. Super Hot Crew, of course, coming off a victory earlier here today, but it was Roccat that came out strong.
Yeah, the laning phase was really all about Roccat. They found more picks. They moved around the map more effectively. They actually built up a pretty hefty, sizable lead. They were, of course, playing against the Kassadin, so it was always going to take time for Selfie to scale up. I'd like to point out that that was a first pick Kassadin as well. Selfie, for me, is now picking more champions in multiple games than we'd seen in the spring split, to different levels of success, but it's nice to see him coming out of his shell and experimenting on the stage.
It's exactly where I wanted to go with my point. The fact that Selfie is looking more comfortable, seems to be playing to a better level, bringing out new picks, forcing bans on the likes of his Yasuo there, which I think was a good idea from Roccat to actually do that in the end. Fact is that they still have a bit of work to do, but as Impaler said in the interview there, they're working on it. They're getting their plan together, and they're going to only get stronger, in my opinion.
Yeah, and to follow up on that point, we saw that they were very aggressive, both Impaler and Selfie. They really wanted to make plays happen, which I think is a very good sign coming into this season.
It is when it works, but it didn't always work. I think a little bit of over-aggression. I still think Impaler and Lisa needs some more time. His early game decision-making is not the greatest. When you play Elite, you can get kills earlier on if you pick the right engages, and I don't think that he's doing that just yet. It was nice to hear in the interview, he said, well, we knew the Elise was coming, so it's good that from a strategic standpoint, they understand their enemies. And what was even better is that Super Hot Crew bided their time. They waited until Selfie had items, had levels. There was one horrible Baron call by Roccat very early on in the game. They committed, tried to sneak it, got caught, surrounded. Super Hot Crew got a bunch of kills. Selfie got 3 of them. And you should never, ever, ever give Kassadin any kills, let alone a triple.
Yeah, and I think it's part of the problem that a lot of these teams really seem to be having right now when it comes to mid-game. Deficio said it right, that they kind of just went, what do we do? Okay, let's try and sneak a Baron. That's the only thing they knew.
Yeah, absolutely. And the second time, it came to bite them in the ass once again. We actually have a replay of that, because when you have a Kassadin that's so fed, he can just come in there and peel you off of it. Let's get that up on the screen right now.
Yeah, so the second Baron attempt, both teams are even. I mean, 4 towers to 3, 4 kills to 7. There's 500 gold separating these teams at 35 minutes. Roccat are not out of this game, but for the second time, they're trying a borderline desperation Baron play. So if you look at the mini-map, you will see that Mimir is not in the fight yet. He will be teleporting shortly. Let's roll this clip out and just focus on how effectively Super Hot Crew pick their targets. Roccat are tightly grouped, but they just get shut down by a very, very good point-blank Dark Binding from Weevil Failer. His Soul Shackles forces Roccat into panic mode. So instead of them trying to focus a target down and pick fights, they're in scatter mode, they're running away. There's a fight on multiple fronts. Selfie runs down a target. We see Mr. Rolls untouched, completely untouched after getting 4 kills. That leads to the Baron, and that was the fight that just gave Super Hot Crew complete control of the game. Roccat were trying to rush and panic a Baron. I have no idea why, because it was clear the game wasn't about to end. It didn't feel like they were so far behind. Yes, Kassadin was getting scary, but European teams, and you stop panicking about ending the game and figure out how to do it properly and without or with less risk.
And using a pink ward in the right position so that they actually have vision. If you notice on that one, they did actually pink ward a little bit further in on that second Baron attempt. But as you said, it seems like let's just do it because there's nothing more immediate or better to do right now. I think teams need a lot of time on that and need to work on it.
Absolutely, but good on Super Hot Crew for pulling out that win. Our next match featured Fnatic, who had a jarring wake-up call at All-Star Paris against some of the best teams in the world. They realized that they need to level up their game and are hoping to put an analyst on the roster in order to give them a hand.
The All-Stars was kind of a wake-up call for all of us. We realized that we're kind of far behind of the Eastern teams. I thought I was really good. I thought we were really good. And then I met these guys and they kind of just crushed us. Their team strategies and micro-strategy overall was just so much better than ours. It's more about how you use the map as a team, how you rotate, how you use the lanes, and how you use the waves. Because they were so good at like stacking up the waves, and at the point where these waves were about to hit your tower and you wanted to go down there to take all the waves, but they gave you no time to take this wave.
Everybody from SKT trying to work with this giant wave and this cannon minion to make use of it and go for another push!
Fnatic just too slow to the party.
Honestly, I think every team needs an analyst.
The problem is you need to have a good analyst, and there is not tons of them in EU.
Getting someone who is really dedicated and is like actually good at the game can be tough.
It have to be like analysts which have the same knowledge as you as a player, or even better than you.
I think we have someone in mind and we might pick him.
I think Fnatic just need Monte Cristo because he's the best.
Well, maybe he is Deficio.
Get Monte Cristo and you will win.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our final match of the day. It is a biggie, ladies and gentlemen. Fnatic facing off against Alliance. Both of these teams drew level at 2-2 last split after the resurgence of Alliance towards the end of the season. Fnatic, however, pulled through once again to win the spring playoffs and represent Europe at the All-Star Invitational. However, Fnatic struggled in Paris, and yesterday things didn't go well for them either as they faced their age-old rivals, SK Gaming.
And Fnatic, they actually started out the game against SK Gaming pretty well. They pulled ahead in gold and were 5-0 early on. But then they simply just stopped making plays and just let SK Gaming control the pace of the game and also control the map. And this resulted in SK Gaming just picking up towers, objectives, while punishing Fnatic whenever they were out of position. And it's a bit weird again, because again, Fnatic's early game, it was fine. They played very aggressive, had good vision control, but they simply need to improve the mid-late game decision making. During All-Stars, they had the same issues where teams would just punish them by playing the map. They just talked about it in the interview we just saw here. And I really hope Fnatic actually finds an analyst, because individually, player-wise, they are so strong. They just need to get better rotations, get better decision making, and get Monte Cristo.
We'll see whether that works out for them. Pretty sure CLG want to hold on to him for now. Alliance had a fairly decent first spring split themselves. It took them a while to get going, but once they did, they pulled out an impressive 8-game win streak to match that of Fnatic's back in 2013. Yesterday, they faced the Copenhagen Wolves, who pulled out a very different team composition, which they handled very well, honestly. But earlier today, well, they played the Super Hot crew and lost.
So Alliance played very aggressive in the game against the Wolves yesterday. They invaded early on the blue buff and they kept taking it away from the Wolves throughout the entire game. Alliance, they fell slightly behind after the failed dive, but then they just managed to retake the lead with the Baron, with the failed Dragon fight for Copenhagen Wolves. And from there on, they just used the siege comp to take full control of the map, and they just never gave the Wolves a chance to come back. But today, they looked very different. I mean, they lost the bottom lane to Super Hot Crew, where Draven, he got ahead of Lucian, and also Super Hot Crew got every single objective, like 4 dragons, they got the Baron, of course, and by the time Alliance could actually try and teamfight, they were, one, too far behind, and also Selfie and Yasuo just completely destroyed them in these fights, so they were completely outmatched. Today, or now, against Fnatic, they need at least to make sure they don't do the same mistake and completely lose the bottom lane to Draven, and also didn't shut down the assassin in the mid lane.
Well, we'll see how it works out. For now, though, let's check out those starting lineups. Over on the blue side, it is Alliance, and that means it's going to be Wicked in the top lane, Shook in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, Tabs as AD carry, and Nif on support.
On the red side, we have Fnatic. Source is up in the top lane, Cyanide is the jungler, Xpeke in the mid lane, Reckless as the AD carry, and Yellowstar, of course, on support.
So we're just going to take a small moment to get this game underway, of course, as this game holds 2 of the most experienced mid lane players in the world. It would be foolish of us not to focus on them for our featured matchup. Of course, I am talking about Xpeke and Froggen.
Froggen, he's a player with many titles. I mean, he's the Spring Split MVP, he's the captain and creator of Alliance, and he also led Team Ice to victory at All-Star Paris. He's a player you can always rely on to do his job both in the game, but also out of the game. He has strong mechanics together with knowledge of every single mid lane matchup. Trust me, I've talked with him. He knows every matchup in the world. And also he has a very deep champion pool, which makes Froggen so hard to play against. And while Froggen, he has a lot of experience, Xpeke, he is the mid laner in the LCS with the most experience in pretty much the entire league, maybe. The Season 1 world champion. He was one of the few Fnatic players to actually deliver at All-Star Paris, and while he was inconsistent in the last split, then we also know how good of a player he can actually be. He's on the level of Froggen, in my opinion, when he brings his A-game, and after Fnatic's loss yesterday, he needs to do it today and help carry the team.
Well, we'll see how this works out for them, of course. You guys at home, watching this one, you are able to take part. So which one of these mid laners do you think will come out on top? Head over to Twitter and send your choice to LOL Esports with the hashtag Froggen or the hashtag Peke to let us know, and we'll see later on in the game.
And we also need to see how many papers Nif brought to the game this time, because
do you think Wicked's got some more drawings of Aurelia?
Maybe.
He got to play him in the last game.
Yeah,
Maybe that's what it was. He's like, Aurelia. I pulled the Aurelia card out.
It was actually something super hard crew said. We expected it. We knew he was going to pick Aurelia. We were fine playing Shyvana against it. Perfect for us. We didn't even have to focus any bans on the top lane. Could be something Fnatic wants to do as well.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Picks and bans about to get underway. We'll see how this final game of the day works out. Alliance up against Fnatic. First ban comes through. It is Elite, of course, taken away. You can see Nif with that piece of paper ready and waiting, giving Wicked the instructions. What he's going to take away there. Froggen just giving him some words of encouragement. We do see the Ziggs ban. Froggen not going to get to play that one. LeBlanc taken away from Peke as well.
So I like the ban so far from Alliance. Elise really is one of the go-to junglers from Cyanide. He always managed to find kills early game with it. And of course LeBlanc, expected played it yesterday, did really well on it. Take it away, don't want to risk anything.
So that Kassadin taken away. We just saw it in the previous game, how it can turn the game on its head. Selfie finally managed to get himself going. Leona being banned away, that's a favourite of Yellow Star, so no surprises there. We'll see how these analysts have worked out for Alliance. Of course, a lot of investment. They did let Yasuo sneak through the cracks last time, so maybe the research wasn't quite up to par for that match.
Well, not exactly the hardest one to research. Been banned in pretty much every single game against Super Crew.
Apart from Alliances.
Yeah, I actually think they just wanted to leave it open because they thought they could counterpick it.
Can't be that good on it, surely. Let it through.
They played Lulu against it. First picked it this time. He has a Froggen. He really wants to play Lulu. Don't expect it to be in the top lane for Wicked. Could of course still be support, but seems for now, or at least I would expect it to be for Froggen in the mid lane.
Lulu always looks so happy in that picture. Twitch banned out again, up to an 81.8% ban rate now, and Jax of course was left open. Will Soaz take that one away? We'll see if he will. He's got plenty of time to pick, and of course conversation going on between Fnatic. A lot of pressure on Soaz of course after yesterday's Aurelia, and a lot of talk on Reddit about him, yes. But he's a man that's been around since Season 1, a veteran of League of Legends, honestly.
And always been a guy who could have a bad game, and then the next game all of a sudden he would just carry the team by himself. So a bit inconsistent, but at least a guy who continues to work hard towards the goal of course, becoming one of the best top laners.
Well, Lee Sin was locked in. That could be so as his champion in that top lane as well. It's something he's played a lot of. Lucian also locked in for Reckless.
And this Lee Sin pick here, if it goes to the jungle, it's pretty much for most teams now the most popular jungler. Feral Flare has been nerfed again. Nocturne, generally the Feral Flare junglers fell out of favor. Lee Sin there. Elise got nerfed. Kha'Zix got nerfed. Lee Sin just stay there for now. Of course, there was a small nerf to his safeguard, but still, overall, as a champion, he is so strong. Was left untouched damage-wise, at least, and that's why these teams really like to play Lee Sin. Also because you can put so much early pressure on tower pushing and lane swaps.
Currently discussing what they're going to use. Will it be the fresh support stolen away? Don't want to let Yellow Star maybe through on that one. Nif has played some great games on it himself. Discussions. Pieces of paper have been thrown away. The bans, this is all they were used for. They didn't have anything else left and ready to go. Evelyn was locked in for Shook. No surprises there. They didn't need much research for that. It's the champion who played the most in the spring. And Thresh locked in for Nif.
So very standard picks for both of them. Seen them so many times on these. And overall, Alliance, in the games they've played so far here in the Super Week, it's been very standard picks. Like no surprises, no cheesy picks or anything. It's just been very standard all around. And we could even see Wicked log in Shyvana here later on. He played it yesterday as well, just to be even more standard for Alliance.
Well, Jax was hovered over for both teams. This time it is going to get locked in. So Soaz in the top lane on Jax. And of course, well, Yellow Star going to fall back to the Morgana pick. We'll see whether Alliance lock in those two champions. But these ones, this is going to be Soaz on Jax this time around.
So due to the fact they could log in Jax, they can then take Morgana for their disengage. So while they have Jax pushing, split pushing up in the top lane, he's gonna beat pretty much every single thing Wicked could potentially log in a 1v1 late game. So they keep Yellow Star in the mid lane on Morgana to just disengage and just let Source do all the work in the split push late game.
Well, it's a 100% win rate so far for Jax players. We'll see if it stays true for Soaz. Quick lock-ins here. Cogmore was locked in for Tabs. We also saw Shyvana, of course, for Wicked, and the final lock-in, as you just may have caught a glimpse there, was Twisted Fate for Peke.
So with the Kog'Maw here from Tabs, you have actually a very good comp from Alliance to protect him in the fights, and he can then deal out all the damage towards Fnatic, but he needs to be so careful. We have Twisted Fate who can port down on his face, Jax will jump in. We have Cyanide who can jump onto him as well. There's multiple members who can get to him. He's very mobile, of course, as the Kog'Maw. Needs the help from Lulu, needs the help from Nif on Thresh here to stay alive. And Alliance basically, they want to go for these team fights where they can just kite it back and have Kog'Maw do all the damage, and Wicked and Shook can stay in the front line. They can try and flank around them for the engage onto Fnatic, where Fnatic here, multiple options. Great wave clear, of course, with both Twisted Fate and Lucian. Great split pushing with both Twisted Fate and Jax. And also disengage potential. Lucian is one of the best AD carries at surviving when someone engages onto you. And at the same time, Lee Sin can kick someone away. Very mobile. Morgana with the Black Shield with the binding. So much disengage here and so much split push for Fnatic.
And of course, no cleanse for Kog'Maw. We can maybe see that QSS picked up early on by him. So let's check out the numbers to see how you voted for this match on LOL Esports. And of course, it looks like you picked Fnatic by 61%. Not surprised there. I mean, Fnatic, huge fan base. Of course, we saw a 91% vote for Alliance earlier on today, but they didn't have a good showing against Super Hot Crew.
Against SK Gaming yesterday, but that was just one game for Fnatic. Alliance. I mean, oh yeah, Alliance had a bad showing against Super Hot Crew. Will have to revenge themselves here, of course. Fnatic, they lost yesterday. It's only one game. Still need to see what they can bring. We know how good of a team they are.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Final game of the day. We're in the Super Week start for the Summer European LCS. It is Alliance starting out as the blue team with their captain in the mid lane, Froggen, up against Fnatic. And of course, Peke leading the charge for them as the red team.
So Peke is starting the same way. We saw Kassadin in the last game, Flask, Potions, expecting to get poked a lot here by Lulu in the early stages. Just want to survive them, get some levels going. The more levels onto Twisted Fate, the more dangerous he becomes. And of course, once he can start putting some global pressure, if he goes up to the top lane, gets a kill either for himself or over to Soaz, so he really gets ahead of Wicked on Shyvana here, then it's just going to be one thing for Fnatic the entire game, that is split push all day long.
No engagements coming across. You can see, of course, you guys at home been voting for this one. Hashtag Peke seems to be winning out so far. Remember to use them at LOL Esports. Hashtag Frog in the opposition. 55% currently for Fnatic and, of course, Peke to see if he wins out that rivalry in the mid.
So Yellowstar actually started with a sweeping lens here, simply just to remove the very first ward he spotted Alliance putting down, and now Fnatic. Of course, Alliance didn't know they're in here, but don't actually have direct vision of them. So they need to be careful. They can't just walk in and pick it. Putting a very deep ward here, so they're trying to spot out if Alliance is lane swapping, because now, of course, they see Nif. They know he's in the bottom lane. He won't be able to get to the top lane. Or will he actually try and bait it out? Yeah, he did. Walked away. So maybe Fnatic now thinks he's going to recall and go to the top lane.
Well, we'll see whether he does or not. Of course, pings all over the map, and it does mean that they are going to be starting off on that red buff. We're going to see Alliance doing the same. Tabs and Niv hoping to try and catch someone coming around that tri-bush there. They're actually waiting around the side, heading up towards that blue buff. They may actually go for a steal on the blue buff, you know.
They will actually go for the steal here. Need to be careful on the way out. They don't spot the remaining members of Fnatic, because if the bind lands onto one of them, they're going to be the target. And it's a lot of CC early on here, so we need to see. But very, very risky, but still very smart move by Alliance, taking away this blue buff.
Well, good plays from Nif, launches it away, and Tabs manages to get that blue buff. And that will be problematic, because Kog'Maw can make good use of that blue buff. Oh, stun in the mid lane for Froggen there. Peke mentioned to pull the gold card, but the Dark Binding was flashed away from, and that Glitz Lance will be enough to stop Yellowstar. But they can see, of course, it is going to be Yellowstar and Reckless moving to the top lane up against Wicked.
So yeah, 4-man early gang onto Froggen here. Managed to escape it, of course, but still, Yellowstar had to go to the top lane. And now we see both Jax and Lee Sin can just farm away in the jungle as much as possible in this lane. So Peke taking a lot of damage.
Flash used early, Ignite went down as well. Shook tried to get some of that damage down on towards him with the red buff to burn, but you can see Cyanide countered nicely, went and took the blue buff of himself from the Alliance jungle.
And this is one of the things about the 4.7 patch, where the fast push in lane swaps stopped, or most of the game stopped.
Oh, Shook flash for it! Shook going in, he's got him! Shook with the first blood on Peke.
So the little lance landed from Froggen, and then Shook just flashed in for the kill here. Peke already used the flash before, couldn't get out here. Early first blood for Alliance.
Very good start for Alliance, just 3 minutes into this game. Soaz trying to protect, trying to cover off. He's still only level 1.
And this goes back to the point with 4.7 and fast push is gone, so junglers now often going to the mid lane to gank when there is a lane swap, because the dual lanes can handle it by themselves because they slow push it, where of course early on the jungler would always be in the lane swap to either push a tower or defend it. It is still something teams need to get used to.
Well, Wicked is of course covering off the top lane. Meanwhile, Soaz, he's having to run defensive duties in that mid, which is leaving the bottom lane to Alliance for free. And of course, Tabs with that blue buff keep on hammering down on towards it. Shook, he's got himself first blood early on, so a chunk of gold in his pocket as well.
Alliance down here might not be able to get on the first wave, but then Source needs to be very fast at trying to defend, and he needs help. If he's alone, Alliance will be able to take the tower just in a few waves by itself. And Fnatic up in this top lane here can actually do the same against Wicked. He's been farming fairly well for a guy being in a 1v2 and is ahead in both CS. Almost ahead in levels, and he's gonna hit level 4 before, at least. Oh, he actually already is level 3 and Source is only level 2, so he's also ahead in levels compared to Source.
Tabs making sure he finishes off that turret, takes as many CS down as possible, and now they're going to look to try and freeze that lane out and keep Soaz as far away from it as possible. Cyanide finally clearing out that blue buff at the 4.5 minute mark, so it's going to be a long time before that's available for Peke.
This was absolute perfect timing by Tab with killing the tower. Every single minion died from the tower, reset the entire wave, so it means for Source, he's gonna get denied now from the CS because 2 members from Alliance are just gonna push him away, and the wave was just gonna be stuck in the middle. Peke though in this mid lane, he needs to be very careful because Shook is nearby again.
Flickering on that card, does manage to get the gold one this time around. He's already thrown it out. Remember, there's no flash or ghost available. And Peke run down, mowed out by Shock once again. Shook
got the flash as well from Cyanide. He tried to flash Safeguard in to save him. Wasn't in range. Another kill now here in this mid lane, and Peke really been shutting down, or trying to shut him down here, and it's working for them.
Well, Wicked's been pretty much zoned out as well in this top lane, so Yellowstar and Reckless doing just as good a job. You can see Soaz feeling a little bit more confident. Still only level 3 though, and he's up against 2 level 4s. That's tell a lie, because Nif hasn't yet to hit level 4, and look at that wave. Built up so huge, and he's just got to stay away from it.
Tabs did it so smart after the tower died, because he actually stayed with the minion wave, which came in from Fnatic side, and then he pulled aggro from it. So he got all the minions to group together, which meant the first minion from Alliance coming was going to be the target for all the minions of Fnatic, and therefore it started pushing towards Alliance, and they've just been zoning Source away completely, while Wicked picking up some decent farm in this top lane.
It's interesting to see Europe finally picking up on all of these intricate little plays with
this
minions.
Is something in Korea they've done for such a long time. SKT did it at All-Stars as well, where you deny the entire wave, and then afterwards you make sure it pushes towards you, and you just deny the top laner forever.
Yeah, and it's something, of course, Reckless was talking about in the feature just before this match, and obviously it's something that everybody has been looking at since then, really wondering why, which surprises me it's taken so long for them to look at it, because, well, Korea have frankly been doing it for a year already.
It's a very good point. I don't actually have the answer for it. I'm just happy at least to see Alliance picking up on it now, and it really pays off, because Source, he's completely shut down. I mean, he's level 3, he has 6 CS at this point, only a Dawn's Blade and his boots. And he's actually going now towards the mid lane even, trying to at least do something, because this bottom lane is not going anywhere.
Speaking of doing something, Peke's having problems, of course. He's now got Ghost back available, but Froggen's been having a bit of free time in this mid lane because Shooker's, of course, come in twice to get the kill. You can see Soaz waiting off the side. They want to try and make a play. They want to make a play onto Froggen, but
they have to.
Lulu is so hard to pin down. He has the shield, has the speed buff, can use it for a picks, whatever he likes, and of course Wild Growth to top it all off to give himself that boost of health.
And also Shook being nearby, in case something happens, can join in, help out here. This tower though should go down on the next wave, of course. Wicked, he knows it's gonna die, but he's just gonna pick up all the farm he can in meanwhile, and also the experience. I mean, he's 3 levels ahead.
And look at the bottom lane. Look where it's staying. It is going nowhere. Tabs has got that lane completely in his pocket. It's 32-8. Soaz just being starved out of this game, frankly. And honestly, it's nothing to do with him. He's not had a chance in this game so far.
And we need to see now with Alliance here. Now the wave is actually pushing towards Fnatic. They're going to build up a big wave, push it all the way up to the tower. We need to see if Alliance want to rotate over with either the jungler or with Froggen, and make sure they can prevent Source from picking up the wave. If they can dive him under the tower when this massive wave hits and force him away, he's gonna get completely denied everything and is out of the game.
Well, look at that bottom lane. Nif was just staying around in the tri-bush, keeping them zoned out. Soaz is just He's just chilling in the bush right now with the inner turret. Wicked though, he's in trouble. Yellowstar coming around. Can he land the Dark Binding? Pounces away already. Dark Binding flashed away from. Wicked gets away safe.
And look here, look who's moving towards the bottom lane. Shook is going there. They want to deny the entire wave away from Soaz. He's only level 4. I mean, there's nothing he can do against 3 members.
Yeah, you can see 2 level 6s and a level 5. They're going to move in towards this inner turret. They've got maybe Peke that could come across with the Destiny to help out, but he's got his hands full with Froggen, and Soaz doing all he can, honestly. He's trying to get the experience from the other side of the trees.
Beautiful, beautiful play by Alliance. Really playing the map, playing the waves so well here, denying everything from the Jax. The late game power spike now for Jax is going to be delayed so much, and this means simply Wicked can now be the split pushing.
This is something Alliance have picked up over the summer. Yes. There's no doubt about that, because this
is what Europe needs. This is what Europe has been so terrible at doing. Punishing properly from the waves, from the lane swaps, and Alliance now, first time we see a European team do this, and they do it perfectly, and it works.
Yeah, Fnatic attempted it against SK Gaming. It didn't quite work out. They managed to actually backfire a little bit more, to the point that Fnatic were ready for it. SK were ready for it, but again, Alliance taking everything away from that bottom lane, full power in their control, and of course taking that dragon has given them a 3,000 gold lead. Honestly, has put them in complete control of this game. Finally though, Soaz, he got himself that bottom wave cleared out, but you can see the difference between level 7 to level 5 for Wicked.
There's only about 1,000 gold on Source, so it's not like he can go back to base and buy 1 or 2 items like his Phage or Sheen. No, he's gonna go back, get 1 item, and his teleport is already gone, so he's gonna need to run all the way back to the lane, because he had to teleport there to get the farm. So Alliance has been doing a great job trying to shut him down.
And the fact is, he's now in a 1v1, but he's 1,000 gold down on Wicked. 2 levels down on Wicked. That's a big problem for Soaz. He's going to just basically have to sit on that tower.
And Alliance can just go up and dive him again. They can do the exact same thing. Move multiple members to the top lane. They're actually doing it now. Tap's joining in. Nif is going to join in as well. Fnatic needs to send multiple members to try and defend. And even if they do get in a fight, Source is going to be weaker.
They do have support coming. Cyanide off the side, but Nif getting that ward down in the right time will spot out Yellowstar as well. Soaz gonna be screaming his team, I need some form of help here, something to help me get back into this game, because Peke had his own problems early on, so he's not been able to use Destiny to get around the map, to back up maybe Soaz, to give him some support, because Shook did such a great start there, getting the 2 ganks on him.
Yeah, of course, all the pressure in the mid lane meant that nobody could help Soaz. Cyanide couldn't run down to him as soon as the tower died, so they could then push out the wave. He couldn't do it because he had to stay around the mid lane to help, because there was so many ganks going on there, and Expected died twice for it already.
Destiny being pulled out. Where's he going to go? Nowhere. Simply being used for vision. Froggen may have to flash out of this one. He will. You can see he's going to get out safe, or will he? That's going to be the gold card used there. The wild card will not land. Shook still lingering off in the distance. What I was about to talk about is the pure amount of vision that Alliance currently have in their inventories.
Also because they are pretty far ahead already from 11 minutes, and now Shook coming in here. Only 2 members from Alliance, but they're still going for it.
They're going straight in. The wild growth pops up Peke, but he gets bounced around. There's 4 members collapsing in towards him. They finally lock him down. Reckless comes in. Now Froggen's going to be the target. That proc will come off. The smoke goes down. It's a double kill for Reckless.
So a bit too aggressive from Alliance here. Fnatic. Reckless was already moving towards the mid lane. Instantly responds, picks up 2 kills, can also take the mid tower here, at least get a lot of damage onto it. Just what Fnatic needed. Nif will be here to defend it, so he can only push down the wave, go back and heal. Won't actually get any damage.
Sadly, while this is all happening, of course, while they've got them kills, it's giving Wicked free farm in that bottom lane. Nif comes up into clear out that minion wave, but he's now 71 CS to 27 of Soaz. He's being continually locked down by a level 8 Tabs, but Tabs has to start being careful here. Despite the fact Soaz hasn't got much damage items, he still could put a little bit of outlay damage onto a Cogmore.
It would be very risky though for Source to actually jump him. You don't know if Nif would be nearby, and also Tabs being so far ahead with the Cutlass will actually kite him around. Source though, didn't recall yet, waiting for his teleport to be ready. 1 more wave, and then he can actually go back to base.
So finally, Soaz gets some farm, gets himself 2 or 3 waves this time around. Alliance, how are they going to react to this one? The 2 deaths in that mid lane set them back a little bit. Good ward coverage is what's required, and Shook immediately getting that ward swept out by Yellowstar. Put himself a ward on top of the pink ward. They know that it's there, but they can't risk it this time around. Maybe they're going to try and make a play. Peke is well aware, and of course has this flash available to him this time to escape Shook's grasp.
Despite all the action in the mid lane, Peke dying twice early on, he's actually ahead in farm of Froggen here, so he's been farming very well. Also with Cyanide, of course, staying around the mid lane for backup in case something else would happen here and feel more confident. It's what they need. Yes, you're down 2. You died twice already, but as long as you continue farming, Twisted Fate will get to his late game point where he can really start both split pushing, destroying towers, and also his damage is gonna skyrocket once he gets Lich Bane, Death Cap, Void Staff, all these kind of items.
The real big difference for Alliance is simply Wicked. We'll see how he makes it count, because you can see Fnatic setting up to make a play here. They've pinged out, they're pretty sure, and there you go, Destiny being used. They kind of thought the Nif was there. Froggen has to quickly throw out that lantern. Will ride it away. Sonic Wave did not land from Cyanide. Instead, a Glitter Lance will. Nif may get caught out here. Instead, he's going to throw the Death Sentence out, sidestep by Peke. Shook comes in around the side. Gold card pulled though. Quickly puts some damage back down on towards him. Teleport comes in. Wicked joining the fight. Peke trying to get away from this one. He's going to be Soaz joining in as well. He has to cancel it out because Tabs has already picked up the kill on Yellowstar.
Very, very fast reaction from Alliance here. Spotted the fight. Teleport came in and Peke, he went very aggressive towards Nif, so he got a bit out of position. The team was far away. Engaged onto him, got a lot of damage, and then Yellowstar was the guy they left behind to die. Alliance responding well. Soaz takes a lot of damage here from Tabs.
Dangerous play here, actually. Soaz doesn't fancy it. He's going to jump away. He has got himself the Bilgewater Cutlass, but again, it's a, as I mentioned, it's a pretty high damage. Tabs himself got the Blade of the Rune King already complete as well. So Soaz not wanting any engagement just yet.
And we need to see what Wicked decides to build in this game here. He is so far ahead. If he went for Blade of the Rune King, got in the lane with Soaz, he would destroy him. One-on-one, completely destroy him. Yesterday he went for full tank Shyvana. We need to see if he will do the same, or if he actually will try and put some focus on using the lead he got now and just pressure Soaz away every time there's a one-on-one.
So third turret of the game down for Alliance, still 0 for Fnatic, and now they're making a move towards Shook here and then towards this Dragon Pit. Where's he going to go? He gets caught out. Nicely done by Cyanide. Gold card will get pulled. Shook's in all sorts of trouble. He's going to go down, and now with the Dragon spawning in 5 seconds, this is good timing by Fnatic.
Yeah, great timing. Didn't even have to Destiny from Xpeke here, so it wasn't actually even a gank coming in, just Shook being out of position. Cyanide landed the Sonic Wave and they could engage him. Pick up the Dragon now as well for Fnatic. Alliance staying nearby. There's only 2 members, won't even be able to get it. No smite, of course.
Death Sentence flung out, not really going to catch anything. Now Tabs is in trouble. Soaz is feeling a bit more confident, but again, forces the flash out of Tabs. Nicely done this time around. Soaz starting to get himself back in this game.
Really starting to do some work here with the Cutlass, of course, building towards Blade of the Rune King. Once he completes it, once he gets some more livers in his free farm, he will still become this late game monster. It is just delayed by the great start from Alliance, but still, he's going to hit the point later on.
So 4-0 in turrets, 1 Dragon apiece for Alliance and Fnatic. Wicked continuing that farm. Double the CS of Soaz so far after having the advantage early on, but Soaz, he's not done yet. He's starting to cleave his way back into this game, taking down these minions with ease, as Jax will tend to do. Peke, he's starting to get some freedom as well now, and that may be danger times for Alliance.
And they shouldn't have Kog'Maw being in the one-on-one against the Jax. They should have the Shyvana, who's so far ahead, to just punish him again and again. Jax would never, at this point, be able to kill Shyvana. We saw before here when he jumped onto Tabs, he was forced to flash away. Didn't want to get stunned, didn't want to risk anything. So it's the wrong matchup, at least, he chose. But they just want to also just get farm onto Tabs. I mean, they just want him farming away, because he's going to be the late-game teamfight carry for them. The rest of the team is built around protecting him. He's going to be the one doing all the damage.
Well, at the moment, his protection's going to have to come from Nif. He's trying to get up there because he can see members of Fnatic all moving towards Tabs, who is in this top lane, keeping that wave pushed away from him. 3 members of Fnatic closing on him. Nif in there to cover it off, and you can see Alliance moving in numbers to protect.
Let's see here. Wicked is pushing down the bottom lane. Still a long time before he hits the tower because they already killed 2 of them in his bottom lane. Reckless should be able to just pick up all this farm for himself fairly easily. He's back in the mid lane. Again, he's actually farming really well. Died twice early. Got the Lich Bane here already. Got his Magic Pen boots. Just looking for a chance. Shook still staying around his mid lane all the time. He want to look for something.
Alacrity being picked up by Peke and his Sorcerer's Boots, along with that Lich Bane early on. We'll see how he progresses in his build, of course, and that flash goes. It's kind of the standard for Twisted Fate these days. Ooh, Shook is actually looking to go in towards that mid lane. At the moment, we can see this top lane. It is building between both of these teams. Everyone looking for ganks. Ooh, look at that. Wicked coming around the side there on Peke. Does get a little poke towards him. We did see Shook. He was looking to go for it. Alliance want to make a play here. The red buff may be the one they're going for.
Could be a big fight here with of course, the box from Thresh, but also with the ultimate from Morgana, both supports can provide a lot of CC in these small jungle areas. Just taking the red buff though, backing away. A little bit surprised also by Xpeke, he didn't go for distortion on his boots, so he got less cooldown on his ghost, his flash, and of course also got the extra speed up when he used both of them. Decided to go for alacrity, so just a straight up 20 movement speed for him.
So pings on the top tower there. That's telling me Fnatic insisting they really want to finish this one off. Look at the top lane now. You can see they're trying to set up a gank on towards Soaz. Nif comes in. Does manage to get the flay on towards him. Soaz though, good jump away. Will get him scot-free. Peke now having to use the ghost to get away as well. So Alliance trying to make the plays all across the map, but so far Fnatic starting to avoid the danger.
Yeah, and they're picking up much needed farm every single time a gank fails on Source in the top lane, or they leave him alone for just 30 seconds, he will get some farm. And we see him working towards Wicked, still far behind of course, but picked up a lot of farm for a guy who was so far behind early on. So it's working out for Fnatic now, just defending. Alliance have the map control. They're the ones starting fights, but Fnatic are just holding on and making sure they can farm towards the late game.
Yeah, despite that 4-0 advantage, they have tried to take away as much as the jungle from Fnatic, and it's seemingly working. We'll see how that affects Cyanide actually as the game progresses. Shook, of course, is behind in CS at the moment, but did, of course, get importantly those 2 kills, kill assists earlier on in the kill. Tabs himself, well, you can see. Looks like it's going to be the Trinity Force being built up next for him. We saw a Kog'Maw earlier on. Woolite played it yesterday to honestly great success. He didn't get the win, but it was a good performance.
Very good performance. There's a lot of damage in team fights. Of course, again, your positioning as an AD carry needs to be perfect. If you don't have any jumps, there's no way for you to get out. If you get caught in bad position, you are going to die. So Taps luckily is one of the AD carries with great position here in Europe, and therefore also they can build a combo around him and give him all this farm. That's why they're investing so much farm into him. Just keep putting him up in this lane here. Take more farm, more farm. We need you to get to the late game point. We need you to get Trinity Force, which is a very good item on Kog'Maw because it makes your mobility and ability to just straight up kite in a team fight a lot better. Also, of course, the extra HP from the Phage is gonna help when he's gonna be the target. So he can kite around a little bit every time he hits, of course, gets the speed up with the movement speed, and then he can kite around. And also actually the Sheen gives him some decent straight up damage.
Well, the Fisher was dropping some knowledge. You saw a lot of pings going on there. Of course, it was also a 5-man attempt from Fnatic seemingly in the top lane. You could see Peke getting close towards it. That was against Tabs and Nif, and wisely stepped well out of the lane. They have given freedom to Wicked once again to push that top lane, and you can see a lot of Fnatic grouping for this one. Blue buff is the invade that Alliance are going for. Fnatic, they want to fight.
They want to fight. Rex is coming in, still a bit far away. They need some engage. Either a bind needs to land here from Yellow Star, or Source has to be the guy going into it with Cyanide to start everything. Xpeke doesn't have his hourglass yet, so he can't be the guy to jump in the middle of everything. But Wicked pushing up the top lane. Source though teleporting there to stop it and picking up all the farm.
Oh, with that teleport now down, I wonder if we're going to see Wicked maybe making a move down. You can see 3 members of Fnatic, they're pushing for the middle turret while this blue buff's taken. They may get this one. They're going to step away though because they know the danger. They see Wicked off the side who's made his way down. Didn't need to teleport, just simply ran down here. He's caught Yellow Star off on his own at the moment. Yellow Star in trouble, has to use that ultimate, pounces away. Wicked will get stunned out, but he's already taken very low. The rest of his team join him. And why is it Yellow Star backs away? That may buy time. Dragon is now up, and with that ultimate down, it's an important fight for Alliance.
And also with the teleport down from Source, it's going to be a free Dragon here for Alliance. And now is the time where they really need to use the advantage. Wicked needs to go back to the top lane, go one-on-one against Source. He has the teleport. The rest of Alliance need to just group up and start pushing. Wicked can join in for a fight with his teleport and just be 5 versus 4 while Source is stuck in the top lane all by himself. And you also see Wicked building towards the Bladed Ruin King. Would actually like to see it being the first item, maybe just gone Giant's Belt or a Chain Vest and then into Bladed Ruin King, so you could use the advantage early on over Source. Now Source with his own Bladed Ruin King should be able to at least somewhat fight back.
I'm not sure on that one. Wicked, it's something he actually used to do. He used to go for those aggressive items early on.
And this time he actually should.
And often back down.
I know.
So,
maybe he's feeling insecure. He wants to have some tankiness first, but
not sure insecure is the word, but
well,
maybe he's been told. Maybe he's been told this is the way to.
No, I know for a fact Wicked decides his own builds.
Yeah, there's no way someone's going to tell him his.
I've talked with the rest of Alliance. They do not always agree with the builds.
Well, we'll see how it works out for them. So far, he has a 50 CS advantage. The rest of Alliance, they're motoring around. They had the red buff stolen last time around, and it looks like that Froggen and Nif may well try and do the same. Soaz is actually caught off the side here. A good death sentence is not going to land from Nif. Froggen trying to get some poke towards him. That top inner turret is pretty low, and Alliance are here in numbers.
Pushing every single member up here, so they're not going to use the teleport advantage they have. Instead, they actually just want to straight up push a fight. And Wicked going to try and buy some time for the team. Just see where the rest of Fnatic is. He's very tanky, of course. He's very far ahead on farm compared to Soaz, so he's very, very strong in case a fight should break out.
Good glitter lance from Froggen there, catching both on Soaz and Peke, poking down their hit points. They're still trying to make a pick here. They're still trying to make a play. Red buff up, and the Alliance, again, going in bulk for it. There is the red buff. It's going to get pulled towards them. I've never seen so many people fight for it. Shook smites it away. Death sentence lands on towards Peke. Everybody pounces towards it. And now Fnatic are in all sorts of trouble. Wild goes bouncing them around. Soaz does get a good counter strike down, but he's going to get locked up along with Peke. And it's Tabs that picks up the kills. And they are just motoring their way. 3 kills against 1 for Alliance.
Beautiful max range hook here from Nif, starting the whole fight, and then Peke actually flashed into his team, and Nif followed him there, put up the box, wild growth and everything. Look at this replay. Here's the hook. Peke doesn't expect to land it to land on him. He should have flashed away from it then. Then he actually flashed into the team, get the box, you get beautiful ultimate from Shook. Wild growth, everyone is knocked up, everyone is standing together from Fnatic. They die instantly. Source managed to pick up 1 kill, but from here it's too late. And now with, of course, a Cogmore, you can take down Baron very fast.
What's the best way to protect a Cogmore? Everybody stand on his head. That's what it worked out there. So, Baron buff picked up by Alliance. Big turning point in the fight here. Alliance, they'd already got a good advantage. Cyanide's going to find Wicked, but I'm not sure he wants that fight. He's landed the Sonic Wave. He's going to try and buy some time here because Soaz was coming around the back. Simply just going to force him away for now.
So with the Baron buff now, we actually see Alliance already starting positioning in the mid lane. There's a big wave coming from Wicked. He already went back to base, got his Blade of the Ruin King. He's very, very strong in his one-on-one. Should just pressure it up, and the rest of Alliance could just push up to the mid lane, force Fnatic into a bad situation. And if Fnatic moves out for a fight, well, Alliance are stronger. They have the Baron buff. They also got superior poke now. At least, again, with the Baron buff, with the regen they got from it, they can just siege up towards this tower.
4-1 split, Soaz off at the side actually. Is he going to go aggressive on Wicked? Wicked's happy to fight him. Counter-strike lands on towards him. Soaz thought about it for a moment and thought, actually, I'm not making too much of a dent on him. The rest of Alliance trying to get some force down. Cyanide hooked in. They're not going to follow through on it this time. Did manage to get a play on him, but you see Alliance had stepped too far away from the fight.
But still, Alliance staying in this mid lane here. They know they can just poke away, heal it off, back up. And Wicked getting a lot of damage on the force.
Dragon Descent being used. Soaz again trying to put the counter strike down. Still yet to use that Blade of the Rune King on him. The rest of Alliance motoring back around there. That tower should fall. You can see there it goes. Nif taking a big burst of damage here. But Cyanide's got a little deep on that one. They still didn't even get the kill despite the culling going out towards him. Shook having to be punted away from this one. Cogmore, can he land the hit? No, Cyanide has to flash away.
So also got 50% damage on this mid tower here. Wicked already killed the top tower, so Alliance taking full control of these lanes here, getting a lot of damage everywhere, and we also just saw a fight here. Yes, Nif got caught out of position, but Alliance could just turn around because they are stronger.
Now that Trinity Force is complete, that living artillery is coming out from Taps. It's starting to cause a few problems for them. That's going to be another turret falling. 6-1 for Alliance. Fnatic only picked up the 1 so far in this game, and Alliance are looking very, very strong. All from that very early play. Great maneuvering with the minions, and honestly, they haven't looked back since then.
And then, of course, the hook from Nif. The fight up there where they get 4 kills, or 3 kills, I believe. Got the Baron as well. It was such a beautiful hook coming in, and then everyone from Fnatic was just standing together. So Wild Grove, ultimate from Shook, of course, landed on every single member except for Soaz, and therefore Alliance could just steamroll over the team fight.
40 seconds on that Dragon. Fnatic waiting, Alliance waiting around, and they didn't really have the timer down because it was Fnatic that took it last time. They are going to keep on pushing though this bottom wave. Blue buff stolen away by Fnatic. Small victory for them. They're trying to make a trap, but
now realize
Alliance are not really interested. Instead, they're just piling up that bottom lane. Fnatic, they have to recall quick.
They can get so much damage on this tower here. Alliance need just go in and hit it, man. Hit it a few times, back away once you see Fnatic.
They're going to pile in there. They're going to get a lot of damage down. It's half the hit point shredded off it already. Peke finally responds, throws out those wild cards, but again, it is only Soaz off at the side. There is no teleport available for Wicked, so that could be an inner turret picked up by Fnatic if he can keep pushing.
Well, Alliance needs to go in and at least force a fight here. Force the teleport from Source, otherwise he's going to get so much damage on the tower here. They are pushing, they're going for it.
Wicked goes in, Wild Growth bounces Yellow Star in the air. Cyanide tries to react to it, has to safeguard away to the side. You can see Wicked taking a lot of damage from the turret. Good hook on towards it, Soaz takes him down. Shook goes down in response though. It is a 1-for-1 so far.
So they went for the dive simply to force out the teleport from Source here. You actually saw them start the fight and then try and back out instantly because they just wanted
another hook.
Another hook.
Yellow Star caught out this time. He cannot survive it. Wicked's going to go down to the tower. He should get caught out. Yes, he will. Reckless picks up that one. It's a 1-for-1. The inhibitor turret now down. Destiny comes out, but I don't think they're going to follow through.
Not going to follow through. Sana needs to land his Sonic Wave here. Everyone backs away, but Nif. Hooks after hooks, man. Picking up so many kills, so many crucial team fights for Alliance. He's playing so well.
So 4-0-1 so far for Tabs on Cogmore. Maybe trying to pick up that first victory for Cog here in the summer. Froggen, meanwhile, second game on Lulu, 1-1-7 this time around. It's not a champion we're used to seeing him playing, honestly, Lulu. He's normally in I guess technically it's still a farm heavy champion, but normally a bit more aggressive.
Normally pick something where he's the guy doing the main damage in the late game. And with Lulu, of course, yes, your late game damage is good, but you don't do the same as, let's say, a Kayle or Orianna or something in the late game. So he's more reliant now on, of course, the rest of the members doing all the damage, and especially Taps on his Cogmore, who is doing absolutely fantastic as well.
Well, so as he's continuing to try and get that farm going, Trinity Force still yet to be completed, waiting to see if he's going to bait anyone in with this big minion wave. He's already pounced across, he's going to jump across back to Cyanide, giving him a bit of a buddy leap there. But the rest of Alliance, again, not interested. They are working their way straight up the mid lane.
And what they can do now is pretty much the same they did before. 4 members in the mid lane, Wicked split pushing on one of the side lanes, get all the way up to the towers, and then Wicked, because this tower in the bottom lane is so low, just need a few hits on it. If Source is the one defending, he won't be able to hold him. They need someone like either Reckless or Expected to hold the lane. Otherwise, they're going to lose the tower, and now it seems like Alliance actually just want to go straight over there. Don't even care about the minions.
Yeah, they're going to straight in tank it. Soaz hasn't got teleport, so he's going to have to simply back to base, but he's going to be too late. The tower's already down. The inhibitor may follow. The rest of Fnatic down there in numbers. But Alliance will step away, as you mentioned. Not too worried about the turret damage this time when it's that low on health.
Also, of course, with Wicked being very tanky, and the shield from Lulu and everything, just to tank up all the damage. Running onto Wicked here, not target on. Nice hook!
Another great hook on Soaz from Nif. He's going to lock him down. Nothing he can do about that one. He's only built damage so far, no tank to follow. And again, Taps, with that range on Cogmore, it's the big advantage it gives you. You can hit that inhibitor from range and nothing Fnatic can do.
This bottom lane for Alliance are clearly the MVPs of this game. Fantastic hooks from Nif, and of course Taps playing so well on Cogmore as well. Really making sure Alliance are in the lead of this game and should be the ones winning it, because again, they have such a strong team comp here, and they're just pressing up on the next lane. Fnatic, they need to start a team fight as soon as Source spawns.
Start something going, because Alliance are happy to just keep on pushing through all the damage on towards this inhibitor turret. Fnatic trying to respond, but that's a hit up the hit points, ripping off it already. Wicked's going to be the focused target, but it's not really the one they want. It is that squishy little Tabs on Cogmore. Instead, he stepped away. It is going to be Alliance backing off for now.
Backing off for now. Baron, of course, is up. Dragon, still some minutes before he respawns, so won't be the target for Alliance here. Need to be careful. Pega really wants to ultimate in to start a fight.
Destiny gets pulled out, and instantly Alliance group up, 5-man. You've got no targets to pick off, and that's what Fnatic wanted. But there's no one available. Teleport is back up for Soaz. He's going to keep that split push going now. Got the Trinity Force complete, so we'll see what he can do with it in the next fight. Got to avoid those hooks from Nif, though.
And they've been spot on. I mean, every single time a fight has started, it's been Nif landing the hook, and then rest of Alliance just following up on it. Popping the wild growth as well whenever Fnatic were close, so knocked them up and really chaining all the CC they had. They didn't get to stop him.
Well, he landed the card, he's just going to follow through to the fountain. So Wicked backs off, gets himself another Randian's Omen this time around, so he is even stronger, even tankier. And Reckless is going to have problems putting some damage on towards him until that last Whisper is complete.
Source to get his Trinity Force now though, so he got his 2 key damage items, and he's now going to start to do a lot of damage, especially in a one-on-one here against Wicked. Still, is behind in levels, and Wicked also a whole item ahead of him. Therefore he is stronger on Source, wise enough, just picks up the farm, backs away, don't want to deal with Wicked for now.
Despite all the small glimpses of freedom that SOAS has had, he's still 50 CS behind Wicked from the very beginning of the game, where of course that big advantage on SOAS. So, Alliance not letting up their lead at the moment. They've made good use of this lead they built up over time. Sure, maybe going in towards this one. Dart Binding only landing on Wicked, so they're not too worried about that one. And again, of course, it's the top or middle they can try and focus on. I guess they want to get Wicked split off. There is a big wave at the top half, but I think may well be the Baron they are focusing on right now.
Well, they need to get the side lanes pushing at least. They can go up to the top lane, start making a slow push towards Fnatic, and then start setting up these traps around the Baron here. So if Fnatic moves in to start a fight, then the top wave will be pushing, and if Fnatic lose the fight, they're not only going to lose the Baron, they can just quickly go top as well, take the inhibitor. Teams Fnatic, they're just starting it straight up. Fnatic is nearby, and they're already picking it. There's a ward from Cyanide. Teleport is also ready from Source. He can join in at any time.
He's going to pick his moments here. Frogger motoring around there, trying to look towards getting on towards Yellowstar. Taken low already. They do keep the Baron active. It's down to half hit point. Cyanide, he's got a great steal on this one before, remember, back at All-Star Paris. Let's see whether he can do it again. They are all aware of this one. The hook does not land. Instead, the rest of the team come around towards him. Cyanide so low. Forced to back away from this one. Teleport is still not coming out from SOAS. He's still pushing the bottom lane. Baron does get picked up. They're going to instead counter it and take down the inner turret in the bottom lane.
Fnatic just wanted to try and go for the steal, so the rest of the members were not in a position to stop it. Source, of course, didn't even bother to go up there, just wanted to take the towers.
Uh-oh.
Yellowstar, you're out of position.
Yellowstar caught out there. The Glitter Lance is enough to slow him down. You can see they're trying to pull the Destiny card out. That's going to be Wicked teleported in. Yellowstar nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Shook catches him down, takes the Lantern. They're pushing straight up the mid.
This could be the inhibitor for Alliance. Only 4 members defending from Fnatic. Baron buff as well onto Alliance. Tabs is joining in just outside the picture. They will take this one, take the inhibitor as well.
Cyanide's got to be careful. He gets hooked out. Nif once again on point with the death sentence. And it is Cyanide this time around that will go down. A bittersweet pill for sure. And it will be the inhibitor in the mid lane going down this time.
Bottom inhibitor is open as well. Alliance can take this one, rotate down, get another one. They're going aggressive though.
Okay, may get caught out. Wild Growth, Randy and Zerman. Zhonya's Hourglass is going to pull him in a dancing stance, but simply he will go down. SOAS tries to pounce away. It is going to be enough with the counter-strike to save him.
Stays alive.
About. Living Artillery didn't get fired off. It doesn't matter. Alliance is going to keep pushing through the mid.
They could go for the finish here. They're getting both the towers. They will go for the finish.
Nexus turret's going down. They're going to be Alliance that will take down Fnatic here on the last game of the day. And Fnatic, they could be 0-2. SOAS jumps in. Last-ditch effort again gets hooked out by Nif there. Tabs goes godlike at 7-0-2. The Nexus will fall. And Alliance are victorious against Fnatic.
Beautiful early game tactic to shut down the Jax, and then the hooks from Nif, the setting up fights left and right here. So Alliance, they pulled ahead, got the first Baron, and just took full control of the map here. Full credit though, Tabs and Nif played absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it was all about freezing that lane early on. Absolutely nothing SOAS could do about that one, simply put. Really well played by that partnership. You can see on your screen there, Nif and Tabs really led from the start. 7-0-2 on Cogmore, and you know, they just completely froze SOAS out. It left Wicked. In fairness, he was in a 2v1 situation for a long time, but he held on to that tower. Didn't really have a great deal of help from Shook, because Shook was busy in the mid lane with Froggen and Peke, getting the 2 kills on Peke. Peke was helpless to do anything then, and it all literally led from that very early start for Alliance.
And just the fact Shook stayed in the mid lane to apply pressure meant Cyanide had to stay there as well to defend, so he couldn't join in with SOAS in the bottom lane once the tower died to push out the wave and reset everything, so the next time the wave got up here, SOAS could get some farm. But Cyanide, he was forced to stay in the mid lane, he couldn't help SOAS, and it simply meant they could freeze the lane forever. Tabs got so much farm on it, SOAS got absolutely no farm, and then Wicked got so far ahead as well. Once he completed the Blade Rune King, went up in a 1-on-1 and just destroyed SOAS.
But I think it's fair to say that's probably the most impressive play we've seen in Europe in terms of wave control early on.
Yeah.
Didn't really carry on throughout the game, in fairness.
I think, I'm not sure, it seemed the Alliance wanted to play it more safe. Again, if Wicked had went for straight up Blade Rune King, first item, he would have been so much stronger than SOAS. He could have went straight in a 1v1 against him and just pushed the lane down. The rest of the members from Alliance could then stay in the mid lane and just push up again. Fnatic would never be able to engage onto them because they were behind. Because again, Cogmore had a great start. Lulu for the disengage. There's so many options for for Alliance then to just disengage if something happened. And also, Fnatic would be forced to send 2 members top to defend against Wicked because he would be so much stronger. He was like 4 levels ahead of Source at some point. Like, he would destroy him in this lane. Could have done it if they wanted to go for an earlier victory in this one. I mean, wanted to go for more early pressure, but they played it safe. Wicked went for some tankiness first, then he went into play the Rune King, then they swapped him into the top lane, and then it was pretty much came down to Nif actually landing hooks to start fights, and that's where Alliance really pulled ahead again.
Yeah, they never really looked in danger in that's for sure. So fantastic play from Alliance. Fnatic, where do they go from here? Because that was simply down to early level control, took them out of it, and they didn't have an answer. And it would have been very hard to have that answer, but it's something they've come up against before. Obviously, when they were All-Stars, they've seen Korean teams, Chinese teams, even American teams, Cloud9 doing similar and making good use of the waves. And how are they going to counter this? How do they get into it? Of course, they've talked about trying to pick up Monte Cristo analysts. What do they do? Where do they go from here?
Well, I think if they'd been more used to the situation they got in, they had said to expect in the mid lane, you're on your own. Sunlight has to go bot lane now and push it out. And therefore, they could have tried to stop the freeze from happening. They didn't, and therefore, it just went the way it did, and Source got so far behind. But it just shows overall, again, Fnatic is not on the same level as the international teams, but not even as some of the European teams at the moment when it comes to map movements and rotations in general.
Which is strange, because if you look back at the playoffs, the semi-finals, quarterfinals, it was all about Fnatic making the rotations. Alliance had no answer for it. So this time around, they've turned the tables. Maybe a little bit of practice has worked in their favor. For now, though, we're going to send things over to Shox and Quickshot, who have Alliance's tabs standing by.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Turn the tables, and how. 7-0-2 for you on Kog'Maw. I want to focus first on the mindset coming into this game and kind of what you altered because you suffered a loss from the Super Hot crew earlier today.
Yeah, our loss against Super Hot crew was mainly caused by one big misplay around the dragon and caused us to lose all the control of the game. So it was really easy for them to clear out the game from there, and we just had to clear our head, go into the game with a fresh mind, and we did.
What was particularly impressive to me was the way you guys played the minion waves and just denied everything from Jax. Was that the main objective coming into the early game?
Yeah, when the enemy has Jax, you really just want to try and deny as much as possible. And in the current meta, it's really good to just let all the creeps die on the tower so you can freeze afterwards. It denies a lot of CS.
It definitely did. Soaz had 8 CS by 8.5 minutes before he finally got his got a few CS under a couple of waves. What I want to know is, what happened afterwards? It felt like once you hit the mid game, you slowed down a little bit, and Soaz got a closer into the game. How did that mid game go for you? Was it still positive or negative?
Yeah, the slowdown was caused by a bit of a misplay on our part because we didn't call that Lucian was going to mid, so we engaged on mid, and then Lucian cleaned up 2 kills. That lost us a lot of tempo in our game, and it took us quite a while to build it back up.
Well, but as you go later in the game, you are a Kog'Maw, of course. That is great for you. Explain to us a little bit more of the finer points of playing Kog'Maw. It's the second time we've seen him here in the...
Yeah, Kog'Maw is really good in the current meta, especially after Riot reduced the W mana cost to 0. Makes his laning a lot stronger. And it's just really easy to get the late game with him now.
Yeah, good guy Riot, taking away that mana cost. I want to ask about what the meta is for AD carry champions, because we've seen a fair diversity. We've seen Vayne, we've seen Caitlyn, we've seen, obviously, Lucian. Kog'Maw's up there. No Jinx this week yet. What's your take on the pool? Is there more viable AD carries? And, you know, what do you think?
I think since All-Stars, playing against the Asian teams just proved that Twitch is better than everyone else. So that's how we see like Twitch is banned every single game. And when Twitch is not in the pool, you have like Graves, Kog, and Lucian that are really good. I don't think the other ones are that great at the moment.
I've got a follow-up question about the comment about playing against Korean teams at All-Star. What is it about their play style that makes them so much better at managing the minion waves or the rotations that we keep talking about all the time from your point of view?
I think it's just their discipline. Their players are very trained to just keep a cool head and analyze everything perfectly. So they never really mess up.
And someone who didn't mess up at all either in this game is Nif. A little love for your support because, my word, those hooks.
Yeah, he hit some great hooks. Allowed us to end the game really early.
Yeah, absolutely. Great play from you guys all around. Congratulations once again.
Thank you very much.
And now we're going to head back over to D-Man and the Fish Show to take a look at the standings.
All right, thank you very much, both of you. So with that match complete, let's take a look at the table with 2 days of the summer split now behind us. Up first, well, it is a 4-way tie in first place. Alliance, Air Millennium, SK Gaming, and Super Hot Crew are now all tied at 2-1.
Then we have Gambit with 1 win and 1 loss, and then tied for 6 we have Copenhagen Wolves and Roccat, both have 1 win and lost 2 games. Fnatic down in the bottom, a bit surprising, lost both their games.
0-2 opening games, and of course our first Super Week of the summer split continues on Thursday with 5 more consecutive matches. We start the day with Gambit taking on Alliance, and then that will be followed by Fnatic, who will be taking on the Copenhagen Wolves.
And then Millennium and Gambit will face off, followed by Roccat versus Fnatic, and then we'll close out the day and the Super Week with Super Hot Crew taking on SK Gaming.
And of course those matches will begin on Thursday at 5 PM Central European Summertime, which is 8 AM Pacific. So for myself, Deficio Show, Quickshot Shocks, and the entire LCS broadcast team, thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you Thursday.
He's going to get his GA pop first of all.
Eventually!
What? Why did that take so long for them there in the end? There he comes back up again. He's alive! Last second intervention.
After everyone. No, no.
No flash.
Okay, back.
Hot comes through, they manage to catch Froggen. This is going to be the fight. Ulti's coming in. Froggen's going to go down. Wicked's the next target in this one, surely. He's trying to run away from things and tanking him quite long here. We will Thaler himself has fallen low. Shug will be the next focus. And surely now, like dominoes, Alliance are going to fall.
I'm gonna get you, I swear.
Man can't say such words.
Shug smites it away.
Oh, nice.
Dead Centers lands on towards Peke. Everybody pounces towards it. And now Fnatic are in all sorts of trouble. Wild go bouncing him around. So I does get a good counter strike down, but he's going to get locked up along with Peke.
Go. Let's go. Fight them. Young back. I'm getting energy. Counter.
Yes! Are you on camera? Do Korean pose.
Tries to go for it straight away. The attack damage pulls the shockwave back in there. Riftwalk away from Selfie. The ignite down. He's got him. Overpower will get first blood here.
Yeah.
Mimer's got a little too deep on this one. Overpower's going to be the focus target though. Selfie with the Zhonya's. Overpower with the Zhonya's. He's not going to get back out of that one. It's a double picked up by Impaler on his Lee Sin.